Chapter 2045. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by, go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Destruction, creation, time, space, reincarnation, fate. Love, go little say W. Chew, please search. Novels, the 6 great laws complemented and intertwined with each other to form the most perfect operating order. The 6 great laws each performed their own duties and did not interfere with each other, but they could be integrated together. It was very mysterious. If he wanted to understand the mysteries within, he had to completely comprehend the 6 great laws. The destruction law, when cultivated to the extreme, could destroy everything. Of course, the destruction of everything here was only relative and not absolute. However, from this point, one could also see the dominance of the destruction law. The creation law was the opposite of the destruction law. It could create all things. This was the so-called creation of all things with a thought. With Feng Chen's current level, he could not reach the realm of creation with a thought. For a divine emperor, 100 years was just a snap of the fingers. Time passed, and Feng Chen was comprehending the Tao. Feng Shi and the virtual shadow were waiting. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. It was rare for Feng Chen to go into seclusion for 10 years in one go in his previous cultivation career. However, it was different this time. What he wanted to comprehend was the extreme of martial arts, the ultimate mystery of the 6 great laws, the operating order of the universe's origin. This involved the mysteries of the universe and was difficult to comprehend in a short period of time. 10 years was just the beginning. Feng Chen spent 100 years to comprehend the ultimate mystery of the destruction law. Because he cultivated the destruction sword Tao, the time he spent comprehending the destruction law was relatively short. After that, he spent 800 years to comprehend the creation law. In 3,000 years, he comprehended the time law, and in another 2,000 years, he comprehended the space law. The reincarnation law took slightly less time, 1,000 years. The fate law was the most complicated and mysterious of the 6 great laws, so it took the longest time to comprehend this law, which took more than 4,000 years. Boom! At a certain moment, Feng Chen opened his eyes. He stood up, and the 6 great rules attached to his body gave him a very comfortable feeling. In just over 9,900 years, he had thoroughly comprehended the ultimate arcana of the 6 rules, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of the martial path. At that moment, he immediately recognized the throne that the Patriarch of the Galaxy had once cultivated. The first throne. Feng Chen's body rumbled as he took a step forward and landed on the first throne. Even though there was a terrifying power blocking him, he still relied on his overwhelming power to sit on the throne. Voila! When he sat on the throne, the terrifying repulsive force instantly disappeared. An illusory thought appeared in front of him. Little fellow, when you're here, it means that you've overcome all difficulties and sat on the throne. An indifferent voice rang out. You should know who I am, right? The fact that you're able to make it this far means that you are qualified to leave the miniature universe and head to the vast chaos void. When I first created the galaxy universe, I left in a hurry due to some matters, so I didn't leave anything behind. The Patriarch of the Galaxy universe continued. The chaos void is very vast, and there are hundreds of millions of miniature universes. If you head to the chaos void, you must be well prepared. Once you get lost in the chaos, it'll be very scary. For this reason, I've left a map. A map? Feng Chen was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the Patriarch of the Galaxy universe to leave behind a map. The chaos void was too vast, and there were countless miniature universes like the galaxy universe. Therefore, if he wanted to explore, he had to have a map. Only then would it be safer. However, because the chaos is too vast, I don't know exactly how big it is. The map I left behind is only a map of the void star sky. However, it's enough for you at your current stage. For my junior, this is all I can do. You still have to rely on yourself for the rest of your journey. As soon as the Patriarch of the Galaxy universe finished speaking, a terrifying power suddenly drilled into Feng Chen's body. Buzz. Feng Chun felt that his concept of the martial Tao was undergoing a huge change. This is a part of the research of the martial Tao left behind by the patriarch of the galaxy universe. Feng Chun was overjoyed. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began studying. At the same time, an illusory map of the nebula appeared in his mind. This was a map of the void star sky, outside the galaxy palace. Senior, it's been almost 10,000 years. Why hasn't my father come out yet? Feng Shui was slightly anxious. It's just 10,000 years. Some people can spend a few 100,000 years, or even a few million years, just by taking a short nap. The illusory figure chuckled. That father of yours has great potential after birth. Furthermore, he is very tenacious. If he wants to break through to the cosmos God realm, he has to experience many trials and tribulations. Do you think everyone is like you, automatically becoming a cosmos god after reaching adulthood? Even becoming an existence beyond the cosmos god realm isn't too difficult. Feng Shui pouted. He did not speak. Actually, after she stepped into the cosmos god realm, she felt that her strength had slowed down. Naturally, this was related to her being too lazy to cultivate. Even if her talent was great, if she did not cultivate diligently, her strength would not increase too much. Who knows, when father comes out, he might be stronger than me. Feng Shui thought in his heart. Divine realm, easternmost land. In another 100 years, it will be the time of the armistice agreement. By then, the divine realm will be annihilated. The sacred light religious leader said confidently. A terrifying light surged around his body. During this period of 9,000 years, the sacred light religious leader had absorbed all the faith energy from the entire sacred light religion into his body. Even though he could not step into the cosmos God realm, he was abnormally strong. If I were to meet God Emperor Swordless again, I can kill him within 3 moves. The sacred light religious leader thought. With his current strength, he had a certain chance of winning even if he were to meet the weakest cosmos god. Religious leader, everything is ready except for the east wind. The vice-religious leader chuckled. I heard that God Emperor Swordless captured the moon god Emperor. The sacred light religious leader suddenly asked. God Emperor Swordless seems to be afraid of the talented ancient Sword Emperor. He is afraid that ancient Sword Emperor would return to the divine realm and bring him pressure. Hence, he captured the moon god Emperor to threaten ancient Sword Emperor at the crucial moment. The vice-religious leader said. When the sacred light religious leader heard that, his face was filled with disdain. Truly trash. A powerful god emperor actually did such a shameful thing. If not for the martial oath, the sacred light religious leader would have acted long ago. 100 years later, the divine realm will belong to our sacred light religious leader. The sacred light religious leader's eyes emitted a golden light as he coldly said, Easternmost land, southern tomb, sword palace. After being trapped for 9,000 years, the moon god emperor did not change much. Furthermore, God Emperor Swordless did not treat her too harshly. After all, she was a hostage and had an important use. Voila! God Emperor Swordless entered the sword battle manor. He narrowed his eyes. Are you afraid? The moon god emperor asked. Why would I be afraid? God Emperor Swordless spread his hands and sneered. You are afraid. Afraid that you will be defeated by my husband. Actually, you have already lost. The moon god emperor continued. Nonsense. I, God Emperor Swordless, am invincible in the divine realm. What can a mere ancient sword emperor do to me? After the sacred light religious leader is destroyed, I will personally twist ancient sword emperor's head off. God Emperor Swordless said coldly. Don't worry, I will let you see it with your own eyes. I'm afraid you won't have that chance. The moon god emperor said calmly. Humph. God Emperor Swordless snorted coldly and turned to leave. The entire divine realm was incomparably oppressive. This was the rhythm before the storm. Everyone knew that an unprecedented war was unavoidable. Originally, they thought that with God Emperor Swordless and ancient Sword Emperor working together, they could suppress the sacred light religious leader. But now, it was a little dangerous. For 10,000 years, Feng Chun had disappeared without a trace. The bone progenitor and the others had almost turned the entire divine realm upside down, but they could not find any trace of him. Even Empress Shi, the famous 3-year-old empress, disappeared with him. This was the greatest mystery of the divine realm in 10,000 years. Rumble, 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 the sky and earth changed. Dark clouds filled the sky, completely covering the clear sky. The divine realm shook. All the god emperors floated in the air at the same time, their faces gloomy. A thunderous voice resounded through the sky. The war was about to come. For novels to read, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this site immediately. /+ come quickly. Gialishi download mobile app. Chapter 2046. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The god emperors of the god world were all paying attention to the situation in the easternmost land. The sacred light religion leader was also eyeing the god emperors of the god world. The ceasefire agreement hadn't come yet, so both sides didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, violating the oath of the martial path wouldn't be a joke. The two sides were in a standoff, and the atmosphere in the god world was oppressive. Reincarnation Palace. God Emperor Ling, she was also paying attention to the situation in the easternmost land. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were fixed on the Reincarnation Pagoda. For nearly 10,000 years, the Reincarnation Pagoda had been very quiet. But today it was unusually violent. Are the four of them coming out? God Emperor Ling, she muttered to herself. When Fong Chun left, he had entrusted the four of them to her care. She had taken care of them for 10,000 years. Being able to last 10,000 years in the Reincarnation Pagoda was enough to show their great potential. Boom! Sure enough, as God Emperor Ling she expected, the Reincarnation Pagoda shone with golden light. The terrifying power of the laws of reincarnation instantly swept through the huge Reincarnation Palace. Whoosh! A golden beam of light shot out from the Reincarnation Pagoda, followed by wild laughter in the sky. Ha ha! I've finally become a god emperor. It was Little Mouse's voice. After 10,000 years, he had finally stepped into the god emperor realm. Moreover, he was the only heaven-devouring god rat in the entire universe to have stepped into the god emperor realm. Where are Xiao Huang and the others? Little Mouse somersaulted a few times in the sky, then landed on the ground. The aura around him was so strong that even God Emperor Ling, she felt a little stifled. So strong. God Emperor Ling, she stared at Little Mouse, her heart trembling. At that moment, 3 golden lights shot out from the Reincarnation Pagoda. The scene was spectacular. The terrifying aura of a God Emperor spread out, shocking everyone. Ha ha! We've finally broken through. The 4 fellows looked at each other, their faces filled with excitement. Among them, Little Mouse and Xiao Huang's auras were obviously the strongest. Xiao Hai and Pangolin's were comparatively weaker. Brother Shu, how is it? Xiao Huang asked hurriedly. It's more than enough to deal with the strongest God Emperors, the Little Mouse grinned. Congratulations. God Emperor Ling, she walked up to the 4 of them and chuckled. Where's boss? Little Mouse asked. Your boss left 10,000 years ago. God Emperor Ling, she said. He seemed to have something important to do, so he asked me to take care of you. Let's go and find boss. After not seeing boss for 10,000 years, they were also very excited. After bidding farewell to God Emperor Ling Shi, the 4 God Emperors quickly left the Reincarnation Hall and returned to the Sky Bone Palace. However, just as they were about to reach Golden Peak Island, they encountered a violent storm. Then, Xiao Huang's face gradually turned serious. What's wrong? Little Mouse was the first to notice Xiao Huang's abnormality. He asked hurriedly, I can feel the royal ants approaching. They are very, very strong, Xiao Huang said. For Xiao Huang to say so, the royal ants must be very strong. No matter how strong they are, as long as they come, we brothers will help you destroy them. Little Mouse said with a wave of his hand. Rumble. The waves on the surface of the sea were turbulent. Suddenly, a terrifying water pillar shot up into the sky. Above the water pillar, there was a huge royal ant. Its pitch-black eyes were fixed on Xiao Huang. "If I devour you, I will become the true royal ant of this era of the universe," the huge royal ant said in a deep voice. After waking up from his slumber, he had been searching for the heavenly devil ant emperor. But later, he found out that the heavenly devil ant emperor had died long ago. After 10,000 years, he had devoured all the royal ants in the god world. Just now, he had sensed the aura of the royal ant emperor, so he rushed over. "Big guy, you're just like that. You want to devour my brother? Have you asked for my permission?" Little Mouse curled his lips. "The four of us brothers will attack together and kill this big guy." Little C said, "I have just stepped into the celestial arch realm and haven't really made a move yet. If I devour him, I can become the royal ant," Xiao Huang said. The other three guys knew how important Xiao Huang was to the royal ant position. It could be said that as a royal ant, his ultimate goal was to become the royal ant. Now, the opportunity was right in front of them. Little Mouse and the other two wanted to use practical actions to help Xiao Huang. "Xiao Huang, the four of us will work together and cripple him first. Then, you could devour him. It will be faster this way." Little Mouse said, "We are anxious to see our boss." The four of them came to a unanimous decision. Then, they unleashed their terrifying celestial arch realm aura. "After so many years, you have all forgotten my majesty." The huge royal ant sneered. Wild aura spread out and fought with Little Mouse and the other three. 15 minutes later, a miserable shriek came from the huge royal ant's mouth. Although he was a powerful royal ant that had fought with the demonic heavenly ant emperor before, he couldn't resist Little Mouse and the other three at all. He was crippled in an instant. Blood splattered all over the sky. Two of his antennae were also cut off. Such a weakling dares to fight with Xiao Huang for the royal ant? What a joke. Little Mouse sneered. "Yeah, Xiao Huang, hurry up and devour him," Little C said with a smile. "Luckily, the four of us have all broken through to the celestial arch realm. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome if we met this ugly guy," Pangolin said. The four of them were very talented. They were almost invincible in the same realm. Now that they had entered the celestial arch realm, their strength had far surpassed the first and second stage celestial thearchs. They were already comparable to the third stage celestial thearchs. With the four of them working together, one could imagine what benefits the huge royal ant could reap. "I can't accept this." The royal ant race raised its head and roared angrily. Countless years ago, he was defeated by the demonic heavenly ant emperor and fell into an endless slumber. Now that he had finally recovered and returned, he was defeated by an unknown royal ant. He could not accept this. However, it was to no avail. Under Xiao Huang's powerful devouring power, the huge royal ant's body gradually disappeared. Dong! When Goldie absorbed all of the royal ant tribe's power, his body underwent an earth-shattering change. Roar! With a roar, Xiao Huang transformed into his original form. His body expanded rapidly and was covered with a layer of golden light. At the same time, the violent royal ant's power condensed into a golden crown above his head. Royal Ant, Little Mouse, and the other two were overjoyed. The royal ant was the supreme existence of the royal ant tribe, whether in terms of status or strength. Once one became the royal ant, he would be able to rule over all the ants in the universe. It was a great honor. Xiao Huang had gone through countless efforts and finally became the royal ant Dong. The turbulent sea instantly calmed down. Xiao Huang transformed into his human form again with a smile on his face. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Xiao Huang asked in surprise. "Hey, you're already the royal ant. Why haven't you changed?" Little Mouse asked curiously. "Yeah, we thought you'd become even uglier." Little C chuckled. "Actually, it's not that you haven't changed. You're a little better looking. You can finally integrate into our circle of people who rely on their faces to make a living." Pangolin, who usually did not like to joke, was teasing Xiao Huang. "You guys," Xiao Huang was helpless. Being with these three bad friends, he had to accept their occasional craziness. "Forget it. I don't want to lower myself to your level," Xiao Huang said deliberately. At this moment, Little Mouse remembered. By the way, Xiao Huang, you're the royal aunt of the God realm. Quickly come up with a title. I've already thought about it. I'll be called Astro Emperor. Xiao Huang said with a smile. Everything I have today is given to me by Boss. Without Boss, there would be no me. Shouldn't the three of us also have titles? Little Mouse chuckled. Brother Mouse, you're the heaven-devouring divine rat. How about the heaven-devouring divine emperor? Xiao Huang said. Okay, from now on, I'm the heaven-devouring divine emperor. Immediately after, Little C and Pangolin were also given the title of divine emperor. Divine Emperor Pegasus, Divine Emperor Mountain Piercer. Let's go. The four of us will go see Boss first, and then travel the God realm. Little Mouse said with a smile, who dares to bully us? The divine emperors did not care about the waves in the West Sea at all. Their eyes were focused on the holy light religion in the easternmost land. For novels to read, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this site immediately. Chapter 2047. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Heavenly Bone Palace. Didcom Little Mouse and the other three quickly returned. However, after searching the entire Heavenly Bone Palace, they couldn't find any trace of Boss. Boss is not here. Let's go. I found Tion Xin. Let's ask him. Little Mouse rushed to Tion Xin's residence. Tion Xin, who was in a daze, suddenly heard someone calling him. He quickly turned around and found that it was Little Mouse and the other three. Tion Xin, Boss. Before Little Mouse could finish his words, he found Tion Xin's abnormality. He quickly walked to Tion Xin's side and grabbed Tion Xin's wrist. Instantly, he was furious. Who did this? The other three guys were also furious. They were all shouting that they wanted to take revenge for Tion Xin. Tion Xin shook his head and was unwilling to say, I can endure this injury. I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me. Boom! The four of them released their God Emperor aura and said, the four of us are already God Emperors. If we join hands, we won't be in any danger in God world. You are Boss's disciple, but you met with such a calamity. No matter what, we have to take revenge for you. Tion Xin, where is Boss? Under the four guys' questioning, Tion Xin finally told them everything that happened in the past 10,000 years. After they heard it, their hearts were filled with unprecedented anger, crippling Tion Xin's cultivation and imprisoning sister-in-law. There is no need for South Tomb Sword Palace to exist. Little Mouse suppressed his anger and said, Boss and Sheer must have gone to Yuan Desolation Land. Since they are not around, we have to take on the responsibility of saving sister-in-law. Xiao Huang said, how is it? Do you have confidence in encircling South Tomb Sword Palace? Little Hai asked. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Little Mouse was furious. He took the lead and left Heavenly Bone Palace. The experts of God World basically gathered at the border of the easternmost land to confront Holy Light religion. God Emperor Swordless also gathered with the strongest God Emperors. Wujian, the 10,000-year period is about to come. Next, we'll have to rely on you, God Emperor Destruction said. Don't worry. With me around, nothing will happen to the divine world. God Emperor Swordless said indifferently. In any case, he had to destroy Holy Light religion first. However, just as Emperor God Swordless was chatting with the other Emperor Gods, there was a sudden tremor from the extreme south. What's going on? God Emperor Destruction was confused. Battle ripples. It seems like God Emperors are fighting. All the God Emperors of the divine world are here. Who is fighting the Black Emperor? God Emperor Swordless' pitch-black eyes stared in the direction of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Right at this moment, a miserable shriek resounded throughout the entire God realm. Master, save me. The God Emperors were all shocked when they heard this. The voice belonged to the Black Tharch. Their hearts trembled. The Black Tharch was a second-tier, top-notch God Emperor. Who could force the Black Tharch into such a state? Courting death. Emperor God Swordless bellowed. He tore open the void and returned to the South Tomb Sword Palace. The sword palace of the South Tomb had already been reduced to ruins. Only the sword battle villa remained unscathed due to the powerful barriers. Sister-in-law, wait till we destroy the South Tomb sword palace. Then we will save you. Little Mouse said to Star and Moon. Then he started a massacre on the people of the South Tomb sword palace. Miserable shrieks could be heard from the South Tomb sword palace. In the blink of an eye, the South Tomb sword palace was in a sorry state. Almost all the ordinary martial artists were dead. The combined attack of the 4 god emperors was too powerful. Even the Black Emperor was prepared to run away. Unfortunately, the 4 of them came in anger. How could they let the Black Emperor escape? You were the one who destroyed Tian Xian's cultivation. The 4 of them surrounded the Black Sovereign in the middle. The little rat punched the Black Sovereign hard, and the latter's bones were instantly shattered. Then you can go and die. The 4 of them launched their strongest attacks. The Black Emperor could not resist at all. Stop! Right at this moment, the void tore open and a terrifying vortex appeared. Within the vortex, a furious roar could be heard. You can't stop it. Little Mouse used the heaven-devouring god rat's powerful ability and destroyed the Black Emperor's primordial spirit. When God Emperor Swordless arrived, the Black Emperor was already dead. Seeing the corpse on the ground, God Emperor Swordless was furious. It's you guys. God Emperor Swordless' gaze swept across the 4 of them. He said coldly, "Do you know the consequences of doing this? Old man, don't act tough here. The 4 of us are here to destroy the South Tomb sword palace," Little Mouse said. Good, very good. God Emperor Swordless' anger had reached a certain level. He held the huge black sword in his hand and slashed it down, splitting the ground into 2. All of you must die. Rumble. The battle between the 4 god emperors and God Emperor Swordless shocked the entire god world. The many god emperors at the edge of the easternmost land sent their projections down. It was a shocking scene. Below, the flames of war continued and people were dying. The South Tomb sword palace had turned into ruins. Other than God Emperor Swordless, everyone else had died, including the Black Emperor. Aren't the 4 of them God Emperor Swordless spiritual pets? Oh my God! God Emperor Swordless spiritual pets have all entered the God Emperor realm? Is the Golden Age really here? Many God Emperors exclaimed. They couldn't accept the sudden appearance of 4 God Emperors. What shocked them even more was that the 4 of them could fight God Emperor Swordless even if they worked together. They really destroyed the South Tomb sword palace. At this moment, the sacred light religion master sneered in the sky above the easternmost land. The cultivators of the god world have always been like this. Infighting seemed to be a trait of the human race. You guys fight first. It won't be long before the entire god world is mine. The 4 god emperors became famous in the god world. While they were fighting God Emperor Swordless, Feng Chun, who was comprehending the Tao in the Star Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. Every action of his could cause the origin of the universe to move. His entire body was wrapped by the laws and orders. It was as if his willpower could represent the willpower of the cosmos. This was the result of cultivating the laws and orders to the limit. Ancestor Star River is truly formidable. Fengshen couldn't help but sigh. The other party had merely cultivated here and left behind some aura, yet gave him such a huge harvest. I have 1 foot in the cosmos god realm. I just need to absorb some more of the origin of the cosmos before breaking through. Fengshen thought. Voila! The door opened, and Fengshen walked out. Father! Fengshen excitedly called out. Did you really succeed? After sensing the aura on Fengshen's body, the illusory figure knew that he had succeeded. He didn't dare to imagine that someone would succeed in this cosmos epic. Many thanks, Senior. After exchanging a few words with Fengshen cupped his fists and thanked the illusory figure. The illusory figure waved his hand and laughed. Your Hotian potential is amazing. You are the most heaven-defying genius I have seen in the past dozen epochs. Stepping into the cosmos god realm is no longer an obstacle for you. It's just that the origin of this miniature cosmos is too thin. After you leave the miniature cosmos and head to the primal chaos void, you can become a cosmos god. Furthermore, with your current strength, even if you don't become a cosmos god, you can still fight against cosmos gods. The current Feng Chun was the strongest god emperor in reality. I knew that father is the best. Feng Shi smiled brilliantly. Only his father could fight against cosmos gods as a god emperor. Senior, how long have I been comprehending the Tao? Feng Chen asked. About 10,000 years. What? Feng Chen's expression changed greatly when he heard that. He anxiously said, Damn it, 10,000 years have passed. I wonder how the war between the sacred light religion and the deity world is progressing. Thinking of this, he hurriedly cupped his fists. Senior, I have completed all the trials and obtained what I want. Can I leave this place now? Of course. The illusory figure laughed. The war between the deity world and the sacred light religion has yet to erupt. You don't have to be too worried. After you're done with the matters in the deity world and are prepared to head to the primal chaos void, you can make a trip here. Senior, how do I find this stone fragment space by then? Feng Chun let out a sigh of relief before asking. Your body contains the aura of the Star River ancestor. As long as you release it, the Star River space will naturally sense your existence and bring you here. Error-free novel reading. Please visit. Friends, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this site immediately. This is a mobile app launched by this site. It provides you with rich novel resources and supports reading without the internet. For the sake of saving mobile data. Sheng Wangle. Chapter 2048. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Divided by Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At the bottom of the North Sea, two figures suddenly appeared. Everyone, please search. Novels. MN. Feng Chun and Feng Shi, who had just come out from the stone fragment space, suddenly felt the oppressive air. What's going on? Feng Chun immediately spread out his spiritual sense and discovered the many god emperors who were confronting the holy light religion. Voila! The father and daughter pair floated out of the water. Feng Shi's face immediately turned gloomy. Mother has been imprisoned, Feng Shi said in a low voice. What? Who dares to imprison you where? Feng Chen's chest was burning with anger. South Tomb, Sword Palace. Saying that, Feng Shi grabbed his father's arm and tore through the void, arriving above the South Tomb, Sword Palace. To cosmos gods, they could travel across the entire deity world with a thought. Little Mouse and the other three? Feng Chen saw Little Mouse and the other three at a glance. They were currently fighting with God Emperor Swordless. The South Tomb Sword Palace had already turned into ruins. And above the ruins, the intact sword battle manor was very conspicuous. When Feng Chun saw that beautiful figure in the sword battle manor, the anger in his heart reached its peak. Daring to deal with my mother, I want him to die. Feng Shi was prepared to act, but he was stopped by Feng Chun. Go save your mother first. Xiao, God Emperor Swordless, set up a seal, but to Feng Shi, it was simply an insignificant skill. With a light wave of his hand, the powerful seal was shattered. Xingyu, who had been pacing back and forth in the sword-fighting villa, suddenly missed her husband and daughter. She was extremely excited. Brother Chun, Xingyu's body trembled. She quickly ran over and hugged the two of them. Yuer, I'll let you suffer. Yuen's pale face made Feng Chun feel pain in his heart. It was all his fault that Star and Moon became like this. Mother, no one will bully you in the future. Feng Shi said. Brother Chun, hurry up and save Little Mouse and the others, Star and Moon suddenly said. Sure, take good care of your mother. Feng Chen took a step forward and entered the battlefield. At this moment, the four fellows who were surrounding Emperor God Swordless suffered a huge impact. Their bodies were like kites as they flew out. Voila! Just as they were flying backwards, they suddenly felt a heavy power forcefully blocking their bodies. When they steadied themselves, they realized that their boss had returned. Boss, you're back. The four of them surrounded Feng Chun excitedly. Boss, you're finally back. This guy imprisoned sister-in-law. The four of us can't beat him, Xiao Huang said. Boss, this guy is too despicable. We must kill him. Tian Xion's cultivation was crippled by them. Little C said. Hearing that, Fong Chen's face changed. Immediately, his pitch-black eyes stared at Emperor God Swordless. Ancient Sword Emperor? Emperor God Swordless didn't expect that he would meet Ancient Sword Emperor again in such a manner. Emperor God Swordless, you're not bad. You imprisoned my wife and crippled my disciples' cultivation, Fong Chen said calmly. The calmer he was, the more terrifying it was. At this moment, the many emperor gods who were watching the battle at the edge of the easternmost land were shocked. Ancient Sword Emperor is back. It was unknown who shouted, but instantly, countless warriors were shouting Ancient Sword Emperor's name. Bone Progenitor was also very excited. I knew you would come back. 10,000 years ago, Ancient Sword Emperor's strength was already comparable to Emperor God Swordless. 10,000 years later, I wonder how strong he is now. Imprisoned Ancient Sword Emperor's wife and crippled his disciples' cultivation. Ancient Sword Emperor's heart was burning with anger. This battle will not end until one of us dies. Hurry up and ask Emperor God of Destruction to persuade them. We can't have internal strife in front of a great enemy. The other Emperor Gods were also trying to kill Emperor God of Destruction. Emperor God of Destruction's projection descended and cupped his hands at Fong Chen. Ancient Sword Emperor, it's a great fortune for God Realm that you can come back. However, can you put down your personal grudges for the sake of the enemy? The Holy Light Religion's master is extremely powerful. Only if you and Emperor God Swordless work together can you suppress him. I hope that both of you can restrain yourselves. After Holy Light Religion is destroyed, you can do whatever you want. Emperor God of Destruction said slowly. Fong Chen waved his hand and said, I came back this time to help God Realm get rid of Holy Light Religion. Emperor God of Destruction, you don't have to say much. Emperor God Swordless will die today. As for Holy Light Religion, you don't have to worry. They won't be able to do anything. Boom! Fong Chen's words were heard by all the experts in God Realm. Everyone cried out in surprise. How strong was Gu Jindi? How could he be so confident in himself? Was it blind confidence, or was he really powerful? In an instant, all the experts were discussing Ancient Sword Emperor and analyzing his growth in power over the past 10,000 years. This Emperor God of Destruction didn't know what to say. However, Shun's gaze was firm. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and stop trying to persuade him. Emperor God Swordless, who was floating in midair, stared at Fong Chen with his cold eyes. He was filled with murderous intent. Fong Chen, you are too arrogant. That's because I have the power, Fong Chen said. Hee, what a boastful tone. I like to see how you are going to kill me today. Emperor God Swordless sneered. However, I have to remind you that your 4 brothers destroyed my foundation. I will not forget this grudge. After I kill you, I will kill everyone who has come in contact with you. Sword God Emperor's swordless body emitted a terrifying sword chi. He did not conceal his killing intent towards Fong Chen at all. At the moment when this fellow destroyed the South Tomb's sword palace, his heart was filled with fury. As long as he was given more time, he would definitely be able to suppress these 4 fellows and kill them. But it's a pity that Fong Chen returned at this moment. Nevertheless, he returned at the right time. He did not sense any ripple of aura from Fong Chen. The latter should not have become a cosmos god yet. He had improved greatly over the past 10,000 years. He had not believed that Fong Chen could improve that much. Hence, this battle would be the battle for him to become the commander of the God Realm. Boss, this old man is very strong. Let's work together, Little Mouse said in a low voice. That's right, boss. We must not be rash, Xiao Huang advised. They had personally experienced how powerful Emperor God Swordless was and were worried for their boss. No need. I can kill this kind of trash in a matter of minutes. Fong Chen's words were filled with confidence. The 4 of you should retreat to the sword battle manor and wait for me, Fong Chen said. Little Mouse and the other 3 understood their boss's personality. They gave him a deep look before returning to the sword battle manor. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Little Mouse asked. I'm fine. Moon God Emperor lightly shook her head. It's been 10,000 years since we last met. That little thing has already grown into a big girl. Little Mouse wanted to tease her. It's just that she was still feeling sad and angry about Tion Xion's cultivation being crippled and her mother being imprisoned for 10,000 years. She was not in the mood to joke with Little Mouse and the others. You don't have to be too sad. That old thief Emperor God Swordless will definitely be killed by boss today. Little Mouse consoled. Shi's beautiful eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at Emperor God Swordless. If not for Father stopping me, I would have killed him long ago. At the same time, in the easternmost land. What a good show. The Sacred Light Religion leader laughed sinisterly as he watched the internal strife. The God Emperors of the God Realm are nothing to be afraid of. Before the war even started, there was already an internal strife. Furthermore, it is a war between the two strongest God Emperors of the God Realm. The Vice Religion leaders said, one of them will definitely fall in this war, and the other will be heavily injured even if he doesn't die. Even the heavens are helping our Sacred Light Religion. However, what they did not know was that the other party did not treat them as anything. With Shi's strength, she could wipe out the Sacred Light Religion with a thought. It's just that their attention was currently on Emperor God Swordless. At the same time, they were completely infuriated by the series of actions of Emperor God Swordless. They would deal with Emperor God Swordless first, and take revenge before dealing with their Sacred Light Religion. But if Cosmos gods wanted to hide their aura, they would not be able to detect it no matter how strong they were. Occupy the God Realm, and then devour the origin of the cosmos. The Sacred Light Religion leader seemed to have a beautiful life waiting for him as he laughed wildly. For novels to read, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this site immediately. This site is a godly tool for reading novels. All novels are updated at the speed of light, allowing fans to not have to wait in torment and not miss any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow the public on WeChat Seijingxiashu download this site's reader. Chapter 2049. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Both sides were at daggers drawn. Emperor God Swordless purposely released a terrifying aura to increase the pressure on Fong Chun. Everyone please search. Novels. However, in such a tense situation, Fong Chun suddenly said something that made no sense. Do you know what the real, strongest Emperor God is? Emperor God Swordless was stunned when he heard Fong Chen's words. Then he sneered. No matter what you say, the title of the strongest Emperor God will never fall on you. After saying so much, you actually don't know how strong the strongest Emperor God is? Fong Chun spread his hands and said, the strongest Emperor God is not the end of the Emperor God realm. The real strongest Emperor God is an expert that can shock the past and dazzle the present and sweep away everything. However, you will see it very soon. Fong Chun smiled mysteriously. The eyes of the entire God realm were fixed on the ruins of the South Tomb Sword Palace. They were waiting for the appearance of an unprecedented battle. After saying so much, does it mean that you have a guilty conscience? Are you trying to provoke me with words? Emperor God Swordless sneered as if he did not care about Fong Chen's plan. A guilty conscience can also destroy you. Fong Chun said indifferently. Boom! Under the ruins, an extremely terrifying sword aura suddenly surged. Emperor God Swordless spread his hands as if he was going to lift up the entire earth. Oh no, he is absorbing the aura of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Emperor God of Destruction shouted at the edge of the easternmost land. Each of the 7 top forces had their own unique aura. This aura was not something that could be formed in a day or two. The aura of the aura was extremely terrifying. It was completely compatible with the cultivation path of the South Tomb Sword Palace. At this moment, Emperor God Swordless was absorbing the aura of the South Tomb Sword Palace into his palms. He was going to suppress Fong Chen quickly. Aura of the South Tomb Sword Palace? Fong Chen curled his lips and said, it's useless to struggle. Your outcome has already been decided. Love go little say W. That's right. When the South Tomb Sword Palace provoked his disciple and wife, the swordless God Emperor's fate was already sealed. He had to die. Otherwise, the hatred in his heart would never be appeased. I hope you can still be so confident later. God Emperor Swordless, who was surrounded by terrifying auras, said coldly. Then he waved his hand, and an extremely rich foundation aura instantly entered his body. Southern Tomb, Killing Sword. Emperor God Swordless bellowed, and a supreme-grade, true god weapon, the huge black sword, appeared in his palm. A murderous aura that was so terrifying that it made people tremble filled the surroundings of the huge black sword. At the same time, the rich aura of foundation quickly penetrated into it. The Southern Tomb Killing Sword was Emperor Swordless' strongest divine art so far. It was also a divine art that he created after taking that step, which had extremely strong offensive power. To be able to die under my strongest attack, you should be proud. Emperor God Swordless' voice came from the sky. It was extremely shocking. The air in the entire southernmost land was extremely oppressive. Some of the weaker martial artists prostrated themselves on the ground, and their bodies trembled continuously. Even the Emperor gods at the edge of the southernmost land were shocked. Emperor God Swordless is too strong. Yeah, just the aura that he exudes is enough to make me tremble. Emperor God Swordless' strength has long surpassed ours. The first time he attacked, he used his trump card. He wants to intimidate the entire god world by killing Feng Chun. The 9 great emperor gods exclaimed in surprise. Bone Progenitor's face was solemn, although he believed that his disciple wouldn't be reckless. After sensing Emperor God Swordless' aura, he was still worried. It's just a small trick. After the sword aura in Emperor God's swordless body had accumulated to a certain level, he suddenly waved his hand and slashed out. The huge black sword pierced through the sky. Wherever it passed, the space shattered. The aura was so strong that it covered the entire southernmost land. The sword was fierce and overbearing. Its power was outstanding. However, Feng Chun stood there quietly without any fear in his eyes. Xiao, the huge black sword brought along an aura that made the god emperors tremble. It suddenly slashed down on Feng Chen's body. At that moment, the wild sword aura engulfed Feng Chen's body. How is it? Many god emperors were curiously looking at the storm at the center of the battlefield. They were eager to know if Feng Chun could withstand the attack of Emperor God Swordless. Die! Emperor God Swordless felt the huge black sword pausing for a moment before increasing its strength. His face was filled with a sinister smile. Oh! Nevertheless, under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone, a black hole maelstrom appeared where Feng Chun stood. It rapidly devoured the terrifying sword aura storm. Following that, a tall figure with sword aura flashing around him resisted against the huge black sword of Emperor God Swordless. Heavens, he actually used his body to resist against it. I'm not dreaming. Is this real? Has he become a cosmos god? That previous attack of Emperor God Swordless shocked the other god emperors. They believed that it was impossible for them to resist against it. Even if the 9 of them worked together, they would still be in a difficult situation. But now, Feng Chun relied on his own strength to resist against the attack of the huge black sword. How could this be? Emperor God Swordless, who was preparing to reap the life of Feng Chun, had a huge change in expression. He cried out involuntarily, "You want to kill me with just this little strength?" Feng Chun grinned. He revealed a mocking smile. Soon after, while Emperor God Swordless was still in shock, Shuang gathered all his strength and punched out. Dong! It was a simple punch, yet contained Feng Chun's strongest strength. If this strength was released, the entire extreme Southland would be destroyed. This was a strength comparable to that of a cosmos god. When Feng Chun's fist struck on the body of Emperor God Swordless, the latter let out a miserable cry. His body was directly sent flying. Gotcha! Because Feng Chun's fist was too strong, both arms of Emperor God Swordless were directly broken. Like a kite, he heavily smashed onto the ruins. The entire deity world was dead silent. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape, as if they were dreaming. The hearts of the 9 supreme god emperors were also filled with a huge wave of shock. The gap between God Emperors was actually so huge. Fang Chun had clearly not broken through, yet he could send Emperor God Swordless, who had surpassed the supreme God Emperor, flying with a single punch. Is this real? Many people rubbed their eyes hard. They did not dare believe this scene. Voila! After a long time, cheers could be heard in the world. Everyone was cheering for Fang Chen's strength. Even the 9 supreme God Emperors were incomparably excited. Ha ha! I knew that Fang Chen wouldn't disappoint me. Bone Progenitor laughed the happiest. The deity world is saved. Ancient Sword Emperor's strength is no longer at the God Emperor level. His strength should be comparable to a cosmos god. On the ruins of the southern tomb Sword Palace, Emperor God Swordless was covered in blood. He was in a sorry state. He stood up with difficulty. His eyes were filled with terror. I am not resigned to this. Emperor God Swordless roared towards the sky. He had planned for so many years, yet in the end, he failed because of Fang Chun. If he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Now, what else do you have to say? Fang Chun strolled in the void, walking towards Emperor God Swordless step by step. The latter closed his eyes in pain. He gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a difficult decision. Even if I die, I won't let you humiliate me. Saying that, Emperor God Swordless roared. He activated his strength and rushed towards Fang Chun. He wanted to use self-destruction to injure or even kill Fang Chun. Is that so? A murderous intent flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. He did not hesitate to slash out with his sword, destroying the body and primordial spirit of Emperor God Swordless. Voila! Before he could self-destruct, the body of Emperor God Swordless disintegrated into nothingness. Wong. Only the trembling ruins below proved that Emperor God Swordless had fallen. A murderous aura could be felt in the air. Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the extreme Southland. Many God Emperors by the boundary of the extreme Eastland were excited, trembling, and ecstatic. And Sacred Light religious leader, who was above the Sacred Light religion, had a gloomy expression after seeing this. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Sacred Light religious leader could not understand. He thought that he was the strongest God Emperor. But after sensing Fang Chen's strength, he was shocked. No, I will definitely not let him destroy my plan. Definitely not. Sacred Light religious leader roared with a savage expression. Error-free novel reading. Please visit friends. Please bookmark this website to read the latest novel. You can search for and find this website immediately. This is a mobile app launched by this website. It provides you with rich novel resources and supports reading without the internet. For the sake of saving mobile data. Sheng Wangle. Chapter 2050. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small. We provide you with exciting novels to read. Shock. Other than shock, there was still more shock. No one could describe the complicated feelings in their hearts at this moment. All along, Ancient Sword Emperor had been creating one legend after another. And this time, he killed God Emperor Swordless with a single strike. It was too shocking. God Emperor Swordless strength was something that even the 9 strongest God Emperors couldn't defeat. Yet, such a powerhouse was so weak in Fang Chen's eyes. The funny thing was that God Emperor Swordless even imprisoned Ancient Sword Emperor's wife, wanting to use her to force Ancient Sword Emperor. In the end, he died on the spot. The eyes of the entire God realm were focused on Fang Chun. The latter turned around and landed in Sword Battle Villa. It's all in the past. When facing Moon God Emperor, Fang Chun blamed himself. If it wasn't for him, Yuer wouldn't have been imprisoned for 10,000 years. It's fine. Star and Moon shook his head with an excited smile on his face. Little Mouse and the other 3 at the side were in an uproar. As expected of my boss, aren't you too strong? Little Mouse opened his eyes wide and asked in disbelief. Yeah, the 4 of us are considered strong God Emperors, but we couldn't defeat God Emperor Swordless even if we worked together. Boss, you sent him flying with a single punch. Xiao Huang grinned. Amazing. Little Hai and Pangolin also gave him a thumbs up. Fang Chun patted Star and Moon's shoulder lightly, and then smiled at his battle companions. The four of you have finally broken through. Fang Chun smiled. Boom! At this moment, a deafening sound rang in the sky of the God realm. It was as if heaven and earth had just been created. All the Emperor God experts turned their attention to the easternmost land. Their faces were filled with excitement. The enemy that had lasted for 10,000 years was finally going to be destroyed. Destroy holy light religion. Everyone was shouting crazily. They knew that there was no suspense in this battle. No matter how strong holy light religion's master was, he couldn't be ancient sword emperor's opponent. Let's go. In the sky above the land of the far east, the sacred light religion master had a ferocious look on his face. He took the initiative to launch an attack. As he punched out, a large number of God emperors were affected. Then, his figure flashed, and he quickly disappeared into the sky. You want to leave? In the sword-fighting villa, Fang Shi muttered when he saw this. Soon after, fear appeared on the face of the holy light religion's leader. His body uncontrollably flew to the sky above the land of extreme south. What happened? The sacred light religion leader felt that his body was being restrained by a powerful force. This is the aura of a cosmos god. Finally, sacred light religion master discovered the aura of a cosmos god. His gaze landed on the battle sword villa below. Empress Shi's eyes dilated. Her heart trembled. How is this possible? The sacred light religion leader's face was filled with helplessness as he shouted crazily. Hoo-hoo-hoo! 9 omnipotent emperor gods descended onto the sky above the land of extreme south and surrounded the master of holy light. Ancient sword emperor, please make your move and kill the holy light religion master. God Emperor Destruction clasped his fists towards Fang Chun and requested. He knew that it was impossible for the 9 of them to fight against the sacred light religion leader. Fang Chun lightly nodded. Just as he was about to act, Fang Shi was one step ahead of him. Father, let me do it. Fang Shi's delicate figure leaped and arrived in front of the sacred light religion leader. What was shocking was that the sacred light religion leader did not move at all. She was terrified. Impossible. How can you be a cosmos god? The sacred light religion leader crazily shouted, startling the 9 omnipotent god emperors around him. What? Cosmos god? At this moment, everyone recalled that Fang Shi had already stepped into the god emperor realm at the age of 3 and was known as Emperor Shi. 10,000 years had passed, and it seemed reasonable for her to become a cosmos god. Even so, everyone was still shocked. A cosmos god has finally appeared. The 9 omnipotent god emperors tried their best to shake their heads. It felt like they were dreaming. A cosmos god had finally appeared in the Golden Age. This was the realm they wanted to reach after working hard for countless years. The sacred light religion should not exist in the first place. Fang Shi's red lips parted slightly as she said with a delicate voice. Following that, her white finger lightly tapped out. At that moment, the world changed. The origin source energy of the cosmos tilted downwards, turning into a spear that pierced through the body of the sacred light religion leader. Kacha! The sacred light religion leader fell. Heavens! The 9 omnipotent god emperors felt their hearts trembling. Is this the technique of a cosmos god? Everyone exclaimed. With the death of the sacred light religion leader, the sacred light religion was like a headless fly. They did not have any ability to resist. I'll leave the rest to all of you. Fang Shi gave a brilliant smile. She returned to the sword battle manor to the side of her mother. Many thanks to Sir Fang Shi for acting and saving the divine realm. The gap between god emperors and cosmos gods was too huge. Even though God Emperor Destruction and the others were much older than Fang Shi, they still addressed Fang Shi as Sir. In the following period, the 9 omnipotent god emperors worked together, causing the sacred light religion in the easternmost land to crumble. In just 3 days, the sacred light religion had completely become history in the divine realm. All the warriors were cheering. The divine realm had finally entered an era of peace. What was originally thought to be an unparalleled battle ended in such a manner. It was out of the expectations of all the god emperors. After this battle, The names of Ancient Sword Emperor and Feng Shi spread throughout the cosmos. Especially Feng Shi. He was addressed as Sir Shi by many warriors in the cosmos. His status was incomparably revered. Half a year after the Sacred Light religion was wiped out, a new superpower appeared in the Divine Realm called the Divine Light Palace. The Divine Light Palace had just been established, yet became the strongest superpower in the Divine Realm, surpassing the other 6 apex superpowers. Furthermore, the Divine Light Palace was recognized by many god emperors as the ruling superpower. It had the authority to rule over any superpower in the Divine Realm. At the same time, the Divine Light Palace represented the origin source of the cosmos, managing the peaceful operation of the entire cosmos. And the founder of the Divine Light Palace was Cosmos God Feng Shi. The territory of the Divine Light Palace was the largest in the entire Divine Realm. It gathered the 2 regions of the extreme east and the extreme south, integrating all the big and small superpowers in these 2 regions, eventually forming the Divine Light Palace. Not long after the Divine Light Palace was established, Feng Shi used his own name to send out invitations, inviting all the god emperors in the Divine Realm to gather at the Divine Light Palace. The headquarters of the Divine Light Palace was located near the Sword Mound, on the old site of the South Tomb Sword Palace. On this day, the headquarters of the Divine Light Palace was bustling with people coming and going. If it was during normal times, unless they had the permission of the higher-ups of the Divine Light Palace, even god emperors would not dare to barge into the headquarters of the Divine Light Palace. But today, the headquarters of the Divine Light Palace was open to the public. Father, the god emperors of the Divine Realm have all arrived. Let's go out. Feng Shi said with a brilliant smile. Feng Chen gently nodded. Ever since the Holy Light religion was dealt with, after the Divine Light religion was over, he had been living behind the scenes, accompanying his wife and daughter. He did not oppose Feng Shi establishing the Divine Light Palace. Instead, he supported it. His family and friends in the lower realm would ascend to the Divine Realm one day. It was not a bad choice to have a superpower to take care of them. He would eventually leave the Star River cosmos. Before leaving, he had to establish a superpower so that he would not have any worries after leaving. The moment Feng Chen and his family of 3 came out, there were many god emperors. Ha ha! Congratulations, Sir Shi. Many god emperors greeted Feng Shi before nodding to Feng Chen. A family with 3 god emperors was already a legend in the Divine Realm. Who would have thought that there would be a cosmos god among the 3 god emperors? It would be hard for anyone to break this record in the future. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Sit. Feng Shi waved his hand to the crowd before accompanying his parents to sit at the highest seat in the plaza. The 9 supreme god emperors sat at the secondary seats. The other ordinary god emperors sat at the lowest seats. Everyone, the Divine Realm, might have entered an era of peace. But there might be more dangers in the future. Hence, I have called everyone here to discuss the future of the Divine Realm. Feng Chen slowly said, with Ancient Sword Emperor and Sir Shi around, our Divine Realm will definitely be able to maintain peace. God Emperor Destruction said, that's right. The current Divine Light Palace is already on the right track. It is replacing the origin source of the cosmos to maintain the peace of the cosmos. Divine Light Palace is the judge of the cosmos. It can judge any superpower or warrior that destroys the cosmos. God Emperor Samsara nodded. This is something that we have all acknowledged. We hope that Divine Light Palace can lead the Divine Realm to continue moving forward. To read novels without mistakes, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. The free mobile novel reader is online. Read all the novels that cost more than $1 million for free. Smart bookshelf management. The novels you like will never be lost. We are committed to creating a better reading experience. Come and follow the official WeChat account. Zio Shuo Kahuduan. Chapter 2051. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small. Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Everyone knew that on the surface, Feng Shi was the palace master of the Divine Light Palace, but the final decision-maker was Ancient Sword Emperor. It was not because he was Feng Shi's father, but because his strength was unfathomable. The 9 supreme god emperors suspected that ancient sword emperor's strength was comparable to that of a cosmos god, and was comparable to Feng Shi. Of course, this was merely a guess. After all, no one had seen ancient sword emperor fighting against a cosmos god. The Divine Light Palace is a superpower established by my daughter, and its fundamental purpose is to maintain the peace of the cosmos. Everyone is right. Since the Divine Light Palace has the strength, it will definitely not pass on this responsibility and be a good leader, Feng Chen said. I hope that from today onwards, the various superpowers in the deity world can coexist peacefully. Following that, Feng Chen gave a series of speeches. Many god emperors were listening attentively. This concerned the future of the deity world, and they did not dare to be careless. And at the other banquets, Tian Xian, Qing Ho, and the others naturally became the focus of everyone. Many talented young geniuses were trying to rope in these people who had a good relationship with Feng Chen. After the Great War ended, Feng Shi used his cosmos god techniques to restore Tian Xian's cultivation. Not only did he restore it, he even improved it by a level. The entire banquet was extremely short, ending in just 3 days. After the various god emperors left, they all returned to their own superpowers and made different arrangements. Everyone knew that from today onwards, the strongest superpower in this cosmos would be the Divine Light Palace. The 6 apex superpowers were willing to submit to the Divine Light Palace. The status of the Divine Light Palace was transcendent, and the standards for recruiting disciples were very strict. Little Mouse and the other 3 started touring the deity world after the Great War ended. On the other hand, Feng Chen had once again arrived at the Yuan Desolation Impasse. Yinyang Valley, on the stone platform. The white-bearded old man and old Kuei sat cross-legged, sighing. Kid, you were just a divine emperor the last time I came. I didn't expect you to become the strongest emperor god in just 10,000 years. The white-bearded old man sighed. He and old Kuei had been paying attention to the great battle. After Shun dealt with Emperor God Swordless, they knew his true strength. It was no exaggeration to say that Feng Chen's current strength could be considered the strongest Emperor God in the Chaos Void. Senior, I feel like I've reached a bottleneck. It was hard to break through to the Cosmos God realm within this miniature cosmos. I'm preparing to reunite with my family. I'll stay for a while before leaving the miniature universe. Feng Chen cupped his fists at the two of them. Amen. The stronger the God Emperor realm, the greater the energy required to step into the Cosmos God realm. Even though you are a God Emperor now, your strength should be able to fight against ordinary Cosmos gods. The origin source energy of the miniature cosmos is scarce, and it is hard to break through. Old Kuei said, Feng Chen, when you leave the outer realm cosmos, you must be careful. Find the limitless sword sect as soon as possible. If there's an opportunity, I hope someone from the sect will come and fetch me. The white-bearded old man said. After waiting for so many years, his hope was rekindled. Elder White, rest assured, if I find the limitless sword sect, I'll definitely get someone from the sect to fetch you. Feng Chen promised. In reality, reaching the realm of Feng Chen, he was much stronger than the white-bearded old man and old Kuei. The two of them did not have anything they could help Feng Chen with. They could only inform Feng Chen about the situation within the limitless sword sect and the Cosmos God realm. Ding! The white-bearded old man lightly tapped with his finger. At that moment, a large amount of information entered the mind of Feng Chen. This is some information on the Cosmos God realm and the general introduction of the limitless sword sect. I hope it will be useful to you. The white-bearded old man said. The sacred light religion has been wiped out, and the deity world has entered an era of peace. Prepare well. Since you have a lot of time, there's no need for you to leave in a hurry. Old Kuei said. After bidding farewell to old Kuei and the white-bearded old man, Feng Chen made a trip back to the lower realm. He personally remodeled the Green Bamboo Island. The density of spiritual energy within was something no place in the lower realm could compare with. He told them about his thoughts. Some of his loved ones wanted to head to the deity world, and some were used to living a carefree life and chose to stay behind. There were also some like his mother, Luo Lu Li, who wished to rely on their own efforts to ascend to the deity world. His parents on Earth had also cultivated to a stage where they could protect themselves due to the large amount of resources he left behind. The two of them did not have any desires. They only wished to spend more time with their son. Hence, they followed Feng Chun to the deity world. Feng Chun specially opened up a space in the Divine Light Palace. He arranged for his loved ones from the lower realm to cultivate in this space. If they needed anything, they could find the higher-ups of the Divine Light Palace. It took him half a month to settle everything down. Divine Light Palace, Star Moon Palace Hall. Feng Chun sat on a stone stool. He was feeling the large amount of information transmitted into his mind. Cosmos God. His gaze landed on the detailed information regarding the cosmos gods. Everyone knew that above the deities were the heavenly gods, followed by the true gods. Feng Chun might be the strongest god emperor, but he still belonged to the category of true gods. And cosmos gods were existences above the true gods. They were extremely mysterious and rare within the miniature cosmos. Indeed, it is as I guessed. After summarizing the contents, Feng Chun chuckled. Cosmos gods were also divided into 3 minor realms. The first minor realm was called the Void Realm, the second was the Deity Imprint Realm, and the third was the Unity Realm. The Void Realm, as the name suggested, was an expert who had just left the miniature cosmos and could survive in the primal chaos void. They were known as Void Realm Cosmos gods. This type of cosmos god was the lowest level of warriors in the primal chaos void. Feng Chun's current strength was roughly at the Void Realm. The Deity Imprint Realm was a unique realm. It was also a transitional realm. Every cosmos god would transform the 6 great laws into deity imprints of order during their cultivation. The number of deity imprints determined the strength of the cosmos god, and the Unity Realm was the strongest realm amongst cosmos gods. Cosmos gods at this realm had to fuse all the deity imprints they comprehended together, improving themselves in all aspects before becoming the strongest cosmos god. Feng, she became an emperor at the age of 3. He had the myriad fusion body and became a Void Realm Cosmos god after reaching adulthood. After accumulating for 10,000 years, he comprehended the deity imprint of order and became a deity imprint Cosmos god. Cosmos gods are indeed incomparably mysterious. Feng Chun could not help but sigh. The primal chaos void was truly too huge. The miniature cosmos was merely a drop in the ocean of the primal chaos void. He only had the strength of the strongest god emperor, yet he could stand at the peak of the miniature cosmos. If he was placed in the primal chaos void, he would not be a threat at all. The road ahead is long. I still have to work harder. Feng Chun clenched his fists. He desired to reach the peak of the martial Tao. The white-bearded old man had only given him a detailed introduction of the cosmos gods. He did not know of any existences beyond the cosmos gods. Father, right at this moment, Feng Shi came over in a lively manner. Father, what are you thinking about? Feng Shi asked. I am researching on the ranks of cosmos gods. Feng Chun chuckled. His mood would be exceptionally good every time. Father, will you bring me along when you leave the primal chaos void? Feng Shi pitifully asked. Feng Chun shook his head, saying, the primal chaos void is too dangerous. Even though you are a cosmos god, your foundation is too shallow. Wait until I gain a firm foothold in the primal chaos void before coming back to fetch you and your mother. He didn't want his family to be involved in any kind of danger. Father, no matter what, I am still a deity imprint cosmos god. You are not as strong as me. Feng Shi pouted, saying with slight dissatisfaction, let's not talk about this first. Father does not plan on leaving the Star River Cosmos. Let's talk about it when we leave. Feng Chun changed the topic. Feng Shi nodded. He did not linger on this topic any longer. Father, Uncle Mouse, and the other 3 discovered something good and asked me to find you. Feng Shi giggled. Oh, what good thing? Father, you will know when you go. Fang Shi pulled on the arm of his father. Fang Chun swept out with his divine sense and discovered the traces of the little mouse and the other three. At this moment, within the territory of Divine Dawn Palace, in a certain wasteland, the four of them surrounded a withered old tree and discussed in low voices. That is, when he saw a withered old tree, Fang Chen's eyes widened as well. "Old faker!" Fang Chun cried out involuntarily. Who would have thought that the old faker would appear in such a manner? For novels to read, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. This website is a godly tool for reading novels. All novels are updated at light speed, allowing readers to not have to wait in torment and not miss out on any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow the public on WeChat. Sejingxia should download the reader of this website. Chapter 2052. Genius remembers love in 1 second. Go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Divine Shi Palace, Dragon Creek Wasteland. Old faker, why are you here? Among the four, Little Mouse was the most familiar with the old faker. Back then, the old faker used to follow Little Mouse and called him Brother Mouse. Brother Mouse, I missed you so much. Although the old faker's body was yellow and withered, his vitality seemed to be very strong. Little Mouse couldn't help but hug him and kiss him. In a strange place like the divine world, he was naturally very happy to meet an acquaintance. You used to follow me. How did you end up like this? Little Mouse curled his lips and said, I'm not doing well, so I came to seek shelter from Brother Mouse. The old faker was still the same as before, with a despicable look. Brother Mouse, I heard that the famous team of 4 god emperors in the divine world has a heaven-devouring divine emperor. Is it you? Hearing the old faker's words, Little Mouse laughed loudly. Of course it's me, Brother Mouse. If anyone else dares to call themselves heaven-devouring divine emperor, I'll eat them. Little Mouse said proudly. Hearing this, the old faker became even more excited. Although I've been in the divine world for a short time, the name of the team of 4 god emperors is like thunder to my ears. Their style of doing things is very similar to mine. I really want to meet the legendary 4 god emperors. The old faker said with a smile. Little Mouse waved his hand and said, No need to trouble yourself. You can meet them now. After saying this, Little Mouse signaled the other 3 god emperors to release their own auras. Being suppressed by the auras of the god emperors, the old faker was shocked and then looked at the other 3 in shock. Brother Mouse, are you telling me that the 3 of them are the 3 god emperors who formed the team with you? The old faker was very shocked. Let me introduce you. This is Astro Emperor, the only ant emperor in the divine world, the leader of all the ant tribes in the universe. This is God Emperor Pegasus, and this is God Emperor Mountain Pangolin. You're right. The legends of the 4 great god emperors that you've heard about on the streets are referring to the 4 of us. Little Mouse chuckled. I really didn't expect Brother Shu to have reached such an awesome level. You're worthy of being the person I admire. Brother Rat, I want to follow you in the future, the old faker said. I want to join your group. It's fine if you want to join us, but let us eat some of your branches and leaves first. Xiao Huang teased the old faker on purpose. The old faker was so scared that he hurriedly put away all the withered branches on his main body as if he was guarding against a thief. Old faker, how have you been? A moment later, Fang Chun and Fang Shi arrived. Brat, it's truly been a long time since we last met. The old faker, Chen Ho, was also pleasantly surprised. You can't be telling me that you're the ancient sword emperor who saved the entire divine realm? Suddenly, the old faker seemed to think of something and asked hurriedly. You're right. Boss is the ancient sword emperor. This smart and beautiful woman is the legendary palace master of the Divine Light Palace, and also the only cosmos god in this universe, Lady Shi. Little Mouse introduced. Hearing that, the old faker was stunned on the spot. After a long time, the old faker finally reacted and shouted that he wanted to follow Fang Chun. Why did you change your mind so quickly? Little Mouse said, Didn't you just call me Brother Shu and say that you want to follow me and join our group? Brother Shu, your branches and leaves are all withered and yellow. If you delay any longer, I'll die. Brother Shu, please give me a way out. The old faker chuckled. Fang Chen grinned when he saw that. It had been a long time since he felt so happy and harmonious. He was very happy, as if he had returned to the time when he was young and struggling. Father, this tree is not simple, Fang Shi suddenly said. Although its branches and leaves are withered and yellow, its vitality is very strong. And I can feel that it's taking root here and absorbing the origin energy of the world. What? Hearing that, Fang Chun was stunned. The origin energy of the universe was the core and the most fundamental energy of the miniature universe. Even he couldn't absorb the origin energy of a universe casually, and the old faker was actually absorbing it. But don't worry, Father. Its absorption speed is extremely slow and won't cause any damage to the origin energy of the universe. If it continues to grow like this, it will reach a very high level. Fang Shi said. She was a cosmos god and could see the essence of the old faker at a glance. You're indeed, Lady Shi. You're so powerful, young, and promising. The old faker started to flatter Fang Shi again. It wasn't easy for the old faker to ascend to the divine realm with his own strength. Moreover, he should have received an extraordinary inheritance and could become the first plant-based expert to become an emperor god in the future. Just you wait. It won't be long before I become an emperor god. The old faker was very excited. After chatting for a while, the group returned to Shunxi Palace. Fang Shi teleported the old faker into Shunxi Palace with a greater teleportation. The four little mice had been idle and bored. Now, they came to torture the old faker every day when they had nothing to do. They could often hear angry roars and miserable cries coming from Shunxi Palace. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed since the Great War. During this period, Fang Chun had been comprehending the Tao. One day, he had comprehended something. With a flip of his palm, the communication token appeared, and he sent a message to his master. Voila! After a while, the projection of the bone progenitor arrived. Fang Chun, why are you looking for me? The bone progenitor asked. The bone progenitor's proudest masterpiece in his life was taking Fang Chun as his disciple. Because of this, he often showed off to the other powerful emperor gods. Master, in the past 30 years, I have comprehended something about the space-time shape cultivation system. I would like to discuss it with you. Fang Chun pointed to the stone bench beside him and said slowly, Oh, you have comprehended something? The bone progenitor's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was the one who created the space-time shape cultivation system, but Fang Chun had surpassed him and carried it forward. In just a few decades, many space-time cultivators had achieved good results in this area. All of this had to do with Fang Chun and the bone progenitor's promotion. Fang Chun had discussed with the bone progenitor before. Since they wanted to carry it forward, they could not be too conservative. They should find a way to popularize the space-time shape cultivation system so that all the cultivators in the realm of the gods could come into contact with it. Of course, only a small part of it was released. As for the core formula, it was still in the hands of the Heavenly Bone Palace. Over the years, the bone progenitor and Fang Chun had often discussed the space-time shape cultivation system. Unknowingly, Fang Chun's achievements in the space-time shape cultivation system had surpassed the bone progenitor's. The bone progenitor could not help but admire this. Master, when you first created the space-time shape cultivation system, did you think about its development path? Fang Chun asked. The bone progenitor shook his head. When it was first created, it was still weak. It was only focused on creating a different cultivation system. It had never thought that it would reach such heights today. However, as its strength increased, the bone progenitor felt more and more confused. Actually, I think that the space-time shape cultivation system can be improved to another level. Fang Chun said with a smile, This cultivation system is best at escaping. Thus, we should develop it in this direction. In the recent years, I have been researching on escaping. Today, I finally comprehended something. I feel that by relying on the space-time shape cultivation system, it is possible to cultivate to the cosmos god realm. Fang Chun said. Hearing this, the bone progenitor's heart trembled. He had been stuck at the God-Emperor realm for many years. Even in his dreams, he wanted to become a cosmos god. Really? The bone progenitor asked anxiously. Master, don't be anxious. Listen to me in detail. Fang Chan said with a smile, the space-time Shay cultivation system is based on the laws of time and space. But in my opinion, these two laws are only superficial. Master, feel it. Saying this, Fang Chun placed his palm on the bone progenitor's shoulder. At that moment, a vast energy drilled into the body of the bone progenitor. After a long time, the bone progenitor's face was filled with shock. This is simply unheard of and unheard of. Why didn't I think of this before? After the bone progenitor felt Fang Chen's comprehension of the space-time shape cultivation system, it was very excited. For novels to read, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. Chapter 2053. Genius 1, Second, remember love, divided by, go divided by little. I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Over the years, the bone progenitor had evolved the space-time shape cultivation system to the extreme. Love, go little, say, he felt that his strength was completely stuck at a bottleneck following the stagnation of the space-time shape cultivation system. But now, Fang Chun had given him a new way of thinking. That's right. In the past, he had always wanted to use the space-time shape cultivation system to increase his strength and break through the realms. Now that he thought about it, he was too eager for quick success. After being stuck at the bottleneck for so long, why couldn't he change his way of thinking? Why not develop it in the direction of escape? If he could develop his escape technique to the extreme, even if he faced a cosmos god, he could easily escape unscathed. At that time, so what if his attack was weak? Most likely, no god-emperor in the divine world would dare to provoke him. Actually, the space-time shape cultivation system is not just about the two laws of time and space. There are many other aspects. Fang Chan began to talk at length about his understanding of the space-time shape cultivation system. For 3 days and 3 nights, he talked about it without rest. In the end, both teacher and disciple laughed heartily, unable to restrain their smiles. Who would have thought that the space-time shape cultivation system would change in such a way? The bone progenitor grinned and was very happy. Fang Chun, I'll go back and study it first. When I have some results, I'll come and find you. After all, the bone progenitor was the founder of the space-time shape cultivation system and had a unique and deep understanding of this system. After Fang Chun told his teacher about his understanding, the latter immediately returned to the Sky Bone Palace to cultivate. After another 100 years, the bone progenitor completely merged Fang Chen's understanding with his own, forming a perfect space-time shape cultivation system. On this day, the entire divine world was shaken. The bone progenitor was going to fight with the ancient sword emperor, and it was going to be public for the entire divine world to watch. In the territory of the Divine Light Palace, countless warriors rushed over. Even the god emperors of the various superpowers came to watch. The bone progenitor wants to challenge the ancient sword emperor. Many people were confused and asked curiously. On Shinshi Palace's martial arts stage, Fang Chun and the bone progenitor faced each other. Your Excellency has gained something, Fang Chun said with a smile. Fang Chun, I did gain something from my secluded cultivation. If I'm not wrong, it's really possible to completely revolutionize the space-time cultivation system. Almost everyone is here. Let's begin. Fang Chun nodded gently. Boom! On the martial arts stage, Fang Chun took the initiative to attack. He gathered all the strength in his body and threw a punch at the bone progenitor. The latter did not fight head-on. Instead, he used the space-time cultivation system and entered the void. Dong! Fang Chen's fist light exploded in the void, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. The bone progenitor's figure was faintly discernible. Here, Fang Chen spotted his master at a glance. Then, he continued to unleash an oppressive fist radiance. Whoosh! However, to everyone's surprise, although the bone progenitor did not fight head-on, he was able to skillfully dodge Fong Chen's attacks. The bone progenitor's escape technique has improved again. The god of destruction emperor and the others were speechless. With the bone progenitor's current escape technique, they would not be able to catch him even if they worked together. The other god emperors were also amazed. The space-time cultivation system was really domineering. Rumble. After the battle lasted for about 15 minutes, Fong Chun was the first to stop attacking. The bone progenitor appeared and grinned at Fong Chun. Congratulations, Master. You've reached a new level. No one knew better than Fong Chun how much his master had improved. Love go little say, W. Chuha, it's all thanks to you, the bone progenitor said with a smile. In the past 100 years, not only have I improved a lot, but our plan has also borne fruit. Mu Xian has become a god emperor, and she has directly reached the second level. Oh, Fong Chun was slightly startled before nodding. In the past 100 years, he had been researching and comprehending, so he did not pay much attention to Mu Xian. However, he was not too surprised that Mu Xian could have her current achievements. After all, Mu Xian was someone who had entered the stone fragment space. Mu Xian seems to have been born specifically for the space-time cultivation system. Her perception of the void is too strong, the bone progenitor praised. Continue to spread it on a large scale. We must popularize the space-time cultivation system, Fong Chun said. To push a cultivation system to the peak, it had to be popularized. Only with a large base of cultivation could it push the system to grow. The battle between the bone progenitor and Fong Chun came to an end. The 8 god emperors were deeply affected and went into closed-door cultivation. The bone progenitor returned to the Sky Bone Palace and continued researching the space-time cultivation system. As for Fong Chun, he was also considering leaving the Star River cosmos. His wife had reached the level of a god emperor, and his daughter was a cosmos god at the deity inscription realm. The Divine Light Palace's position in the deity world was becoming more and more transcendent. It had become the cultivation holy land of the entire deity world and was worshipped by countless people. Tian Xian's strength was also rising rapidly. His good brother Qing Ho was obsessed with the Tao of puppetry and was unable to extricate himself. Little Mouse and the other 3 were also living carefree lives. In short, the deity world had truly entered an era of peace. Furthermore, the true golden age had arrived. Geniuses were emerging in large numbers. Generation after generation of geniuses stood out and received the attention of the god emperors. The entire deity world was developing rapidly. Fong Chun secretly visited some of his old friends, such as God Emperor Ling Shi of the Reincarnation Palace, the 2 holy son of the beast god race, and the strongest warrior of the undying deity pavilion, Wu Tong. Although some of them were not very friendly to Fong Chun in the past. But at Fong Chen's level, he had already let go of the grudges in his heart. After the destruction of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace and the death of God Emperor Swordless, in the miniature universe, Fong Chun no longer had any grudges. After a round, he returned to the Divine Light Palace. Shi Fong Chun called Star and Moon, and Fong Shi to his side. His expression was solemn. Father, are you leaving? Fong Shi asked reluctantly. Can you bring me along? Fong Chun shook his head. Even though you're already a cosmos god, the primal chaos void is very dangerous. I don't want you and your mother to suffer any harm. Wait until I gain a firm foothold in the primal chaos void. I will definitely come back to pick you up. Furthermore, my avatar will always stay in the deity world to accompany you. Fong Chun said. Star and Moon could understand her husband's meaning. Brother Chun, you can rest assured and pursue the peak of the martial path. And I will not be your burden. Stone fragment space, in front of the Star River Palace. Fong Chun exchanged glances with the illusory figure. The latter was full of smiles. Why? Have you decided to leave? The illusory figure asked. Fong Chun lightly nodded. It had been 100 years since the end of the Great War. He felt that he was already used to those days of hot-blooded struggle. Such peaceful days were truly uncomfortable. Furthermore, there was always an incomparably strong obsession in his heart to pursue the peak of Tao comprehension. Even though you have yet to break through to the cosmos God realm, you have the strength of a void realm expert. But I still have to remind you that you have to be more careful when heading to the primal chaos void, the illusory figure said, especially when you are traveling through the void. You have to be cautious. Senior, I've heard you mention before that the stone fragment space can teleport me directly to the void star heaven. Feng Chen asked. The illusory figure nodded, but his expression was slightly complicated. This time-space teleportation array was once constructed by Master, but it has experienced 18 cosmos epochs, and it is highly possible that it is damaged internally. Thus, it is dangerous to take the teleportation array. The illusory figure said, "Is there any other way?" "There is another way. That is to tear apart the boundary membrane of the miniature cosmos and travel through the primal chaos void to reach the void star heaven. But this will take a long time. You might not be able to reach it even after more than 100 million years. Furthermore, you will encounter all sorts of dangers along the way." The illusory figure said, "Comparatively speaking, it was safer to take the teleportation array. I suggest you take the teleportation array and leave." The illusory figure said. After weighing the pros and cons, Feng Chen nodded and made his decision. "All right, then I'll take the teleportation array," Feng Chen said. The illusory figure waved his hand. At that moment, a huge altar appeared in front of the Star River Palace. On top of the altar, there was a 9-colored teleportation array. It was flashing with a vast light. "You enter first." Feng Chen walked into the teleportation array. The illusory figure placed the energy crystals inside before activating the teleportation array. Hong long long. Trembling sounds could be heard as the teleportation array started revolving rapidly. At that moment, Feng Chen disappeared from the altar. "I hope you can reach the void star heaven safely," the illusory figure thought. For novels to read, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this site immediately. Chapter 2054. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The gray aura enveloped Feng Chen as it rapidly traveled through time and space. Everyone, please search. A novel about opening his eyes. Feng Chen felt as if countless mirages had appeared around him. Light flowed around him, giving him a special feeling. The aura of the primal chaos void. Feng Chen sensed that as time passed, the surrounding aura gradually became frantic. Moreover, the true God power in the air seemed to have undergone some changes. My true God power seems to have become weaker. Feng Chen thought to himself. Soon, he realized that he had already left the celestial river universe and was on his way to the illusory star heaven. Rumble. Shocking auras kept surging out. He was very glad that he was in the teleportation array. Otherwise, who knew what kind of danger he would encounter? After an unknown amount of time, Feng Chen suddenly felt the world spinning around him. Then, he had a bad premonition. Not good. The terrifying aura tore the teleportation array apart and squeezed his body, causing his breathing to quicken. Is there a problem with the teleportation array? Feng Chen's face was extremely gloomy. Just as the mysterious man had predicted, there was indeed a problem inside the teleportation array. However, he had no power to resist at all. His body was instantly swept away by the terrifying power, and then he disappeared into the boundless chaos. The chaotic void was a vast and boundless void. Over here, cosmos gods could never traverse the entire primal chaos void. Apart from the land, the primal chaos void was filled with an aura that made people tremble. Darkness enveloped everything. On a lonely island, dong, like a falling meteor, the deafening sound completely startled the quiet island. Love, go little say, countless indigenous experts on the island came to a certain area of the island. There was a huge crater here, as if a meteorite had fallen. It's a human. It was a man dressed in beast skin. He had 2 horns on his head and seemed to be a humanoid. He floated in the air and looked down. Why would a human come here? Could it be that the void traveler met with an accident and landed on our myriad devil islands? The experts in animal skins found Fong Chun in the pit and carefully examined him. They found that there were still signs of life on him. Rumor has it that the void traveler is very rich and talented. I'll think of a way to save him. Perhaps there will be an unexpected harvest? The man in animal skin said indifferently. All right, let's bring him back to the clan first. This island was called the Myriad Devil Islands. Although it was an island, the area was very vast. It was at least several times larger than the universe. Roar. On the island, one could often hear the roars of beasts, the wails of ghosts, and the howls of wolves. Outside the island was a dark void, lonely and desolate. The surroundings were enveloped by a blurry aura. It was as if the origin source of the universe was protecting the myriad devil islands. In his coma, Fong Chun had a very shocking dream. He dreamt of heading to the Unbounded Sword Sect. After becoming a disciple of the Unbounded Sword Sect, he rapidly reached the Cosmos God Realm. After that, he continued cultivating bitterly in the Unbounded Sword Sect and eventually became a Unity Realm expert. Fong Chun's fleshy body was originally very strong. It was comparable to a Void Realm Cosmos God. Hence, he was still able to preserve his life even when the teleportation array had a problem. After being unconscious for an entire year, Fong Chun finally woke up with the help of the few humans in animal skin. But the moment he opened his eyes, he felt as if his body was being torn apart. It was an excruciating pain. So painful, Fong Chun could not help but exclaim out. His exclamation alarmed the few beast-skinned men. They hurriedly surrounded Fong Chun in the center. At this moment, the sword-shaped runes on Fong Chun's body were faintly flashing. They were circulating with an aura that made others tremble. His self-recovery ability was very abnormal. Even though his body was still in pain and his head was dizzy, his life was no longer in danger. Human, where did you come from? The dizzy Fong Chun was currently sorting out his memories when he suddenly heard someone speaking. He hurriedly looked up. Only then did he discover that there were several beast-skinned men around him. Void Realm. He discovered that these beast-skinned men were all Void Realm Cosmos gods. Before Fong Chun finished speaking, another beast-skinned man asked, "Who are you? Why did you appear in our myriad devil island?" I took the teleportation array and was prepared to head to the Void Star Heaven. Midway, I encountered an error and fell here. Fong Chun simply said. At the same time, he learned from these beast-skinned humans that he was in a place called the Myriad Devil Island. He rapidly flipped through the map of the Void Star Heaven and felt helpless, because there was no such place as the Myriad Devil Island on the map of the Void Star Heaven. Unless my teleportation array deviated from the original path. Fong Chun pondered. "Are you a void traveler?" The beast-skinned man asked. Even though Fong Chun was puzzled, he still nodded. "Wah, you're a void traveler. Then you must have a huge background." The youngest beast-skinned human excitedly said. "Many thanks to the three of you for saving my life. But I wish to know, which day does this Myriad Devil Island belong to?" Fong Chun cupped his fists and asked. The three beast-skinned humans shook their heads. They were at a loss. They don't seem to know. Fong Chun guessed inwardly that the Myriad Devil Island should be a small island located in the primal chaos void. It was isolated from the world, and they did not even know of the existence of the Void Star Heaven. "I do not understand the Myriad Devil Island. I wonder if you can explain the situation of the Myriad Devil Island to me?" Fong Chun asked softly. "I've heard that the Void Traveler is rich and has a huge background. I haven't even reached the Cosmos God Realm, yet I dare to roam the primal chaos void. I must come from a huge clan or organization." The youngest beast-skinned human said, "I can explain the situation of the Myriad Devil Island to you, but what benefits can you give me?" Hearing that, Fong Chun was stunned. His belongings were considered supreme treasures in the Starry River cosmos. But he could not take out anything in this primal chaos void. What benefits could he give him? Fong Chun was rapidly pondering in his mind. "After I recover from my injuries, I can bring you out of the Myriad Devil Island and into a wider region." After pondering for a while, he could only promise an empty promise. He had no choice. Who asked him to be poor and wretched now? Really? The eyes of the slightly older humanoid brightened. He cupped his fists and said, "This brother, we don't ask for you to bring the entire tribe away. We just hope that you can bring Xiaohei away." Fang Chen knew that the Xiaohei he spoke of was the youngest humanoid. "No problem. But you have to explain the situation of the Myriad Devil Island to me first." Fang Chen nodded. Following that, the slightly older humanoid began introducing the Myriad Devil Island to Fang Chen. Because the Myriad Devil Island was too vast, their Black Earth tribe was too weak. They only knew of some nearby organizations. The region we are in is the eastern region of the Myriad Devil Island. There are a total of 31 tribes here, and our Black Earth tribe can only be considered an intermediate tribe. The humanoid explained, "The ruler of our eastern region is a deity, inscriptionist cosmos god, and the strongest experts in the various large tribes are basically void realm cosmos gods." The Myriad Devil Island did not seem as strong as Fang Chen imagined. This should be an island drifting by the boundary of the primal chaos void, isolated from the rest of the world. Deity inscriptionist cosmos gods could become vassals here. And for someone like him who had reached the void realm, he could become the leader of a tribe. Just as the three bee-skinned humanoids were introducing the situation of the eastern region to Fang Chen, a clamor suddenly came from outside. "What is going on?" Fang Chen asked. The three bee-skinned humanoids had a slight change in expression. They helplessly said, "The people from the Dark Earth tribe are here." The Dark Earth tribe is too overbearing. They rely on the fact that they have 4 void realm cosmos gods in their tribe to oppress our Black Earth tribe. They even want to force Xiaohei to join their Dark Earth tribe. The slightly older humanoid angrily said. "Oh." Fang Chen did not speak after hearing that. "Brother, wait here first. We will go and deal with the people from the Dark Earth tribe." Saying that, the 3 of them left. At this moment, at the entrance of the tribe, the leader of the Dark Earth tribe, a void realm cosmos god, was extremely arrogant. Seeing this, the edge of Fang Chen's lips curled upwards, revealing a grin. He would not have thought that his journey in the primal chaos void would start from the Myriad Devil Island. Error-free novel reading, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search for and find this website immediately. The free app reader of this website is officially online. Popular novels are free for you to read. It supports offline downloading, making it easier for readers to read without the internet. Download. Install a phone reader for Xianhuan 11. Chapter 2055. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We will provide you with fascinating novels to read. The leader of the Dark Earth tribe was a void realm cosmos god called Ming Long. He was the 4th cosmos god of the Dark Earth tribe. Everyone, please search. Novels. He came with great momentum. He relied on the fact that the Dark Earth tribe had one more void realm expert than the Black Earth tribe to suppress them. "It seems your Black Earth tribe is not prepared to hand over Xiaohei," Ming Long sneered, saying with disdain. "Ming Long, don't go overboard." The slightly older beast-skinned human angrily roared. "Our Black Earth tribe has already regressed to such a stage, yet you all still want to force us? If that's the case, I'd rather bring the Black Earth tribe and fight to the death with your Dark Earth tribe." Hearing that, Ming Long sneered. In his Black Earth tribe, there were nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. They were not worth mentioning. Fight to the death. I'm afraid your Black Earth tribe will cease to exist before that happens. Ming Long said. The people of the Black Earth tribe angrily roared. The 3 leading void realm experts gradually turned gloomy. Scram. The slightly older beast-skinned human angrily roared. For a moment, Ming Long was intimidated by his aura. After stammering for a long time, Ming Long's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. "Good, very good. Everything is brought about by your Black Earth tribe. The next time you come, you won't be so gentle." Saying that, Ming Long brought the people of the Dark Earth tribe and left. Seeing that, the people of the Black Earth tribe became depressed. They understood what Ming Long meant. The Black Earth tribe had completely fallen out with the Dark Earth tribe. The three Void Realm experts were depressed. Feng Chun suddenly thought of a matter. He then grinned. The three of you, is that Dark Earth tribe very strong? Xiaohei shook her head. The reason why the Dark Earth tribe is suppressing our Black Earth tribe is because they have one more Void Realm expert. Oh, does that mean that as long as we deal with their 4 Void Realm experts, the crisis of the Black Earth tribe will be resolved? Feng Chun continued asking. Xiaohei nodded. The other 2 remained solemn. The 3 of you, I encountered some problems while traveling through the void, causing me to be temporarily unable to leave the myriad Devil Islands. I can help you deal with a Void Realm expert from the Dark Earth tribe, but I have a condition, Feng Chun said. Can you block a Void Realm attack? The slightly older human in animal skin was called Thunder Beast. He asked Shun in a low voice, feeling puzzled. Feng Chun nodded. I am quite confident of dealing against ordinary Void Realm Cosmos gods. Even if you can't kill him, you can at least stall him, as long as the 3 of you can finish him off quickly. Since he wanted to make a deal, he had to show enough sincerity. Furthermore, with Feng Chun's current strength, dealing against Void Realm Cosmos gods was not too much of a problem. Feng Chun didn't believe it. He threw a punch at the Thunder Beast. Dong! Caught off guard, the Thunder Beast involuntarily retreated. After stabilizing itself, the Thunder Beast took a deep breath, and an excited smile appeared on its face. How is it? Feng Chun asked. Formidable. The Thunder Beast spat out 2 words. What is your condition? I am currently stuck at a bottleneck. If I want to break through, I have to absorb sufficient origin energy. Feng Chun nonchalantly said, because he learned from the Mirage that origin energy was extremely rare in the miniature cosmos. But there were still many in the primal chaos void. As long as he absorbed sufficient origin energy, he could break through to the Void Realm. By then, he could protect himself even if he met a deity inscription's cosmos god. Origin energy? Hearing that, the eyes of the Thunder Beast flickered. A complicated expression appeared on his face. Loved, go little say WY. There isn't any in the myriad Devil Islands? Feng Chun asked. There is some in the myriad Devil Islands, but it is very precious. Our Black Earth tribe can't get it. The Thunder Beast said, in our eastern district, there is an origin pool. There is quite a bit of origin energy in the origin pool, and it is guarded by the strongest deity inscription's cosmos god in the eastern district. Every tribe has to pay a sufficient price if they wish to send their clansmen into the origin pool to cultivate. Our Black Earth tribe doesn't have enough foundation and can't afford to pay the price. Hence, we can't send you into the origin pool to cultivate. Thunder Mang said apologetically. Other than this, is there no other method? Feng Chun asked unwillingly. It's not that there isn't. It's just that the other method is too difficult for our Black Earth tribe. Xiaohei said. What method? As long as there was a possibility, Feng Chun would not easily give up. If the teleportation failed, he would fall into the myriad Devil Islands. Feng Chun did not even know how far the myriad Devil Islands were from the Void Star Heaven. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible before leaving the myriad Devil Islands and heading to the Void Star Heaven. Once you lead 10 tribes, you can request a deity inscription's cosmos god to send a god emperor into the origin pool for free. The Thunder Beast said. Hearing that, Feng Chun's eyes brightened. If the Black Earth tribe leads 10 tribes, won't I be able to enter the origin pool? Feng Chun chuckled. Brother, your thinking is too simple. The price you have to pay to lead a tribe is too huge. Our Black Earth tribe can only be considered a lower middle tribe. There are some tribes we can't afford to offend. The Thunder Beast laughed bitterly. Feng Chun pondered in his heart. He did not say anything. For a period of time, Feng Chun stayed in the Black Earth tribe. Because of his outstanding performance, he received the recognition of the Black Earth tribe and had a revered status. Within the courtyard, Feng Chun sat cross-legged. He was currently cultivating. My fleshy body has become much stronger. Feng Chun sighed. With the 6 great sword moves of the immemorial soul refinement technique fused together, my offensive power should surpass ordinary Void Realm experts. If I were to use my full strength, I should be comparable to the apex Void Realm experts. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since he arrived at the Black Earth Tribe. On this day, the Black Earth Tribe was shaken. 4 Void Realm experts from the Dark Earth Tribe came to the Black Earth Tribe and announced that they were going to exterminate the Black Earth Tribe. Fong Chen's eyes turned. He wanted to enter the origin pool. He had to let the Black Earth Tribe rule over 10 tribes. Then he would start with the Dark Earth Tribe. Fong Chen followed Xiao He and the other 2 to the public square of the Black Earth Tribe. The 4 Void Realm experts of the Dark Earth Tribe don't have strong auras. Fong Chen observed inwardly. The weakest is just an ordinary Void Realm expert. The other 2 should be at the middle stage Void Realm. Only the leader has a slightly stronger aura. Judging from this, the 4 Void Realm experts of the Dark Earth Tribe were merely SOSO. Fong Chen was filled with confidence in his heart. The Thunder Beast trio had ugly expressions. Ming Python, what is the meaning of this? Thunder Beast asked solemnly. The Black Earth Tribe refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since that is the case, there is no longer a need for them to exist. The Void Realm Cosmos God, known as Ming Python, sneered. Ming Python, don't go overboard. Thunder Beast's face turned red as he roared out in anger. A mere Black Earth Tribe dares to go against our Dark Earth Tribe? You're truly seeking death. Ming Dragon sneered. Fong Chen transmitted over to the Thunder Beast trio, telling them that he could deal with Ming Python. This caused the expression of Thunder Beast to change continuously. He had yet to make his decision to fight against the Dark Earth Tribe. Ming Python, my Black Earth Tribe apologizes to you. How about we end this matter here? Thunder Beast asked calmly. What's the use of apologizing? I've said before that there is no need for the Black Earth Tribe to exist. Ming Python said. Hearing that, the Thunder Beast trio exchanged glances. They spread out their hands helplessly. It was impossible for them to compromise given the current situation. They could only fight to the death. The gaze of the 3 landed on Fong Chen. Rest assured, Fong Chen chuckled. Following that, Thunder Beast turned to Ming Python, saying solemnly, my Black Earth Tribe would rather die than submit. It is impossible for you, Ming Python, to exterminate my tribe. Kill. Ming Python growled. He leaped and began a frenzied attack. Your opponent is me. Suddenly, Fong Chen appeared before Ming Python, blocking his attack. Who are you? Ming Mang was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the figure. The one who will kill you. Shameless boasting. Ming Python was enraged. He began attacking Fong Chen fiercely. Let's attack together and exterminate the Black Earth Tribe. Ming Dragon and the other 2 immediately attacked. Thunder Beast and the other 2 naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. In an instant, for battles unfolded above the Black Earth Tribe. When Shen effortlessly dealt with Ming Python's attacks, Thunder Beast laughed out loud. Kill these bastards. For a novel to read, please visit. Friends, please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. You can search to find this website immediately. /+ come quickly. Download mobile app. Chapter 2056. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the sky above the Black Earth Tribe, for fierce battles were taking place. He was originally worried about Fong Chen, but after seeing the latter fight against the Anaconda, his confidence increased. Lei Shou and the other 2 were also fighting furiously. However, they were still unable to kill off their opponents. Damn it! Ming Mang, who was fighting Fong Chen, forced Fong Chen back slightly with a punch. His expression was extremely gloomy. You're not from the Black Earth Tribe, Ming Python said coldly. What benefits did the Thunder Beast give you? I'll give you double. Join my tribe. Although Fong Chen was a celestial arch, he was still able to withstand his attack. Ming Mang observed Fong Chen seriously and said in a low voice. The Thunder Beast trio, who were battling the Dark Earth Tribe, heard that the Dark Earth Python was openly trying to recruit Fong Chen. Their expressions changed slightly, afraid that Fong Chen would join the Dark Earth Tribe. However, Fong Chen wasn't the kind of person who would go back on his word. No matter what, The 3 thunder beasts of the Black Earth tribe had saved his life. Although he would eventually recover with his self-healing ability, he knew how to be grateful. Double? Aren't you being too insincere? Fongchen said lightly. Ming Python's eyes shot out golden light when he heard that. As long as I pay the right price, do you think I'm afraid you won't submit? Then what do you want? As long as I can give you something, it's fine. Ming Mang shrugged. They wanted to destroy the Black Earth tribe, and this person was the biggest obstacle. Therefore, no matter what, he had to rope this person in. Furthermore, Ming Python could feel the potential of Fong Chun. Fong Chun could fight against him at the God Emperor realm. If Fong Chun were to cultivate in the origin pool and step into the Void realm, Fong Chun might be able to fight against Deity Inscription's cosmos gods. Such a potential stock naturally needed to be roped in. Oh, are you serious? Fong Chen's eyes flickered as he asked. A prodigy like you shouldn't be buried by the Black Earth tribe. Coming to my Dark Earth tribe is the best choice. Loved, go, little, say W. You haven't stepped into the Void realm yet, right? If you join the Dark Earth tribe, I will definitely find a chance to send you into the origin pool to cultivate. The Dark Python continued to entice Fong Chun. Fong Chun chuckled and said, I don't have high demands. If you can give me the Dark Earth tribe, I'll leave the Black Earth tribe. What do you think? Ming Mang's face darkened when he heard that. You tricked me. The anaconda roared furiously. So what if I'm fooling you? Fong Chun said calmly, not fearing the python at all. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Thunder Beast and the other 2 were secretly delighted. It seemed that they had not misjudged this person. This person's character was quite good. Big brother, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him. Ming Long and the other 2 roared as they fought. Ming Meng nodded slightly and emitted a vast aura. His face was extremely gloomy as he said in a deep voice, Good, very good. A God Emperor actually dared to trick me. Ming Mang. Do you know what the consequences are? Fong Chun shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. Die. As soon as Ming Mang's voice fell, he suddenly unleashed his most ferocious attack. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A terrifying aura surged out from the python's body. These auras gathered together to form a terrifying spear. Whoosh! Under Ming Mang's control, the terrifying spear tore through the void and quickly arrived in front of Fong Chun. It's time to end this. Looking at the menacing spear, Fong Chun muttered to himself. Immediately, he raised his physical defense to the maximum. Sword-shaped runes flickered and surrounded his body. At the same time, a supreme-grade, true god weapon, the hidden star sword, appeared in his hand. Immemorial soul refining technique. 6 sword moves were unleashed at the same time. The extremely terrifying sword Chi turned into 6 sword lights with completely different auras. Love, go, little, say, W. When the 6 sword lights converged together, an unimaginable power burst forth. Whoosh! 6 streaks of sword light ruthlessly pierced the terrifying spear, instantly piercing through it. Kacha! There was a shattering sound, and the terrifying spear was instantly riddled with holes. In the next moment, the 6 sword lights fused together and released a sword chi that even Ming Mang trembled in fear. Ming Mang's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. However, it was too late. The terrifying sword chi pierced through Ming Mang's physical defense and pierced through his body. Puchi! Blood splattered across the sky. Ming Mang's body landed heavily on the square of the Black Earth tribe. The entire Black Earth tribe was instantly shocked. They looked at Ming Mang, who was in a sorry state with their mouths agape. Their hearts were in turmoil. Big brother, Ming Long, and the other 2 who were in the midst of battle were also shocked. The moment they were distracted, Lei Shou and the other 2 found an opportunity. Wave after wave of powerful attacks forced Ming Long and the other 2 to retreat. Boom! There was an explosion. Ming Long and the other 2 retreated and landed on the square of the Black Earth tribe. The 3 of them quickly helped Ming Mang up. Big brother, how are you? Ming Long asked worriedly. Ming Mang spat out a mouthful of blood and said with grief, I won't die. Great. Lei Shou laughed heartily and landed on the square. Everyone's gaze was focused on Fong Chun. Ming Meng slowly stood up. His black eyes stared at Fong Chun and asked, "Who exactly are you? Is it important who I am?" Fong Chun asked. For a moment, Ming Meng was speechless. Fong Chun smiled at the four of them. He pointed at the injured Ming Meng and said, "You guys have lost." The word "you guys have lost" caused the entire Black Earth tribe to rejoice. We admit defeat today. Since we have lost, I have nothing to say. Today, our Black Earth tribe and our Black Earth tribe will not interfere with each other. What do you think? Ming Meng said. Only Ming Meng knew that even if he were to fight again, he wouldn't be a match for this weak God Emperor. He even suspected that there was a huge force behind this God Emperor. Since he had lost, he had to give the victor an explanation. This was the rule of the Myriad Demons Island. You think it'll be fine just by saying that we won't interfere with each other? Fong Chun said without giving up. What do you want? If you force us into a corner and force us to fight to the death with you, the Black Earth tribe will be the one to suffer. Ming Meng raged. Fong Chun walked towards a Ming python step by step and said the words that he had thought of before. Submit to me. Impossible. Ming Meng roared. However, Ming Meng didn't say anything. His eyes flickered like he was thinking about something. After a long time, Ming Meng waved his hand, indicating for Ming Meng not to say anything. He then looked at Fong Chun and asked, "I want to know your intentions. My goal is to rule over 10 tribes. Fong Chun said, "I will leave the Myriad Demons Island sooner or later. If you guys submit to me after I leave, all the tribes I rule will be under your control." Thunder Beast and the other two stood there quietly. After this battle, they had approved of Fong Chun from the bottom of their hearts. "Although I was defeated by you earlier, I'm unwilling to accept this. Can I challenge you again?" Ming Meng asked. "What if I fail again?" Fong Chun asked. "If I fail, I will submit to you." Ming Meng said straightforwardly. All right. Ming Meng wanted to test Fong Chun's true strength. The two of them fought again. However, in this battle, Fong Chun wanted to give Ming Meng and the others a show of strength. He erupted with his strongest strength right from the start. The space-time cultivation system combined with the immemorial soul refinement art defeated Ming Meng in a single strike. This time, Ming Meng didn't say anything and directly chose to submit to Fong Chun. The strong were respected. This was the main theme of the Myriad Demons Island. You can go back first. I won't interfere with the internal affairs of your Dark Earth tribe. But when I need you, you have to listen to my orders. Fong Chun said. Yes, master. Ming Meng said. After the people of the Dark Earth tribe left, Thunder Beast opened his eyes wide and looked at Fong Chun with a burning gaze. Brother, I truly admire you. Thunder Beast excitedly said. From today onwards, my Black Earth tribe will completely listen to your orders. Thunder Beast felt that this male in front of him would bring the Black Earth tribe to a very high level. Give me a detailed explanation of the tribes in the eastern region. Since we have already subdued the Dark Earth tribe, our strength has greatly increased. We should make use of this opportunity to subdue 10 tribes in one go. Fong Chun said softly. The current him might be able to fight against Void Realm Cosmos gods, but against Deity Inscription's Cosmos gods, he could not resist at all. Thus, he had to hurry to the origin pool and break through to the Void Realm. After he became a Void Realm Cosmos god, he would no longer be a threat in the eastern region. It would be easier for him to find out how to leave the Myriad Demons Island. To read novels without mistakes, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Hurry up. Download the mobile app. Chapter 2057. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. With the help of the Thunder Beast, Fong Chun quickly circled the 8 tribes on the map that he was going to reclaim. These 8 tribes are basically the weaker ones. We have 8 Void Realm experts on our side. It's too easy to conquer one tribe, Fong Chun said. In fact, it wasn't that no tribe had done this before. Although it went smoothly in the beginning, they all failed in the end. This was because once they did this, it would cause public outrage and lead to attacks from all sides. The current 31 tribes were already the most balanced. Once you went overboard, the East Guardian would forcefully take action. At that time, it would no longer be a competition between tribes. After planning, Feng Chun immediately contacted the 4 Void Realm experts of the Dark Earth tribe. Soon, the 8 of them gathered together and quickly headed to the next tribe. Evil Demon Tribe, Evil Devil Tribe, submit to me. In the air, Feng Chun spoke in an indifferent manner. Bullsh asterisk T, you want me to submit to you, Emperor God? Dream on. The Evil Demon Tribe was disdainful at first, but after a huge battle, they finally submitted. After all, there were only 2 paths in front of them. They could either submit or survive. Naturally, they didn't want to see their tribe destroyed. As the number of tribes they conquered increased, Feng Chun had more and more Void Realm experts. The next 7 tribes were all conquered without much effort. Many of them were threatened by some tribe leaders who had powerful backgrounds, but it was useless. Feng Chun used his powerful martial arts to suppress these tribe leaders. In just half a month, Feng Chun had already gathered 10 tribes under his command. During this process, Feng Chun also felt a sense of danger. Therefore, he was even more eager to break through to the Void Realm. In this way, even if the other tribes attacked him together, he wouldn't be afraid. In fact, even if the East Protector were to attack, he would be able to defend himself. On this day, Feng Chun brought the 10 tribe leaders to the East Guardian Palace. The Black Earth tribe's Thunder Beast requests an audience with the Guardian. The Thunder Beast stood at the front while Feng Chun and the others were behind him. In front of them was a very oppressive, pitch-black palace. There were very strong restrictions around the palace. Immortal Heaven restriction. Feng Chun sighed inwardly. As expected of a divine inscription realm expert, he actually made such a big move. Rumble. The door of the palace opened, and a voice sounded. Black Earth Tribe, why are you here? This voice contained a frightening pressure, causing the bodies of Lei Shou and the rest to tremble slightly. Feng Chun's eyes burned as he stared intently at the pitch-black hall. He could feel traces of complex runes appearing in the void. These runes intertwined with each other, forming a terrifying divine rune of order. Are these divine runes of order? Feng Chun's heart trembled. This was not the first time he had come into contact with divine order runes. Although he was already prepared, his heart was still shaken. She had only stepped into the divine inscription realm for a short time, so the number of divine runes of order that he had condensed was very few. He didn't have the same shocking feeling as the Guardian. It said that the divine runes of order can increase a warrior's understanding of the martial Tao. Every additional divine rune of order can increase one's strength. Feng Chun thought to himself, although the Guardian didn't show up, these divine runes of order gave me a very shocking feeling. His strength can't be underestimated. Guardian, our Black Earth tribe has finally recovered the 9 major tribes after unremitting efforts. Including ourselves, we have a total of 10 major tribes. We have already met the rules set by the Guardian. Love go little say net. Chew therefore I, the Thunder Beast, am here to apply for a spot in the source pool, the Thunder Beast said loudly. Hearing this, the Guardian Palace fell into silence. A moment later, the Guardian transmitted his voice again. Whoosh! A black light instantly shot out and the Thunder Beast subconsciously caught it. Upon closer inspection, it was a token. Take the token and go to the source pool. The Guardian's indifferent voice sounded. Many thanks, Guardian. The Thunder Beast thanked him. You may withdraw. After successfully obtaining the token, Feng Chun was wild with joy. That day, under the lead of the Thunder Beast, he arrived at the source pool. Such dense origin source energy. Before entering the origin pool, he could feel the powerful origin source energy. Sir Feng, the origin pool is just ahead. Take this token and enter by yourself. The Thunder Beast said with a smile. Feng Chun nodded, saying, during this period of time, when I enter the origin pool, you should be more careful. Those organizations that have been recovered will definitely feel unreconciled. At the same time, I am worried that other organizations might play tricks in the dark. You must remain calm and wait for me to come out. Rest assured, the Thunder Beast said. After a moment, Feng Chun arrived at the entrance of the origin pool. After passing the token to the void realm cosmos god guarding the origin pool, he smoothly entered the origin pool. Is this the origin pool? Within a spacious courtyard, there was an enormous pool. At the center of the pool, there was a very small maelstrom. Origin source energy was continuously gushing out from a maelstrom. It seems that even on the myriad Devil Island, there isn't much origin source energy. Fong Chun thought. Put on. Fong Chun plunged into the origin pool. The night was incomparably dark. The Stet tribe was brightly lit. Of the 31 tribes in the eastern region, the Stet tribe was ranked in the top 3. They were very strong. There were 9 void realm cosmos gods in the tribe, and one of them was even comparable to a deity inscription cosmos god. Mo Cha, the leader of the Stet tribe, relying on his strength that was comparable to a deity inscription realm expert, he brought the Stet tribe into the top 3 of the eastern region ranking. Across the entire eastern region, no tribe dared to offend the Stet tribe. There were even some tribes that chose to rely on the Stet tribe in the dark. The Stet tribe was growing stronger step by step. When the time was ripe, the Stet tribe would launch an attack on the second and first-ranked tribes. But today, Mo Cha was furious. His expression was so gloomy that it was frightening. Who exactly is it that is supporting the Black Earth tribe? Who dares to touch the Wei Long tribe? Mo Cha coldly said, Leader, I've already found out the news. According to rumors, a mysterious god emperor came to the Black Earth tribe not long ago. The reason why the Black Earth tribe dared to act against other tribes is entirely because of this person's plan. According to my deductions, his goal is to enter the origin pool and break through. A god emperor dares to stir up a storm in the eastern region? Does he not want to live anymore? Mo Cha coldly said, I don't care who he is or who is behind him. Since he dares to touch the subordinates of our Stet tribe, he should be prepared to die. Didn't he subdue 10 tribes? Why don't we forcefully subdue these 10 tribes? Let's make his efforts futile. Mo Cha said, Leader, rest assured, I'll definitely settle this matter properly. The eastern region of the myriad Devil Island. A storm was brewing. The sky was covered by dark clouds. An oppressive aura permeated the air above the eastern region. Every tribesman felt that the sky of the eastern region was about to change. On this night, the cavalry of the Stet tribe arrived at the Black Earth tribe. People of the Black Earth tribe, listen up. From today onwards, your 10 great tribes will submit to our Stet tribe. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. The Void Realm expert of the Stet tribe coldly said. For a moment, the Black Earth tribe was in an uproar. Who would have thought that the Stet tribe would attack? Thunder Beast's expression turned gloomy. The common leader of our 10 great tribes isn't here. The Stet tribe is also considered a big tribe. How about we discuss this matter after our leader returns? Without any other choice, they could only stall for time. Did I discuss with you all? The Void Realm Cosmos god of the Stet tribe reprimanded with a gloomy expression. I'll give you all 3 breaths of time. If you don't submit, we'll kill without mercy. Within the Black Earth tribe, everyone turned to Thunder Beast. What should we do? Before Fong Chun entered the origin pool, he had handed over the authority of the 10 great tribes to Thunder Beast. One could say that every single word spoken by Thunder Beast represented the alliance of the 10 great tribes. The Stet tribe is too strong. If we were to fight against them, we'll ultimately lose miserably. Why don't we submit first? What do you all think? Thunder Beast looked at everyone and asked, If we can't submit, we'll just fight with our lives on the line. Some agreed to submit, but some disagreed. At this moment, the 3 breaths of time were up. Kill. Error-free novel reading. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. The free app reader of this site is officially online. All the popular novels are free for you to read. Offline downloading is supported, allowing readers to read without the internet more easily. Download. Install a mobile app reader on Xuanhuan 11. Chapter 2058. Genius 1 Second Remember Love, Go/Little. Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Of the 10 great tribes, other than the traitorous Wei Long tribe, the leaders of the other tribes were still working together against the Stir tribe. The Void Realm experts of the Stir tribe did not expect that the Black Earth tribe would dare to act. They only sent a single Void Realm expert this time, while the Black Earth tribe had several Void Realm cosmos gods. After an intense battle, the Stir tribe was defeated. "Thunder Beast, you are dead." Saying that, the Stir tribe retreated. But everyone was clear that the next time the Stir tribe came, what welcomed them would be a storm. "This time, we have completely fallen out with the Stir tribe," Ming Python said. "Since we have reached this stage, we can only fight to the death. Or we can wait for Sir Leader to come out from the origin pool." Thunder Beast said softly. Actually, he was still praying in his heart that Fong Chun could come back sooner. That way, he would not be afraid even if the Stir tribe was stronger. Within the origin pool, there was an extremely dense origin energy. After Fong Chun tunneled into the origin pool, his body began absorbing the origin energy automatically. Wong. From a maelstrom at the center of the origin pool, the origin energy was emitted and tunneled into Fong Chen's body. Hong Long Long, the realm that was originally stuck at a bottleneck, loosened at this moment. Indeed, Fong Chun was delighted when he saw this. He closed his eyes and continued absorbing the origin energy with greater force. He was the strongest god emperor. It was originally very difficult for him to step into the Void Realm. He had to absorb several times more origin energy than ordinary people. But the Myriad Devil Island was not the Star River Cosmos. Here, Fong Chun could absorb the origin energy without restraint. As the origin energy surged into his body, the aura around Fong Chen's body increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Kacha. At a certain moment, a crisp sound came from Fong Chen's body. Closely following that, a wild aura burst out. Fong Chun felt his body undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. Void Realm. There is only one step between the Emperor God Realm and the Void Realm. However, for many people, this might be a threshold that they would never be able to cross in their lifetime. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. In a moment, Fong Chen's realm was completely stabilized. The current him was truly a cosmos god. His Yuan spirit had also improved once again, and it had undergone a fundamental transformation. True gods and cosmos gods are truly incomparable. Fong Chen could not help but sigh. But compared to the primal chaos void, cosmos gods were still at the apex level in the miniature cosmos. In the real chaotic void, there were only the lowest level of martial artists. It was only on the Myriad Devil Island that cosmos gods could dominate a region. According to what the Mirage said, cosmos gods did not even have the strength to protect themselves within the void star heaven. Wang, his bone frame had undergone a huge change, and his meridians were also undergoing a metamorphosis. His entire body's defense had increased by dozens of times. Strictly speaking, Fong Chen's physical defense was comparable to that of a Divine Pattern Realm expert. It's just that Divine Pattern Realm experts had the divine pattern of order within their body, and it was extremely powerful. Amen. Just as Fong Chen was feeling joyous about stepping into the Void Realm, he suddenly felt a weak aura coming from the bottom of the origin pool. What is happening? After discovering this weak aura, Fong Chen's expression turned solemn. He spread out his spiritual sense, enveloping the entire origin pool and searching carefully. Sword Dao aura? Fong Chen, who was carefully observing, discovered with shock. The sword chi in his body actually resonated with the mysterious aura at the bottom of the origin pool. What did this mean? An inheritance left behind by a powerful existence in the Tao of Sword? Fong Chen felt slightly excited. He immediately controlled his body and dived down rapidly. As his body dived down, the pressure increased. But Fong Chen's body was surrounded by sword-shaped runes, raising his defense to the maximum. Soon, he arrived at the bottom of the origin pool. There must be many experts in the Myriad Devil Island who came to the origin pool, unless they did not discover the abnormality below. Fong Chen pondered. Buzz. The deeper he went, the more he could feel the sword chi in his body uncontrollably surging out. When Fong Chen arrived at the bottom, he suddenly discovered that the sword chi in his body had formed a terrifying sword chi vortex in front of him. This vortex was connected to a certain area at the bottom of the origin pool. In the end, it formed a terrifying, devouring black hole. This, Fang Chun hesitated whether to go in or not. Dong! While he was hesitating, there was a huge shock in his mind. The next moment, his face filled with wild joy, and he stepped into the terrifying black hole without hesitation. Crash! The black hole disappeared, and the vortex returned to the origin pool. Fang Chen's vision turned white, and he soon realized that he had entered a hidden area at the bottom of the origin pool. Looking around, there were reefs everywhere, and he was in a crevice. Master Gu Yuan has been here before? The reason why he had stepped into the black hole without hesitation was because the golden mark in his mind had flashed. Only then did Fang Chun conclude that Gu Yuan had been here before. Xiao! Suddenly, a sword-shaped light burst out with a dazzling light, attracting Fang Chen's attention. Fang Chun quickly walked to the back of the reef, and he saw a broken sword stuck in the reef. His appearance caused the broken sword to vibrate. My disciple, when you came here, it means that you already have the strength to go to the limitless sword sect. A large amount of aura surged out from the broken sword, condensing into an illusory figure. Fang Chen was shocked. This was a technique left behind by his master Gu Yuan. As far as I know, the Myriad Demon Islands is also the territory of the Void Star Heaven. It's just that it's at the edge of the territory and is isolated from the rest of the world. Almost no experts from the Void Star Heaven will come here. Gu Yuan said, if you have just left the miniature universe, I advise you to temper yourself on the Myriad Demon Islands. It won't be too late to leave when your strength is enough to fight against Unity experts. Oh, Fang Chun listened attentively. Gu Yuan continued, that year when I came to the Myriad Demon Islands, I offended the overlord of the Myriad Demon Islands and was chased after by him. In a hurry, I left this broken sword here. You must not expose your identity on the Myriad Demon Islands. Otherwise, it will bring you a lot of trouble. I hope that my disciple can grow rapidly. Maybe if fate allows, we will meet again. Saying that, the illusory figure dissipated. But a large amount of information appeared in the mind of Fang Chun. This information was basically the information Gu Yuan got from exploring the Myriad Demon Islands. Of course, what made Fang Chun the happiest was that Gu Yuan left behind a mnemonic chant. This is the mnemonic chant of the immemorial soul refining technique. Fang Chun opened his eyes wide as he looked at the mnemonic chant in his mind. After a long time, he finally understood. This was the mnemonic chant of the immemorial soul refining technique that his master Gu Yuan comprehended after becoming a cosmos god. Fusing this mnemonic chant into the immemorial soul refining technique could increase its offensive power by several times. I'll cultivate the mnemonic chant after returning. Fang Chun memorized the mnemonic chant in his heart. His gaze then landed on the broken sword. According to the information left behind by his master, this broken sword was a cosmos weapon. Even though it was broken, its offensive power far surpassed that of a top-grade true god weapon. Voila! Fang Chun shook his wrist and kept the broken sword into his sumeru ring. Following that, the reef exploded. All traces here were destroyed. Fang Chun knew that his master was afraid of letting the overlord of the Myriad Demon Islands know his identity. Many thanks, master. Fang Chun cupped his fists towards the void, saying, if there's a chance, I'll take revenge for you. Saying that, Fang Chun quickly returned to the surface of the origin pool and left. This trip to the origin pool might not have been long, but his harvest was huge. In front of the Black Earth tribe, there was a black mass. The experts of the Stet tribe were pressing down on the border. It seemed they wanted to raze the entire Black Earth tribe to the ground. Thunder Beast, this is your own choice. You can't blame others. The Void Realm Cosmos God of the Stet tribe coldly said. Those who dare to go against our Stet tribe will only have one consequence, and that is to disappear in the river of history. Within the Black Earth tribe, everyone was nervous and helpless. To read novels without mistakes, please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. This site is a godly tool for reading novels. All the novels are updated at the speed of light, allowing the fans to not have to wait and not miss any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow the public on WeChat Seijingxiashu download this site's reader. Chapter 2059. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The leader of the STE tribe, Mocha, personally led many Void Realm experts to destroy the Black Earth tribe. In addition to conquering the other tribes, it was also a show of strength to the tribes that were against the sister tribe. The Stet tribe is fair in its rewards and punishments. Those who submit to the Stet tribe will receive the protection of the Stet tribe, such as the Wei Long tribe. Anyone who dares to go against the sister tribe will be completely obliterated. Mocha said in a deep voice, Lord Mocha, there's no need for you to deal with the Black Earth tribe. Let me do it. The one who spoke was Mo Go, an elite of the STE tribe whose strength was second only to Mocha. All right, Mo Go, you'll fight in my place. Kill anyone who resists, Mocha said. The gray-robed Mo Go had a sinister smile on his face. He took a step forward and arrived at the square of the Black Earth tribe. He looked around and threatened. You were all forced to join the Black Earth tribe. It's not too late to back out. I withdraw. Me too. Finally, someone couldn't stand the intimidation of the Stet tribe and loudly announced their withdrawal from the Black Earth tribe. However, there were still a few tribes that had yet to make a move. If that's the case, then just wait for death to come. Mo Go smiled eerily and reached out his hand. A terrifying bloody energy gathered in his palm as he grabbed at the Thunder Beast. Let's fight. Seeing this, the Thunder Beast roared in anger. Flames blazed around its body, and lightning flashed as it fought with Mo Go. Bang! Without any resistance, the Thunder Beast was sent flying by Mo's slap. Trash like you dares to challenge me. Mo Go sneered. He didn't give the lightning beast any chance to retaliate. Punch after punch landed on the lightning beast. He did not directly kill the lightning beast, but chose to humiliate it in this way. Love go little, say, ku with each punch. A new wound would appear on the lightning beast's body. But from start to finish, the Thunder Beast didn't cry out. His resentful eyes stared at Mo Go. Lord Chief will avenge me, the Thunder Beast said with difficulty. Still stubborn. Seeing this, Mo Go suddenly punched out. Immediately, the lightning beast's bones cracked and its body was sent flying like a kite. Then it fainted. Big brother. Lei Meng hurriedly ran over and cried out worriedly. Xiao Hei pointed at Mo Go and said, You are the devil. Devil? Mo Go grinned and appeared in front of Xiao Hei in a flash. Is there a benevolent devil like me? As he spoke, Mo Go grabbed Xiao Hei's collar and injected a violent aura into Xiao Hei's body. Immediately, Xiao Hei spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. Trash! With a flick of his wrist, Mo Go threw Xiao Hei's body into the air. Xiao Hei lost control of his body and fell to the ground like a meteor. If he was allowed to fall, he would definitely be severely injured. However, just as Xiao Hei's body was about to hit the ground, a large hand appeared out of nowhere and caught Xiao Hei's body. Are you all right? Fang Chun had arrived just in time to save Xiao Hei. I'm fine, but Big Brother Thunder Beast. Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with tears when she saw Fang Chun. Fang Chun gently stroked Xiao Hei's head and comforted, Don't worry, nothing will happen to the Thunder Beast, and the Black Earth tribe will not be destroyed. You're the God Emperor who started the conflict between the tribes? This sudden turn of events caused Mo Go to be stunned. Soon after, he stared at Fang Chun with cold eyes as he icily said, That's right, it's me. Fang Chun walked towards Mo Go step by step. It seems that you've broken through to the void stage during the trip to the Origin Reservoir. However, this won't help you at all. There's only one outcome for you, and that's death. Mo Go said. In the STE tribe's plan, this person had to be killed and no future trouble could be left behind. Is it fun for the great STE tribe to bully the Black Earth tribe in public? Fang Chun asked indifferently. What do you think? The Wei Long tribe has already pledged allegiance to our STE tribe. yet you dare to openly attack them. This is a provocation to our STE tribe. If we don't kill you, how can we intimidate the other experts? Mo Goose said arrogantly. It was as if Fong Chun was just an ant in his eyes. Oh, I'm right in front of you. Why don't you attack? Fong Chun sneered. Mo's face instantly darkened at Fong Chen's ridicule. Are you courting death? Yes, I'm courting death. However, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. Fong Chen spread his hands and said nonchalantly. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear on his face, as if he didn't take Mo Gu seriously at all. You're courting death. Mo Gu was completely enraged by Fong Chun. He reached out his hand and unleashed a thunderous attack, wanting to kill Fong Chun. However, it was out of his expectations. In the face of his frenzied attack, Fong Chun only threw out a punch and forced him to retreat. Boom! He accumulated all the strength in his body and attacked with all his might. Thump, thump, thump. Mo's body kept retreating. When he finally stabilized his body, his expression became more solemn as he stared at Fong Chun. You have some skills. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Mo Gu sneered. Unfortunately, your strength disappoints me, Fong Chun said. St. Annihilating Fist. Mo Gu roared as a violent power gathered on his fists. As he threw out his fists, two terrifying black vortexes suddenly appeared in the sky. These two vortexes were completely formed by Mo's physical strength. The St. Annihilating Fist that he used was considered a very powerful cultivation technique in the STE tribe. Rumble. The two vortexes complemented each other. Under Mo's control, they bombarded Fong Chen's body. Swoosh! Fong Chun took out the star-hidden sword and simply slashed. Crack! The vortexes were instantly cut in half and dissipated in the void. Seeing this scene, Mocha, who was originally calm, was stunned for a moment. He immediately stared at Fong Chun with burning eyes. Poochie! His attack was broken. Mo's body dodged awkwardly, barely avoiding the attack of the immemorial soul refining technique. I'm going to kill you. Mo Gu fell into madness and roared in anger. The people of the Black Earth tribe were completely stunned. Fong Chun gave them one shock after another. Who was Mo Gu? He was an expert of the STE tribe, second only to Mocha. It was too shocking that he was defeated by a single sword. Mo Gu, come back. Just as Mo Gu was going crazy, Mocha stopped him. You're not his match. Mocha leaped and arrived in front of Fong Chun. Hearing this, Mo Gu lowered his head and walked back to the STE tribe's camp. He was burning with anger in his heart, praying that Mocha would kill Fong Chun. Who are you? Mocha asked calmly. Is this important to you? Fong Chun spread his hands and said. Mocha smiled and said, according to my information, you were able to defeat Ming Mang when you were in the God Emperor realm. You were able to defeat Mo Gu when you just stepped into the Void realm. If I'm not wrong, you should have reached the peak of the God Emperor realm, which is the legendary strongest God Emperor realm, right? Mocha's words caused the surrounding people to exclaim. The strongest God Emperor had always been a legend on the Myriad Demon Island. They didn't expect to see it with their own eyes. At this moment, they finally understood why Fong Chun could defeat Mo Gu so easily. So what if I am? Fong Chun asked. Your potential is very strong. It won't take long for you to reach the height of the Divine Pattern Realm. Why don't we join forces? Mocha suddenly smiled meaningfully. Join forces? I want to dominate the Eastern District. You also want to dominate the Eastern District. If we continue to fight, both of us will suffer. If we join forces, we can quickly dominate the Eastern District, Mocha said. What can you get by doing this? Fong Chun asked. There was no free lunch in the world. Mocha must have a motive for doing this. You're an outsider. You'll have to leave in the end. If you help me dominate the Eastern District, I can provide you with all the resources to help you cultivate. Mocha smiled and said, when you have the strength to defeat the protectors, you could be the protector of the Eastern District. If you leave the Myriad Demon Island one day, I hope that you will hand over everything in your hands to me. Hearing this, Fong Chun grinned. This Mocha wasn't a brainless person like Mo Gu who only knew how to fight. On the contrary, Mocha was very shrewd. He knew that he couldn't stay in the Myriad Demon Island forever, so he cooperated with him. Error-free novel reading. Please bookmark this website to read the latest novel. This website's Godly Book Chaser is on the shelves. All the novels are updated at the speed of light, so that the fans don't have to wait and don't miss any exciting chapters. A must for bookworms. Follow public WeChat Seijing Xiaoshua download this website's reader. Chapter 2060. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Even Mo Good didn't expect things to develop to this point. Not only did Mocha not kill this arrogant and conceited fellow, but he even negotiated with him, trying to rope him in. Chief Mocha, Mo Good reminded. Mocha waved his hand, indicating for Mo Good not to speak. How about it? My ambition is to dominate the Eastern District. You want to improve your cultivation and leave the Myriad Demon Islands. It's a win-win situation if we cooperate. Mocha spread out his hands. You trust me so much? Fong Chun asked. Mocha grinned and didn't say anything. He just quietly looked at Fong Chun. The two looked at each other like this. Everyone was curious. What would happen next? After a while, Fong Chun broke the deadlock with a smile. Happy cooperation. Fong Chun stretched out his hand and shook hands with Mocha. Let's go to the Black Earth Tribe's meeting hall and discuss the details of the cooperation. Mocha waved his hand. Fong Chun nodded. His evaluation of Mocha had increased by quite a bit. Although Mocha looked a little rough on the surface, he was quick-witted and definitely not comparable to ordinary people. Black Earth Tribe, meeting hall. Brother Fong, this is what I think. Although we are cooperating, we won't announce it for the time being. This is in case the two tribes are prepared. Our sister tribe won't make a move on the surface, but we will secretly support you to recover the other tribes. When the time is right, you and I will work together to fight against the Void Realm experts of the two tribes. We will definitely be able to unify the entire Eastern District. Mocha paused and continued. At that time, even if the protectors want to make a move on us, they will have to think twice. Okay, no problem. Ha ha ha. Brother Fong is indeed a straightforward person. Mocha admired Fong Chun more and more. Although this person was young, he seemed to be an expert who had been on the battlefield for a long time. He gave people an unfathomable feeling. Okay, then I will go back and make arrangements. Mocha cupped his fists. Take care, I won't see you out. After watching Mocha leave, he briefly dealt with the matters of the Black Earth Tribe. Fong Chun immediately returned to his courtyard and began to study the chants of the immemorial soul-refining art. With my current strength, I'm still at a disadvantage against the Divine Inscriptions realm expert. I should try to integrate the chant into the immemorial soul-refining art before I make my move, Fong Chun said to himself. Then he began to study. Wong. Tiny words appeared in his mind. There were a total of 6 levels to the immemorial soul-refining art. Every level corresponded to a sword move. Only by incorporating all 6 levels of the incantation into the sword move would it be considered a success. Let's start with the destruction sword move. Taking a deep breath, Fong Chun began the path of fusion. Fong Chun waved his palms continuously as the power of the destruction laws surged around him. The first level of the chant emerged in his mind. The destruction of the sword master has the power to destroy the world. In Fong Chun's mind, he once again recalled the shocking words from back then. After comprehending for about an hour, he was enlightened. In an instant, Fong Chun felt that the destruction sword move and the chant had merged together. There were no obstacles in the middle, and it was very smooth. This, Fong Chun was overjoyed and excited. He did not expect the destruction chant to merge together so easily. Continue. While Fong Chun was cultivating, the Stir Tribe was also holding an emergency meeting. Chief, why are you joining forces with that outsider? Yes, he's provoking our Stir Tribe. This kind of person should be killed directly. Chief, please reconsider. Many tribesmen objected to the cooperation between the Stir Tribe and Fong Chun. However, Mocha stubbornly persisted. I've made this decision after careful consideration. Don't talk about it anymore. I've already made up my mind. Don't let me hear any discussions about this in the future, Mocha said in a deep voice. Mocha was very authoritative in the Stir tribe. As soon as he said that, everyone immediately shut their mouths and stopped talking. Chief, people from the Han tribe are here. All of a sudden, a servant rushed into the meeting hall and reported to the emperor. Oh, the Han tribe? The leader seems to be the chief of the Han tribe, Han Chi. He says he has something to discuss with you, the servant said. Let him in, Mocha said. A moment later, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe walked into the meeting hall. Mocha, how have you been? Han Chi grinned. Chief Han Chi, what brings you here? Mocha stood up and greeted Han Chi. Han Chi chuckled and said, Chief Mocha, have you forgotten our agreement? Hearing this, Mocha's mind moved and his gaze fell on Han Chi again. You're here for that matter? Mocha asked. You know that at our level, it's very difficult to break through to the divine pattern realm. That supreme treasure might allow us to step into the divine rune realm, Han Chi said straightforwardly. Have you decided? Mocha asked. Han Chi nodded and said, It's been decided. Each of our 3 tribes will send one person to explore that mysterious place together. Mocha sneered in his heart. Han Chi's wishful thinking was really brilliant. This mysterious place was discovered by their 3 tribes at the same time. However, Han Chi joined forces with the chief of the Divine Monkey tribe to exclude him. After a long time, Han Chi found Mocha and said that he could give Mocha a place to enter the mysterious place with them. Mocha was so smart that he naturally guessed it. Han Chi and the chief of the Divine Monkey tribe must have been at a disadvantage and couldn't get the treasure. So they found him and asked him to be cannon fodder. He didn't agree the first time, but he didn't expect the second time. But this time, Mocha didn't rush to refuse. You 2 excluded me at the beginning, and now you're inviting me again? Don't tell me you want me to be cannon fodder? Mocha grinned. Han Chi waved his hand and said, How can that be? I can go with you, but I have a condition. Mocha said, Give me 2 places or I won't go with you. Mocha was sure that Han Chi and the chief of the Divine Monkey tribe wanted him to be cannon fodder, so he argued for an extra place. Han Chi appeared to be in a difficult position. If you can't, then forget it. Mocha waved his hand to send him off. At this time, Han Chi was a little anxious and hurriedly said, Okay, I'll agree to your request and give you 2 places. But after entering that place, you must listen to my command. No problem, Mocha said with a smile. The 2 had their own ulterior motives and were scheming against each other. After sending Han Chi away, Mocha sneered. The place he fought for was reserved for Fong Chen. In the entire Eastern District, except for Han Chi and the chief of the Divine Monkey tribe, only Fong Chen's strength was on the same level as them. You want me to be cannon fodder? You're too naive. You'll regret it when the time comes. Mocha sneered in his heart. At this time, Han Chi, who walked out of the Stet tribe, showed a meaningful smile on his face. This Mocha is really stupid, but it's good. So what if I give you 2 places? The level of danger in that place is not something you can imagine. We're only looking for you to be cannon fodder. You really think too highly of yourself. Han Chi sneered. You want to bring someone in to prevent the 2 of us from attacking you. The Demon's Island was as peaceful as ever. It didn't become lively because of Fong Chen's arrival, but the situation of the 31 tribes in the Eastern District was gradually changing. It had been half a year since Fong Chen came to the Demon's Island. During this period, with the help of the Stet tribe, Fong Chen had conquered more than 20 tribes. The remaining tribes were supported by 2 major tribes, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Just after Fong Chen integrated all the chants of the immemorial soul-refining technique into his sword moves, Mocha finally came. He asked Fong Chen to make a trip to the Stet tribe as soon as possible. Are we going to take action? Fong Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. As soon as Han Chi agreed to give him 2 places, Mocha told Fong Chen about this matter in full detail. The latter agreed and was also actively preparing. Han Chi just contacted me. The time is ripe for a novel to read. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 2061. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The myriad Devil Islands was incomparably vast. It was unknown how many times larger it was compared to the universe. Based on this, it could be seen that the galaxy universe was nothing in the chaotic void. The myriad Devil Islands were divided into 4 regions, namely the North, South, East, West, and North regions. Fong Chen's Black Earth tribe belonged to the Eastern District. There were a total of 31 tribes in the Eastern District, and the strongest was the Guardian of the Guardian Palace, who was at the Divine Inscription Realm. The chiefs of the 31 tribes were almost all in the Void Realm. It was just that some Void Realm experts were slightly stronger and some were slightly weaker. Of course, the number of Void Realm experts in a tribe was another factor that determined the strength of a tribe. The Divine Monkey Tribe, the Hanzhan Tribe, and the Ste Tribe. These 3 tribes were publicly recognized as the strongest tribes in the Eastern District. Ever since Mocha and Fong Chen cooperated, they no longer had to worry about the Divine Monkey Tribe and the Hanzhan Tribe joining forces to crush the Stet Tribe. This time, Fong Chen was able to secure a spot for himself. The 2 of them wanted to go to that mysterious place and settle things with the leaders of the 2 great tribes. Han Shi and Ho who want to use me as cannon fodder so that they can reap the benefits? What a joke. Mocha sneered and said, Brother Fong, Han Shi and Ho who seem to be ready. Let's go. Let me introduce you to that mysterious place on the way. Fong Chen nodded. The 2 of them quickly left the Stet Tribe and headed towards the Divine Monkey Tribe. The Divine Monkey Tribe was located at the edge of the Eastern District and occupied the most land. And the mysterious place that the 3 of them discovered was also the closest to the Divine Monkey Tribe. Along the way, Mocha explained to Fong Chen about the situation in the mysterious land. Back then, the 3 of us could barely be considered good friends. He had been stuck in the Void Realm for countless years and wanted to make a breakthrough. The 3 of them agreed to explore together. However, a few days later, they discovered that there was an abyss not far from the Divine Monkey Tribe. Love, go little, say, 'cause speaking of which, this abyss is quite strange. Once one enters the area covered by the abyss fog, one's divine sense will be blocked. In other words, one can only rely on the naked eye. After a pause, Mocha continued, This mysterious place is called the Demonic Abyss. When the 3 of us discovered it, we were very excited and agreed to enter the Devil Abyss together. But we were too naive. As soon as we entered the Demonic Abyss, we were attacked by the demonic creatures. Those demonized creatures were extremely powerful. The 3 of us are retreating. Demonized creature? This was the first time Fong Chen had heard of it. Although he didn't understand it, he vaguely felt that this thing was extraordinary. It was very likely to be the guardian beast of the Demon Abyss. The 3 of us saw that the situation was not good and quickly escaped from the Devil Abyss. However, in the process of escaping, we discovered something very important to us. It was also because of this item that Ho Hu and Han Shi had completely severed ties with me. It directly repelled me from the Devil Abyss. Furthermore, he threatened me not to leak the news and not even to take half a step into the Devil Abyss. Otherwise, the 2 tribes will join forces and destroy our Stet tribe. Mocha said helplessly. At that time, he was forced to compromise because he had no other choice. All these years, I've been cultivating bitterly. I didn't think about the Devil Abyss and focused on increasing the influence of the Stet tribe in the Eastern District. I even wanted to attract the attention of the Guardians. Mocha continued, As far as I know, Han Shi and Ho who have entered the Devil Abyss many times but returned empty-handed. This time, they obviously came to me to be cannon fodder and get rid of me in the Devil Abyss in an instant. Brother Fong, have you thought it through? Do you want to enter the Devil Abyss with me? Mocha asked. He openly announced to Fong Chen that he really recognized Fong Chen. The more he interacted with Fong Chen, the more he felt that this person was unfathomable. In addition, the information he secretly investigated showed that Fong Chen was very likely to be a disciple of some big force in the chaotic void. If he could befriend him, he would benefit greatly in the future. The path of martial arts is against the heavens. If you're not willing to move forward when faced with setbacks, how can you grow? Fong Chen grinned and stated his attitude clearly. Ha ha! I really didn't misjudge you, brother Fong. Mocha laughed and was in a good mood. If he went alone, to be honest, he was still a little afraid of Han Chi and Ho Hu. However, it was different with Fong Shun. The latter's strength was very strong and even showed signs of surpassing him. Brother Fong, you must not be careless when you enter the Devil Abyss, Mocha said. A few days later, Mocha and Fong Shun arrived at the Divine Monkey Tribe. The Divine Monkey Tribe is in front. Mocha pointed to the vast land in front of them. In the Divine Monkey Tribe, there were monkeys in the Divine Emperor realm everywhere. They're already waiting. Let's go directly to the meeting hall, Mocha said. Under Mocha's lead, the two quickly arrived at the meeting hall of the Divine Monkey Tribe. Along the way, Fong Shun also used his divine sense to check the Divine Monkey Tribe. He could not help but sigh. It was indeed the strongest tribe in the Eastern District. It occupied almost 30% of the entire Eastern District. Even the combined territories of the Han tribe and the Stet tribe could not compare to the Divine Monkey Tribe. In the meeting hall, there was a man in a gray robe. Beside him was an old man with a full beard and disheveled hair. The arrival of Fong Shun and Mocha attracted the attention of the two, especially the old man with the disheveled hair. He stared at Fong Shun with a burning gaze. After a long time, he grinned and said, "Mocha, the helpers you brought are not so good. This is my brother Fong Shun." Mocha introduced, "This is the leader of the Divine Monkey Tribe, Ho Hu, and this is the leader of the Han tribe, Han Chi." After introducing the two sides, Mocha went straight to the point and said, "When do we move?" "We can move a long time ago, but we have been waiting for you," Han Chi said with a smile. "Since you're all here, let's go." Ho Hu stood up from his seat and led the way out of the meeting hall. When the four of them passed through the square, a Void Realm clansman suddenly stopped Fong Shun. "Kid, you look very unfamiliar. You don't look like someone from the Eastern District. What does it have to do with you?" Fong Shun said impatiently. Hearing this, the man's expression changed, and he immediately scolded, "How dare you act so presumptuously in my Divine Monkey Tribe? I, Ho Tian, want to see what ability you have." After saying that, Ho Tian put on a fighting posture. Seeing this, Ho Hu pretended to scold. "Ho Tian, Fong Shun is my Divine Monkey Tribe's distinguished guest. Step down quickly." Although he said this, everyone could hear it. Ho Tian did this because he was the one who asked him to. His purpose was nothing more than to test Fong Chen's strength. "I can send trash like you flying with one punch." Since Ho Hu wanted to see his actual strength, Fong Chen naturally could not weaken his aura. He looked at Ho Tian and said disdainfully, his face full of mockery, "You." Being humiliated like this, Ho Tian was furious and immediately launched a thunderous attack on Fong Chen. "Scram, don't come out and make a fool of yourself." Fong Chen was very powerful. He suddenly threw out a punch. The whole process was not sloppy at all. The moment his fist was thrown, Ho Tian's body was sent flying like a cannonball. Seeing this, Ho Hu and Han Chi looked at each other with gloomy expressions. Brother Fong, you're a bit heavy-handed," Mocha said deliberately. "When dealing with trash, you have to have the means to deal with trash. If I show weakness, all the Void Realm cultivators of the Divine Monkey Tribe will take turns to challenge me. This kind of battle is very boring," Fong Chan said with a twitch of his mouth. Hearing this, Ho Hu's face twitched. Then he forced a smile and said, "Brother Fong Chun is really young and talented. You've really opened my eyes. However, it's getting late. Let's hurry on. Chief Ho Hu, I'm very sorry. I was a bit heavy-handed just now. However, I'm a bit curious. Isn't the Divine Monkey Tribe the strongest tribe in the Eastern District? Why are the Void Realm cultivators of your tribe so weak?" Fong Chun said, pretending to be at a loss. Ho Hu suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Fong Chun with a smile. Mocha also secretly gave Fong Chun a thumbs up. This was really a godly attack. I'll let you be proud for a while. When we enter the Demon Abyss, I'll see how you can smile. Ho Hu's face was gloomy as he thought to himself. At the side, Han Chi's eyes flashed with an imperceptible murderous intent. "Let's go. Let's try to reach the Demon Abyss before it gets dark," Han Chi said. For error-free novel reading, Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. /plus. Come quickly Giolishi download mobile app. Chapter 2062. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The four of them were all Void Realm experts and could merge into the void. They were extremely fast and had already reached the demon abyss before the sky turned dark. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gusts of strong wind came from the demon abyss and blew on their bodies. It was very eerie and gave them a feeling of oppression. My divine sense is blocked. As soon as they entered the area covered by the fog of the demon abyss, they felt that their divine sense could not be used. How did this fog form? Fong Chun looked over, and the fog seemed to be coming from the depths of the demon abyss. The fog was very strange, and the demon abyss was even stranger. At night, the four of them stood in the sky above the demon abyss and felt the cold aura constantly attacking them. Both of you, there are very strong, demonized creatures in the demon abyss. When we enter the demon abyss, the two of you will walk at the front while Han Shi and I will cover the back. Ho-Hu said, "That's right. With the two of us at the back to deal with the demonized creatures, the two of you can look for the treasures to your heart's content without any worries," Han Shi said. "That's ridiculous. You want us to lead the way and be cannon fodder?" Although he knew their purpose, if he didn't cooperate, wouldn't it arouse their suspicions? To cover the back to deal with the demonized creatures, we need to be strong. Mocha, do you think you are stronger than the two of us? Ho-Hu said. Hearing this, Mocha fell silent and did not speak. To be honest, he was no match for the two of them in a one-on-one fight. It's decided then. Since we are a team, we should help each other, Han Chi said. Then, under the lead of Ho-Hu and Han Chi, they stepped on the clouds condensed by the fog and slowly entered the bottom of the demon abyss at a very strange pace. It's not a formation or a restriction. It feels similar to the Chiman escape technique on Earth. Fong Chen secretly observed Ho-Hu's pace. After a while, the four of them were close to the depths of the demon abyss. "Be careful," Ho-Hu suddenly said. "Roar." Suddenly, an angry roar broke the silence of the demon abyss. In the next moment, two demonized creatures rushed out of the thick fog and charged directly at Fong Chun and Mocha. Scram. Without divine sense, it was impossible to detect the demonic creatures hidden in the fog. They could only observe them with their naked eyes. By the time he saw it, it was already right in front of him. Fong Chun quickly gathered his strength and punched the demonized creature. Crack! The demonized creature was hit. Its body paused in the air for a moment before it continued to attack Fong Chun. Fong Chun pulled out the hidden star sword and prepared to fight the demonized creature. It was at this moment that Ho-Hu and Han Chi made their move. After they joined the battle, the two demonic creatures were defeated. In the end, they were killed by the four of them and turned into nothingness. What a strange demonized creature. Fong Chun had never seen a demonic creature in such a form before. It was as if it was condensed from mist. Its entire body was illusory, and he couldn't feel any life aura from it. Furthermore, it did not look like anything at all. Fong Chun had no idea what it was. Be careful. There will be a large number of demonized creatures attacking soon, Ho-Hu warned. Thud, thud, thud. After killing the two demonized creatures, the four of them successfully arrived at the depths of the demon abyss. Fong Chun felt that his body was greatly suppressed. You guys lead the way. Han Chi and I will follow behind, Ho-Hu said. Mocha nodded and walked side by side with Fong Chun. At the same time, the two of them were secretly communicating. They were also constantly on guard against Ho-Hu and Han Chi's sneak attacks. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the mist became thicker. Fong Chun felt that something was amiss and stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Ho-Hu asked. Did you hear anything? Fong Chun asked. Ho-Hu shook his head, indicating that he heard nothing. Hurry up. We can't stay here for long. Fong Chun thought for a moment and continued to move forward. Do you see the cave in front? The treasure is in the cave. As long as we enter the cave smoothly, we will be safe, Han Chi said with a little excitement. Roar. As soon as Han Chi's voice fell, the roar of a beast was heard. Behind Han Chi and Ho Hu, more than 10 demonized creatures appeared in an instant. Kill! Ho Hu growled and shuttled through the void, fighting with the demonized creatures. Fang Chun and Mocha also joined the battle. While the two were not paying attention, Han Chi took out a token from her arms and directly crushed it with her power. Crash! Suddenly, a golden circle appeared around them and directly enveloped them. Retreat! Seeing this, Ho Hu sneered and then disappeared into the void like a wisp of smoke. When Fang Chun and Mocha found out, it was too late. Heavenly level formation. Mocha's face was pale. This golden circle was a formation that trapped the two of them and more than 10 demonized creatures. It was to kill them all. Damn it! It's all my fault for being too careless. Although he was prepared, he did not expect it. In order to get rid of him, Ho Hu and Han Chi put in so much effort. You too, enjoy the pleasure of death, Han Chi said with a smile, and then went into the dark cave with Ho Hu. What should we do? Mocha was a little desperate. Every demonized creature had the combat power of the Void Realm. The combined attack of more than 10 of them was too strong. With their strength, it was impossible to deal with them. If I hold these demonized creatures back, can you make a fatal blow? Fang Chun asked. Although Mocha was a little confused, he quickly nodded. Okay, listen to my orders. After saying that, an extremely wild sword aura emerged from Fang Chun's body. He pulled out the hidden star sword, and his body flickered. With a wave of his wrist, the immemorial soul refining chant was instantly performed. After incorporating the chant, the 6 major sword moves of the immemorial soul refining chant had unimaginable power. The 6 major sword moves were unleashed at the same time, and a terrifying pressure directly enveloped 6 of the demonized creatures, causing their bodies to become stiff in the void. Then, Fang Chun leaped and accumulated all the strength in his body. He waved his fists and entangled the remaining 4 or 5 demonized creatures. Do it! Seeing this, Mocha took a deep breath and immediately took out his universal weapon without hesitation. Puchi! The big axe aimed at the head of a demonized creature and chopped down hard. As its body was imprisoned by the 6 major sword moves, the demonized creature had almost no resistance. Crack! At the same time, when Mocha's axe chopped off its head, one of the sword radiances exploded on its body and completely destroyed it. After killing a demonized creature, Mocha became more confident. He grinned and continued to rush to the other demonized creatures, using the same method to deal with them. In a moment, 5 demonized creatures were killed, leaving only 1 demonized creature. At this time, the demonized creature's body regained its freedom. It opened its bloody mouth and fought fiercely with Mocha. Mocha was anxious. He wanted to end the battle quickly and then help Fang Chun. Otherwise, the latter would be in danger if he fought 5 demonized creatures alone. Rumble. The battle in the immemorial soul refining array was very loud. It lasted for a full 30 minutes before Mocha killed the last demonized creature with the help of the terrifying sword radiance. Brother Fang. He looked to the side anxiously and shouted loudly. He was about to help Fang Chun, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. At this moment, where were the 5 demonized creatures? Only 1 demonized creature was making its last struggle. Fang Chun's body was full of fighting spirit, and his attack power was super strong. Every time the hidden star sword was swung, the demonized creature's body would be blurred a lot. Immemorial soul refining art. Using the immemorial soul refining art for the last time, the 6 major sword radiances ruthlessly stabbed into the demonized creature's body. Then Fang Chun blasted the demonized creature's body with a punch. Phew! Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief and landed on the ground. He gently wiped the sweat on his forehead, put away the hidden star sword, and turned to look at Mocha. Mocha stared at Fang Chun with burning eyes, and his heart was in turmoil. Being stared at by a man with burning eyes, Fang Chun was a little embarrassed. Is there a flower on my face? Fang Chun asked. Cough. Only then did Mocha realize that he had lost his composure. He sorted out his mood and immediately asked, You killed 5 demonized creatures alone? What's wrong? Fang Chun nodded and asked, My God, just how strong are you? Mocha widened his eyes and stared at Fong Chun in disbelief. For error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. This site's novel reading tool is on shelves. No ads, no errors, and members share the bookshelf. A must for bookworms. Follow public WeChat Seishing Xiaoshu download this site's reader. Chapter 2063. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. From disdain at the beginning, to recognition later, to complete shock now. No one knew how big the change in Mocha's heart was. He really didn't dare to imagine that such a young martial artist could have such heaven-defying potential. He's definitely a disciple of a big family or force who fell into trouble in the myriad demon island. Mocha suppressed the shock in his heart and said to himself, I didn't expect that Ho Hu and Han Chi would set up a powerful Heaven Pass formation here in advance to deal with us. Fong Shen couldn't help but sigh. He had checked the terrain and weather conditions of this place, taking into account all the factors in order to set up a Heaven Pass formation here without any interference. First of all, one must be especially proficient in formations. Secondly, one must have super strength. Thinking about it, the two of them must have paid a sufficient price to set up this Heaven Pass formation. It must have been set up by Han Chi. I heard that Han Chi is an array master. Mocha's face was full of helplessness. If it was an ordinary Heaven Pass formation, he could break it with his brute force. However, this Golden Halo formation was obviously beyond his ability to break it. Even if he got rid of the demonized creatures, what could he do? Are we going to be trapped here forever? Mocha asked. Not necessarily. Fong Shen smiled and said, I'm also slightly proficient in formations. If you give me some time, I should be able to find the flaws in the formation and break it in one fell swoop. Hearing this, Mocha looked at Fong Chun with burning eyes. At this time, no matter how proficient the latter was in formations, he could only give it a try. Brother Fong, I'm counting on you. Mocha whispered, come and protect me. I'm afraid that Han Chi will cheat on the formation. I'll focus on breaking the formation. Don't worry, the chances are still very high. Fong Chun patted Mocha's shoulder and said. Mocha nodded and stood around Fong Chun, waiting. Fong Chun sat cross-legged, and a large amount of formation Dao aura emerged from his body, touching the aura of the Golden Halo formation. Dong! His mind trembled as the wild aura of the array Dao gushed out. Sky-class formation. He had already reached the critical point of breaking through, and all he needed was an opportunity. Now, this Golden Halo array formation was the key. Fong Chun was using the Heaven Ascension array formation to stimulate his understanding of the Tao of array formations so that he could break through to the Heaven Ascension stage. It turned out that Fong Chen's method was very effective. In just an hour, the array Tao aura in Fong Chen's body had undergone an earth-shattering change. 1. The Golden Halo array formation flickered, and an extremely rich golden aura was sucked into Fong Chen's body. At this moment, Fong Chen's understanding of the array Tao rose to a very high level, achieving a fundamental transformation. Fong Chun felt that his understanding of formations had reached an unprecedented height. Even some things that he didn't understand before became incomparably clear at this moment. Reaching heaven level, Fong Chen grinned, but he wasn't too excited. After all, he already had Heaven Ascension stage array Tao attainments before, and now he was just raising his level. After breaking through, Fong Chun began to focus on comprehending the Golden Halo array formation. Soon, he found some loopholes in the Golden Halo array formation. Although I can't crack it, I can use these loopholes to escape from here, Fong Chun said to himself after a while. Just as Mocha was waiting, Fong Chun stood up with a smile on his face. Forget it. Let's find another way. Mocha hung his head dejectedly, somewhat helpless. He thought that Fong Chun had failed, so he said that. I found a way to leave here, but I need your help, Fong Chun said softly. Mocha shook his head habitually, but halfway through his face suddenly changed, and he asked anxiously, Brother Fong, what did you say? You have a way? Fong Chun nodded. Mocha was so excited that he almost jumped up. Brother Fong, I'm completely at your command. I'll do whatever you say, Mocha said solemnly. I found a few loopholes in this array formation. Listen to my command, then attack the place I pointed at with all your strength, Fong Chen said. Okay, no problem. Next, after Fong Chen was ready, he waved his hands and began to use the loopholes to find a way out. After half an hour, following Fong Chen's low shout, Mocha suddenly attacked a certain part of the array formation frantically. Crash! Under Mocha's attack, a crack actually appeared. Retreat! Fong Chen roared, his figure flickered, and instantly drilled out of the crack, followed by Mocha. Rumble! When the two of them drilled out, the crack in the array formation returned to normal again. Phew! Seeing this, Mocha took a deep breath, his face a little solemn. Fortunately, Brother Fong knows about arrays, or we would really be trapped here. Mocha smiled. Let's go in and take a look. Don't let them take the treasure away, Fong Chen said hurriedly. Speaking of Han Shi and Ho Hu, Mocha's face was extremely gloomy, and a murderous look flashed across his face. Those two sons of cheese, the next time we meet, I won't let them have it easy. In the dark cave, there was a different world. In the depths of the cave, there were countless intricate passages. Every passage was filled with a shocking aura. Roar! The demonized creatures reappeared, but there were not many of them. Under the joint attack of Fong Chen and Mocha, the demonized creatures were gradually eliminated. After eliminating the demonized creatures, Fong Chen turned to look at Mocha and asked, "How did you find the rune hammer?" The rune hammer was the treasure that the three of them found in the demon abyss. In fact, the most important thing was not the hammer, but the rune engraved on it. Every rune realm expert would engrave the rune they had comprehended on some objects before they died, and give it to the fated ones. If a void realm expert could obtain a rune, he could use the rune to quickly condense his own rune and enter the rune realm. This was an extremely tempting treasure, so it attracted the three of them to fight over it crazily. Back then, when we were far away in the dark cave, we saw a flash of black light. In that flash of black light, we saw a black war hammer. On the war hammer, there was a shocking rune of order, Mocha said. In other words, you don't know where the war hammer is at all? Fong Chen continued to ask. Mocha shook his head. He really did not know. Han Shi and Ho Hu have been here many times. Maybe they have some information, Mocha said. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded, then closed his eyes and felt the aura in the air. Han Shi and Ho Hu's aura. Although it was hidden, Fong Chen, who was a space-time cultivator, still sensed it. They entered the third tunnel, Fong Chen said directly. How do you know? Mocha asked in shock. There's no time. Let's go in quickly, Fong Chen said directly without explaining too much. At this moment, Mocha trusted Fong Chen completely. If he said to go in, he would go in. Soon, the two disappeared into the third tunnel. In a wasteland, there was a black altar. There was a colorful aura around the altar. It was very oppressive. In front of the altar, there were two figures. They were Han Shi and Ho Hu. Both of them looked at the huge war hammer on the altar with burning eyes. The war hammer sat quietly on the altar. On its body, there were runes of order that made people tremble. Is that the rune of order? Even from far away, they could feel the powerful power of the runes of order. Ha ha! We can finally get the war hammer, Han Shi said with a grin. Brother Ho Hu, don't forget our promise. Let's work together to get the war hammer. Then we can comprehend the runes of order together. Don't worry, I will keep my promise, Ho Hu said. Han Shi nodded and walked slowly toward the altar. However, at this moment, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Ho Hu's eyes. Then, he took out a dagger and stabbed it into Han Shi's back. Die! Ho Hu roared and stabbed the dagger into Han Shi's body. Then, he punched Han Shi's body and sent him flying. Bang! Han Shi's body flew backward. After he managed to stabilize himself, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ew! Error-free novel reading. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use the members' bookshelf. Chapter 2064. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by, go divided by little. Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Inside the passage, it was pitch black. Love go little say, W, chew damn Han Shi. He actually set up a formation in the passage. Mocha's roar could be heard from time to time. After they entered the passage, they were often restrained by Han Shi's formation. Fortunately, Fong Chun, a sky-level formation master, was there to quickly break the formation and leave. However, in the process of breaking the formation, Fong Chun discovered a shocking scene. As the sky-level formation absorbed the aura in the passage, the demonized creatures were rapidly being nurtured. Is it because the aura is weakening? Fong Chun thought to himself. While he was thinking, a demonized creature appeared in front of him. Kill! Fong Chun and Mocha joined forces and killed the demonized creature in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Fong Chun sensed a dangerous aura, so he quickly brought Mocha with him as he fled. Soon, they stopped because they were blocked by a large number of demonized creatures when they were about to reach the exit of the passage. What should we do? Mocha asked in a panic. The passage is very narrow and can only accommodate 2 people at a time. In other words, if they want to rush over, they can only do it in pairs. Let's join forces and break through, Fong Chun said. No matter what, they couldn't give up. Kill. Fong Chun used the ancient soul refining technique without holding back. At the same time, his physical strength, which was comparable to a divine inscription realm expert, poured out. A large number of demonized creatures kept rushing toward the 2 of them. However, before they could get close, they were killed by Fong Chun and Mocha's powerful attacks. Haha, this feels good. After fighting for a while, the situation gradually stabilized. Mocha laughed loudly. They fought and moved forward. The number of demonized creatures was rapidly decreasing. In fact, at this point in the battle, Fong Chun already knew the root of the problem. He was multitasking, attacking the demonized creatures and breaking the formation at the same time. His talent in the Tao of array formations was seriously too strong. The environment in the passageway was harsh, and the formation that Han Shi had set up was only an ordinary ascending heaven-level formation. For Fong Chun, it was not too difficult. After about an hour, Fong Chun finally cracked all the formations at the exit of the tunnel. With the collapse of the formation, the number of demonized creatures finally stopped increasing. Phew! Mocha also breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 of them continued to increase their efforts to kill the demonized creatures. Mocha didn't know how long this crazy slaughter took. They only knew that after they left the tunnel, they were completely exhausted and sat down on the ground. Brother Fong, I really admire you more and more now. Fortunately, I chose to cooperate with you back then. If I were your enemy, I wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Fong Chun grinned at Mocha's honesty. Brother Fong, how strong are you exactly? Mocha asked. He was eager to know. Against Han Shi and Ho Hu, it won't be much of a problem, Fong Chun said casually. Then what about against the divine inscription realm powerhouse? Mocha pondered for a moment and then asked, Divine inscription realm? Fong Chun's deep eyes looked at the blue sky and said, Maybe I can fight against them. Hearing this, Mocha was shocked. Let's go. After resting for a while, Fong Chun and Mocha quickly walked on the wasteland. After a while, they saw Han Shi and Ho Hu, but the scene in front of them surprised them. Are they killing each other? At this time, Han Shi was covered in blood and had difficulty resisting Ho Hu's attack. On the other hand, Ho Hu's face was gloomy, as if he would not stop until he killed Han Shi. Fong Chun's gaze bypassed the 2 and landed on the altar. Divine runes of order. Fong Chun's body trembled. He could clearly feel the enormous power contained in the divine runes of order. It really is the divine runes of order. Mocha was also very excited. Boom! In the end, Han Shi was no match for Ho Hu and was sent flying by the latter's punch. At this time, both of them noticed Fong Chun and Mocha and were shocked. Why are you here? Ho Hu asked in a deep voice. Only you are allowed to come, and we're not allowed to come? Mocha said angrily. Han Shi, who had steadied himself, hurriedly said, as if he had seen his savior, Both of you, Ho Hu wants to kill me and take the war hammer for himself. If both of you help me, I am willing to hand over the Warhammer and even lead the Hanshan tribe to surrender to the STE tribe. Weren't you on good terms before? Mocha mocked. Han Chi's face was bitter and helpless. Ho-Hu's face was rather gloomy as well. He said, Mocha, you have the Stet tribe behind you. If you dare to attack me, I'll kill you. If you dare to attack me, my divine monkey tribe will definitely not let your STE tribe go. It would have been better if Ho-Hu did not say this. Now that he said this, Mocha was even angrier. Let's work together and kill this guy first, Mocha said. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and launched a thunderous attack with Mocha. Seeing this, Han Chi was overjoyed and also joined the battle group. 3 void realms surrounded Ho-Hu, and the latter's situation suddenly became extremely dangerous. You're courting death. Ho-Hu roared angrily and looked for a chance to escape at the same time. Whoosh! 6 terrifying sword lights slashed Ho-Hu's body, directly injuring him. Ho-Hu, trash like you is simply wasting air in this world, Han Chi said angrily and then launched a domineering attack. Ho-Hu's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and took out a rune from his arms. He gently pinched it, and suddenly the void was torn apart. His figure disappeared. I won't let you go. Ho-Hu's threatening voice came from the air. Boundary breaking rune? Seeing Ho-Hu disappear under his nose, Mocha was also a little stunned and then muttered, What is the boundary breaking rune? Fang Chen asked. The boundary breaking rune is an extremely precious rune. It contains a powerful spatial law within. As long as you lightly pinch it, you can tear apart the void and escape. Mocha said, no matter if there's a seal or not, it can't stop the boundary-breaking rune. So formidable? Fang Chen was slightly startled. This was the first time he heard of the boundary-breaking rune. The boundary-breaking rune is very precious. Even deity inscriptions realm experts rarely have one. It is said that in the entire myriad Devil Islands, only the Island Master has one. Han Chi said, one must know that the Island Master is a Unity Realm expert and stands at the peak of Cosmos God. It is not strange for him to have the boundary-breaking rune. But Ho-Hu can also take out the boundary-breaking rune. This is truly shocking. Fang Chen nodded. He knew how powerful the boundary-breaking rune was. But Ho-Hu had already escaped, and the most important thing now was to get the Warhammer. This time, I have to thank the 2 of you for your help. As for the battle for the Warhammer, I won't participate. Han Chi took the initiative to say, Brother Fang, little brother Fang, if not for you, I might have died in the Devil Abyss. The Warhammer will belong to you. Mocha said. Since it was related to the Divine Order imprint, Fang Chen did not back down. After I take away the Divine Order imprint on the Warhammer, I'll give it to you, Fang Chen said, following which, he walked step by step towards the altar. 1. There is clearly a spatial membrane blocking the altar. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and pondered. Mocha saw this and walked forward, prepared to help. Han Chi followed behind the 2 of them with a cold glint in her eyes. Soon after, he waved his hand, causing a black light to descend from the sky, binding Fang Chen and Mocha within. 1. A sky-piercing array was formed in an instant. Haha, the Warhammer is mine. Do you think the 2 of you can compete with me? Han Chi looked at the 2, trapped by the array, and sneered. Mocha was furious. He roared, Han Chi, you despicable and shameless brat. We saved you in vain. How dare you treat us like this? If I had known this would happen, I would have let you die in Ho-Hu's hands. What's the point of saying this? We cultivators will do whatever it takes to achieve our goals. I just want the Warhammer. That's all, Han Chi said with a smile. Then he waved his fingers and black mist emerged. Immediately, the spatial membrane blocking Fang Chen disappeared. Han Chi happily walked up to the black altar and approached the Warhammer. Ha! The Warhammer is mine. When I step into the divine pattern realm, all of you will die, Han Chi said excitedly. In the array, Mocha roared crazily. Fang Chen, on the other hand, looked at Han Chi calmly. Damn you, you treacherous bastard. If I can leave here, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. Otherwise, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Mocha hated Han Chi so much that he wanted to tear him into pieces. To read novels without mistakes, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Please use the synchronized bookshelf for members. Chapter 2065. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After a while, Han Chi actually picked up the Warhammer. The divine runes of order on the Warhammer were faintly discernible, but they didn't attack Han Chi. This scene shocked Mocha quite a bit. He stared at Han Chi with his mouth agape. Dude, how is this possible? Han Chi held the Warhammer in his hand, and a strange smile appeared on his face. What? Are you surprised? Do you think I'm that idiot Ho-Hu? Han Chi walked down from the altar, admiring the furious Mocha, and continued, I've been using Ho-Hu since the two of us joined forces to kick you out. I've even secretly mastered the way to control the Warhammer. But it's also thanks to the two of you. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to get rid of Ho-Hu. Han Chi sneered, looking at Fang Chun and Mocha as if they were idiots. Now that I have the Warhammer, there's no need for you to exist. As he spoke, Han Chi raised the Warhammer, and the divine runes of order flickered. He wanted to use the divine runes of order to kill Fang Chun and Mocha. Mocha's eyes were scarlet, and he roared angrily, I'll kill you. However, Fang Chun stopped Mocha's impulse. He looked at Han Chi quietly and said, Do you think you succeeded? Han Chi laughed wildly at Fang Chun's question. He pointed at the Warhammer and said, The Warhammer is in my hand. So what? I just asked you to keep it for me for a while. Fang Chun said calmly. Do you know how pigs die? Han Chi sneered. He held the Warhammer in his hand, and the divine runes of order flickered. He was ready to attack Fang Chun. I know, stupid people die. But comparing you to a pig is an insult to pigs, Fang Chun said. You're courting death. Han Chi's face darkened completely, and the Warhammer in his hand suddenly fell. Crack! However, just as his Warhammer fell, the formation that he was so proud of suddenly shattered. Fang Chun and Mocha disappeared into the void. Dong! The Warhammer smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. I've already told you that your efforts are in vain. I'm just letting you keep the Warhammer for the time being. Fang Chun said with a grin as he appeared in the void. You. Seeing this, Han Chi turned pale with fright. He hurriedly pulled out his Warhammer, wanting to deal with Fang Chun. However, the latter would not give him the chance to do so. He unleashed the 6 sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining art at the same time. Whoosh! The destructive sword light instantly penetrated Han Chi's palm, and the Warhammer he was holding fell to the ground. Han Chi screamed in agony, and, just as he was about to rise up and retaliate, a battle axe suddenly came crashing down from behind him. Pucci! Han Chi, who was already injured, could not withstand the continuous attacks of Fang Chun and Mocha. In an instant, more than half of his vitality had disappeared. No, seeing that he was about to die, Han Chi was unwilling. You can't kill me. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was completely killed by Mocha's battle axe. Fang Chun walked up to the Warhammer and gently picked it up. Buzz! The power that emerged from the divine order pattern seemed to be repelling his physical body. Fortunately, his physical strength was already comparable to a divine inscription realm powerhouse, and he barely managed to resist the impact of the divine order pattern. Fang Chun tried to keep the divine order pattern in his mind. He channeled all his strength into the divine order pattern and established a connection with it. Finally, he succeeded in keeping it in his mind and attached it to his primordial spirit. However, with Fang Chun's current cultivation, it was still somewhat difficult for him to fully comprehend the divine order pattern. Here's the Warhammer, Fang Chun said. Mocha was very excited as he took the Warhammer. Although he did not obtain the divine order pattern, the Warhammer was still a universe-level weapon. Let's go. It's time for us to go out. Love go little say W, Chu Fang Chun said. Okay, let's go out. Although the trip to the demonic abyss was short, the harvest was huge. When Fang Chun and Mocha came out of the demonic abyss, the entire eastern district changed. After Ho-Hu returned, He immediately issued an order to recapture the leaderless Han tribe in one fell swoop. After that, he continued to recapture some of the weaker tribes that had been recaptured by the Stet tribe. At this moment, Ho-Hu was leading his Void Realm powerhouses to suppress the Stet tribe. Stet tribe, listen up. Surrender quickly, or we'll kill without mercy, Ho-Hu said coldly. His heart was filled with anger. When he thought of how he was forced to retreat by the three of them, and even had to use a boundary-breaking talisman, his heart ached. Unify the 31 tribes, plunder countless resources, and break through to the divine inscription realm as soon as possible, Ho-Hu thought to himself. Chief Ho-Hu, aren't you afraid of the Guardian's anger? In the Stet tribe, a Void Realm powerhouse said, What a joke. I'll buy you 3 breaths of time. Ho did not want to waste time, and said directly. Suddenly, the people in the Stet tribe were anxious and worried. Once the Divine Monkey tribe launched an attack, they would not be able to resist at all. We'd rather die than surrender. Chief Mocha will avenge us. No one knew who said this, but it immediately triggered a response from the entire Stet tribe. The deafening voice resounded through the sky. The emotions of the Stet tribe's people were stirred up immediately. They would rather die than surrender. This caused Ho-Hu's face to turn extremely gloomy. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, Ho-Hu said coldly. Ho-Hu said coldly. Before he could give the order, the Void Realm experts behind him had already attacked. The Stet tribe has violated the Divine Monkey tribe's decree. Kill without mercy. This Void Realm powerhouse wanted to take credit in front of Ho-Hu. He was the first to attack and looked down on the Stet tribe's powerhouse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in the distant sky. 2 figures were rushing over quickly. Oh no, Ho-Hu wants to massacre the Stet tribe. Mocha's face was gloomy and somewhat worried. Hearing this, Fong Chun said, You stay behind. I'll go and rescue them first. He was a space-time cultivator. His speed was many times faster than Mocha's. He should be able to reach the Stet tribe before Ho-Hu started his massacre. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, Fong Chen's figure disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he had already appeared in the sky above the Stet tribe. Seeing the Void Realm powerhouse attack the Stet tribe, Fong Chen's voice resounded through the sky. Stop! Then, he threw a punch at the Void Realm powerhouse who attacked first. Crack! Caught off guard, the Void Realm powerhouse's arms were broken by Fong Chun. Who is he? Many people who did not know Fong Chun exclaimed. Seeing this, the people of the Stet tribe were excited. It's you? When Ho-Hu saw Fong Chun, a complicated expression flashed across his eyes as he said gloomily. It's me, Fong Chun said. I thought you would die in the Demon Abyss. But since you've come out, shouldn't we settle the grudges in the Demon Abyss? Ho-Hu grinned. Yes, it's time to settle it, Fong Chun said. Today, I'd like to see who can save you, Ho-Hu said. You talk a lot of nonsense. As soon as Fong Chun finished speaking, he attacked. The 6 major sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining art were executed simultaneously. At the same time, a terrifying power emerged. Kill. In the sky, the 6 major sword moves turned into 6 dazzling sword lights. Under Fong Chen's control, they quickly merged together. The aura released from the soul sword light made the Void Realm powerhouse tremble. What kind of power is that? The powerhouses of the Divine Monkey tribe were completely shocked. They never dreamed that Fong Chun was so powerful, deliberately mystifying. Ho-Hu sneered. He opened his hands, and a powerful force emerged instantly. His palms hit the soul sword light fiercely. Poochie! When the sword light came into contact with his palms, it easily broke through his defense and penetrated his palms. A miserable shriek came out of Ho-Hu's mouth. Fong Chun did not give Ho-Hu any chance. He jumped in front of Ho-Hu and punched him heavily. Dong! Ho-Hu's body flew out like a kite. In a moment, Ho-Hu was completely suppressed by Fong Chen's aura. He had no power to resist. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Mocha rushed over and saw this scene, he was instantly stunned. This is too exaggerated. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Fong Chun had already suppressed Ho-Hu. Ho-Hu's eyes were scarlet. He fought back frantically, but it was to no avail. Fong Chen's strength was too strong. He was suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use it to synchronize your bookshelf with members. Chapter 2066. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At this moment, Ho-Hu's heart was filled with helplessness. He had just broken through to the Void Realm, yet he had such combat power. It was too unimaginable. However, this was the truth. He was suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. There was nothing he could do. I'm willing to surrender. Ho-Hu hurriedly roared. Facing the threat of death, dignity was nothing. I'm willing to bring the divine monkey tribe under your command and follow you forever. Being forced into a dead end, Ho-Hu could only try to survive in this situation where his life was at stake. After all, it was better to live than to die. Everyone understood this logic. Kacha. Fong Chen did not retract his strength. He continued to suppress Ho-Hu. The latter's bones were cracking as if they were about to break. If you don't experience pain, how can it be engraved in your bones? Fong Chun did not want to experience Han Chi's betrayal, so he wanted to torture Ho-Hu first. Miserable cries kept coming out of Ho-Hu's mouth. For an entire hour, Fong Chun had been torturing Ho-Hu. Even the Void Realm experts of the Divine Monkey Tribe could not stand it anymore. However, they did not dare to act. On the other hand, the people of the Stir Tribe were dumbfounded and shocked. Pung. Fong Chun withdrew his aura. Ho-Hu was as tired as a dead dog. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Swear a martial Dao oath. Fong Chun said. The oath of the martial path was the greatest restraint for every cultivator. Under normal circumstances, Cosmos gods were most afraid of martial Dao oaths. Once sworn, it would bind you for life. Unless one day you could reach the peak of the martial Dao and completely shatter the martial Dao oath. But clearly, this was too far away for Ho-Hu. Ho-Hu, will lead all the people of the Divine Monkey Tribe to respect Fong Chun as our master. We will never betray him. Otherwise, we'll be struck by lightning and will not have a good ending. Ho-Hu intermittently swore the martial Dao oath. Throughout the entire process, Mocha was dumbfounded. The number 1 tribe of the Eastern District, the Divine Monkey Tribe, actually surrendered so easily. Did this not mean that from now on, Fong Chun would command the entire Eastern District and become the strongest leader of the 31 tribes? From now on, the 31 tribes in the Eastern District will all be under Mocha's command. What he said is what I mean. Do you understand? Fong Chun announced to the crowd. Yes, leader. Ho-Hu took the lead and cupped his fists. Mocha was secretly delighted. At the same time, he was even more determined to follow Fong Chun. Brother Fong, don't worry. I won't let you down, Mocha said excitedly. At this point, the 31 tribes were all unified, and the Eastern District had unknowingly achieved great unity. And the one who did all this was just a guy who entered and exited the Void Realm. Soon, the news spread throughout the East District. Under Mocha's command, the operations of the 31 tribes were stable and orderly. Fong Chun, on the other hand, was fully focused on comprehending the divine runes of order. However, peaceful days always pass quickly. When the news reached the Guardian's ears, he was furious. One day, in the skies above the Sis tribe, a rumbling sound rang out. The Guardian's projection appeared and looked down at the ground. A terrifying aura swept through the entire STE tribe. Guardian, Mocha exclaimed when he saw this. I heard that recently. Your STE tribe has recovered all 31 tribes in the Eastern District and completed the Great Unification. The Guardian's entire body was shrouded in a hazy aura. His voice contained a shocking aura. Guardian, Mocha wanted to explain, but was interrupted by the Guardian. It's fine if there are small fights between the tribes. I turn a blind eye to it. But now, everything you've done has exceeded the limits of my patience. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to me? Faced with the Guardian's questioning, Mocha was in a dilemma. At this moment, Fong Chen appeared. He looked up at the Guardian and smiled. I wonder why the Guardian is here. If the news I received is correct, you're the mastermind behind all this. The Guardian stared at Fong Chen and asked. Fong Chen nodded and did not hide anything. The powerhouses of the myriad demon islands are revered. I'm stronger than them and unified the Eastern District. Is there anything wrong with that? Fong Chen asked. The Guardian sneered. According to what you said, I can casually kill you just because I'm stronger than you. If the Guardian wants to try, feel free. Fong Chen shrugged and said without a care. Hearing this, the Guardian's expression turned gloomy. I am a Guardian under the Island Master of the Myriad Demon Islands. I was personally appointed by the Island Master to oversee the Eastern District. The Guardian angrily said, As long as you don't destroy the balance of the Eastern District, I can't be bothered. But your appearance has greatly destroyed the balance of the Eastern District. I suspect that you are doing something unfavorable to the Myriad Demon Islands. I'll now give the order to kill you in the name of a Guardian. On the Myriad Demon Islands, the strongest expert was undoubtedly the Unity Realm Cosmos God Island Master. The Island Master had great authority and was in charge of the entire Myriad Demon Islands. The Guardians of the 4 regions were personally appointed by the Island Master. Their existence was to guard every region and protect these native tribes. Kill. Just as the Guardian finished speaking, the terrifying aura in the sky instantly transformed into a huge kill word, following which, under the control of the Guardian, it rapidly poured down and blasted towards Fong Chen. Is this the strength of a deity imprint realm expert? Fong Chen raised his head and looked at that kill word. Every stroke was condensed from the deity imprint of order. Fong Chen felt an immense pressure, but he did not cower. Let me see how strong the deity imprint of order is. The 6 great sword moves of the immemorial soul refining art were executed simultaneously. The extremely wild sword light fused together, forming the most resplendent sword light. With a boom, it clashed against the kill word. Wong. Many deity imprints of order instantly expanded, erupting with a terrifying aura. It enveloped the resplendent sword light and started suppressing it, courting death. Seeing that Fong Chen dared to retaliate, the Guardian was infuriated. If you're a true god, I might be afraid. It's just a projection. It's not a problem for me. Fong Chen sneered. He took out the Herculean pagoda and activated all his strength, crazily smashing the deity imprint of order. Because it was a projection, there were very few deity imprints of order that could be used. Moreover, he could not fully release the power within the deity imprint of order. This gave Fong Chen an opportunity. Under the crazy smashing of the Herculean pagoda, cracks actually appeared on the deity imprint of order. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fong Chen once again performed the immemorial soul refining art. What sort of move is this? The Guardian in the sky exclaimed. Crack! The kill word shattered, and the deity imprint of order also rapidly collapsed. The Guardian's attack was forcibly blocked by Fong Chen. In the sky, the Guardian's expression constantly changed. Interesting. A Void Realm expert dares to challenge me. The Guardian sneered. Guardian, you're just so. Fong Chen said, If we've been cultivating for the same amount of time, or if we're in the same realm, I would have killed you long ago. Fong Chen was right. He was at a disadvantage because his cultivation time was too short. He only had a little more than 10,000 years. As for the Guardian, he did not know how long he had been cultivating for. It might even be more than an era in the miniature universe. Die. The Guardian's dignity was not to be challenged. The kill word appeared again. This time, Fong Chen blasted the deity imprint of order even more straightforwardly. The terrifying shock wave even directly affected the Guardian's projection in the sky. If you want to deal with me, at least let your real body come. Fong Chen leaped and performed the space-time cultivation system. His figure was unpredictable. The Guardian could not catch Fong Chen's trace at all. Instead, he was entangled by Fong Chen's immemorial soul refining art. Boom! After a fierce battle, Fong Chen blasted the Guardian's projection with a sword. Within the sister tribe, there was a tsunami of exclamations. Everyone widened their eyes and stared blankly at Fong Chen, who was suspended in midair. Oh my God! Even the Guardian's projection was blasted away. How strong is he? A Void Realm expert blocked the attack of a deity imprint realm expert? This is crazy. He doesn't even take the Guardian seriously. Of course, some people were worried. After all, the Guardian was a genuine deity imprint realm expert. If his real body came, would Fang Chan be able to withstand it? Commander, the Guardian is not as powerful as you think. If he dares to come, I don't mind snatching his position as the Guardian to play with, Fang Chun said confidently. For error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use. Members synchronize their bookshelves. Chapter 2067. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Myriad Demon Islands, East District, Guardian Palace. The Guardian's face was gloomy. His projection had descended on the Stet tribe, but it was defeated by Fang Chun. Fang Chun did not take the Guardian seriously at all. A void realm dares to challenge me? A cold glint flashed across the Guardian's eyes. I would like to see what tricks you have, the Guardian said eerily. Unknowingly, Fang Chun had offended the Guardian. However, he did not care at all. He wanted to enter the master of Myriad Demon Island's attention through the Guardian and then find a way to leave this place. Moreover, the Myriad Demon Islands respected the strong. He did not think that he was weaker than the Guardian. Even if the master of Myriad Demon Islands knew that he was disrespectful to the Guardian, he would not say anything. My current attack methods are comparable to the Divine Inscriptions realm. It's just that my weapon is still too weak, Fang Chun said to himself as he stood quietly in the courtyard of the Stet tribe. Above the true god weapon was the legendary universal weapon. Although his hidden star sword was strong, it was only at the level of a supreme, true god weapon. Compared to a universal weapon, there was still a huge gap. Coincidentally, he had obtained a broken long sword at the bottom of the origin pool. This long sword was a universal weapon and contained powerful energy. If it could be integrated into the hidden star sword, it should be able to be upgraded to the universal level. However, my crafting skills are not at the heaven level, so I can't upgrade the hidden star sword to the universal level. Fang Chun was in a dilemma. At this time, he naturally had to ask Mocha about it. In the end, this inquiry was out of Fang Chun's expectations. He did not expect the Stet tribe to have a heaven-level craftsman. I lost my previous weapon, so the weapon I'm using now is too weak. If I want to upgrade it to the universal level, please help me contact this craftsman, Fang Chun said. He deliberately lied. After all, in the eyes of Mocha and the others, he had a strong background. Moreover, he was mysterious and unfathomable. He did not want others to know his background. Leader, don't worry. I'll go find him now. Soon, Mocha found the Stet tribe's artificers. This is Master He. Mocha introduced. Master He. Mocha must have told you my idea, right? Fang Chun went straight to the point. It's my honor to be able to serve the chief, Master He said with a smile. Fang Chun nodded with a smile on his face. Soon after, he took out the broken longsword he had obtained from the Genesis Reservoir and asked, Master He, can you integrate this broken longsword into the weapon I'm currently using? Hearing this, Master He took the broken longsword and his expression changed. He carefully examined the broken longsword, and his expression became more and more solemn. After a long time, he looked up at Fang Chun and said, Chief, although this sword is broken, it is not simple. The power contained within it is very strange. I'm not sure if I can succeed, but I'm willing to give it a try. Thank you very much, Master He. After negotiating with Master He, the latter immediately took out tools from his Sumeru ring and began to work in Fang Chun's courtyard. Rumble. Scorching flames emerged from Master He's palms. He waved his hands quickly, and every time he waved his hands, the sound of metal intertwining could be heard. After a while, when the fire was almost ready, Master He picked up the hidden star sword and the broken longsword with both hands and began to merge them. From beginning to end, Fang Chun watched from the side. When he saw this scene, Fang Chun could not help but be a little surprised. This method is really amazing. Fang Chun also had some attainments in artificing. But compared to Master He, it was like heaven and earth. Now is the time to learn. Fang Chun's eyes carefully watched Master He's every step. The long sword is swallowing the hidden star sword? Suddenly, Fang Chun found that the broken longsword was actually swallowing the hidden star sword. He looked at Master He with some concern, but the latter's face was unusually calm. Master He should have a way, right? Thinking of this, Fang Chun withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and began to recall the process of Master He's artificing just now. The entire artificing process was almost completed in one go. It only took Master He 2 hours to complete the artificing. Boom! There was a deafening sound in the sky, as if the space was about to be distorted. After Fang Chun opened his eyes, he suddenly found that a brand-new cosmic weapon appeared in Master He's hand. At first glance, it seemed to be a brand-new weapon. However, after taking a closer look, Fang Chun found that this was actually the hidden star sword, but its aura had changed a lot. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Master He handed the weapon to Fang Chun with a smile and said with a grin. After receiving the hidden star sword, Fang Chun felt a scorching aura penetrating into his body. This is a universe-level weapon? Fang Chun said to himself. Cosmic weapons not only have their own spirituality, but also can absorb the power of the origin between heaven and earth. Some weapons with powerful innate attributes can release all kinds of powerful power. Master, he said, Chief's weapon also has its own innate attribute. Oh, Fang Chun was a little curious. Sword domain. Master, he stroked his beard and said, Chief's long sword, after bursting out a terrifying sword aura, can quickly form a sword domain around it. In the sword domain, you could do whatever you want. Of course, if you encounter a powerful person who can break the sword domain with brute force in an instant, then it will be useless. Master, he said. Fang Chun naturally knew what a domain was. He did not expect that the hidden star sword actually had the attribute of sword domain. Wasn't this too abnormal? Although it had no effect on powerful people, it was too useful to deal with warriors of the same realm. Once trapped in his sword domain, wouldn't he be at his mercy? Thank you, Master He. Fang Chun thanked him with cupped fists. He was very excited. Peaceful days were always short. 7 days had passed since the Guardian's projection descended. What surprised Fang Chun was that the Guardian did not come to take revenge immediately. What is the Guardian thinking? Fang Chun was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the Guardian should have come to look for him, but he did not come for 7 days. Is he afraid of me? Soon, Fang Chun rejected this idea. Let's not think about this for now. Fang Chun shook his head and said softly. Since the hidden star sword had been upgraded to the cosmic level, he had been comprehending the divine pattern of order in his mind. The divine pattern of order was too mysterious. With his potential, he had only comprehended a little. If I can fight with the Guardian's real body and personally feel the power of the divine pattern of order, it might be helpful in comprehending the divine pattern of order, Fang Chun said to himself. For the time being, he could not fully comprehend this divine pattern of order, let alone absorb it, although his strength was already enough to fight with a divine pattern powerhouse. His own realm was still a long way from the divine pattern realm. Fang Chun was not in a hurry. He took it one step at a time. One day, he would leave the myriad demon island. Boom! Just as Fang Chun was thinking, a terrifying pressure suddenly engulfed the entire Stet tribe. A furious roar exploded in the sky above the tribe. You deserve to die for looking down on the Guardian. When this voice came, Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. Was the Guardian finally here? He leaped and arrived in the sky above the Stet tribe. He happened to see the Guardian, who was rapidly approaching on a cloud. You are Fang Chun? The Guardian asked coldly. That's right. Do you know your crime? The Guardian continued to question. What crime? You led the Stet tribe and broke the peace of the Eastern District. You took 31 tribes under your command and conspired to rebel. You deserve to die. The Guardian said coldly. Not only you, but the entire Stet tribe has no need to continue existing. Below, in the Stet tribe, after hearing the Guardian's words, everyone was terrified. Error-free novel reading. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use. Members synchronize their bookshelves. Chapter 2068. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small. Showa Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Stefan tribe. Fong Chen sat cross-legged. He was carefully sensing the God's Order imprint in his mind with a grin on his face. This God's Order imprint seems different from that of the protectors. Fong Chen thought. After carefully sensing it, he was shocked to discover that even though it looked similar on the surface, the energy contained within was totally different. He immediately called Mocha over to ask about this matter. After hearing it, Mocha chuckled. Sir Leader, you don't know about this, right? Actually, there are differences between the God's Order imprints. Oh, what's the difference? Fong Chen asked. Sir Leader, please listen to me explain in detail. Mocha said, the God's Order imprint is something every deity inscriptionist can condense. The only difference is how much they can condense. In the primal chaos void, there are 3 types of God's Order imprint. 3 types? Fong Chen felt even more curious. The first type of God's Order imprint is condensed by relying on one's own strength. It is also the most ordinary God's Order imprint, like the one condensed by the protectors. Mocha said, and the second type of God's Order imprint is left behind in the world after an expert dies. This God's Order imprint is many times stronger than ordinary God's Order imprint. Why is that? Fong Chen did not understand. Think about it. If a Unity Realm Cosmos God dies, how many God's Order imprints would there be in his body? Mocha asked. Unity Realm Cosmos gods had to fuse all their God's Order imprints together. In other words, after they died, there would only be a single God's Order imprint left in their body. This single God's Order imprint was formed by fusing a vast amount of ordinary God's Order imprints. Naturally, its power would be much stronger than ordinary God's Order imprints. So that's the case. Fong Chen nodded. He was enlightened. The divine order sigil that he had obtained had been engraved on the war hammer after the powerhouse had died. It should be condensed from many ordinary God's Order imprints too. The second divine rune of order is something that many divine rune realm experts in the chaotic void yearn for. Once you obtain it and absorb it, it'll be comparable to 10,000 years of bitter cultivation, and its attack power will be extremely high. Mocha said. However, it's extremely difficult to obtain this sort of divine rune of order. As far as I know, only those great powers would nurture their younger generation like this. Suddenly, a crazy idea appeared in Fong Chen's mind. If all the divine order runes in his body were like this, how strong would his attack be? He would absolutely be able to insta-kill martial artists of the same realm. He could even challenge Unity realm experts. Of course, it was just a thought. What about the third one? What is it? If the second type was already so powerful, Fong Chen was very curious about how powerful the third type would be. The third type of divine rune of order only exists in legends. I've lived for 300 million years, but I've never seen such a divine order rune. Mocha's face was filled with excitement when he mentioned the last divine order rune. Oh, since it only existed in legends, the last type of divine order rune must be extremely rare and precious. There's everything in the chaotic void. There are many things that you don't even dare to think about. Some things even go against the operation of the chaotic void, but they still exist. And in the vast chaotic void, there's a natural divine order rune. This divine order rune is formed from the origin energy of heaven and earth, through the operation of the chaotic void, and after countless years, it gradually condenses and forms. Mocha said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. Natural divine order rune? Wasn't this too exaggerated? According to legends, as long as you can absorb one of these divine order runes, you could become the strongest divine rune realm expert in the entire chaotic void. Mocha said, of course, these divine order runes are even rarer. In the history of the chaotic void, they've only appeared a few times. Not to mention our small myriad demon island. Some people haven't even heard of them. Mocha said self-deprecatingly. The myriad demon island was too small. Fong Chen's heart was burning. His mind was filled with fantasies about the natural divine order runes. How good would it be if I could get one of these divine order runes? However, it was just a fantasy. In this remote myriad demon island, it wouldn't appear at all. Then where will the natural divine order runes appear? Fong Chen asked. Mocha shook his head. The time and place of the appearance of these divine order runes are uncertain. You might encounter them when you're walking, or you might not even be able to get them in front of you. In short, everything depends on fate. The first type was called ordinary divine order runes. The second type was called fused divine order runes. The third type was called natural divine order runes. The three types of divine order runes divided the levels of divine rune realm experts. However, up until now, many top experts in the chaotic void had basically absorbed and fused divine order runes. Only those divine rune realm experts who had no background and no strength would condense their own divine runes. As for the third type, there was no need to even think about it. Perhaps even a void star heaven didn't have it. Leader, your potential is endless. You can fight against a divine rune realm expert at the void realm. If there's a chance, you should look for more fused divine order runes. Mocha said, with your strength, if you absorb and fuse the divine order runes, you'll soon stand out and be noticed by the myriad demon islands' island master. In the future, you'll definitely have a place in the myriad demon island. After sending Mocha off, Feng Chun calmed down the shock in his heart. The three types of divine order runes were completely different. Whoosh! Releasing the divine order runes in his mind, Feng Chun could feel the vast power contained within. Let's see if I can fuse them. Feng Chun sat cross-legged and focused all his attention on the divine order runes. This divine order rune contained a fire tribute aura. It was very domineering. It was many times stronger than the undying flame. If he wanted to absorb it, he had to first dissect its internal structure. Feng Chen's consciousness gradually penetrated into the divine order runes. Rumble. The terrifying flames directly enveloped his divine sense. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and Feng Chun felt uncomfortable. Inside the divine order runes, there are many different auras. I guess it's because of the fused divine order runes? Feng Chun thought to himself. The fiery flames were burning Feng Chen's consciousness. The latter was in great pain, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. After about a quarter of an hour, the fire suddenly disappeared. An ancient voice leisurely sounded. Since you can withstand the burning of my flames, you're qualified to absorb my divine order rune. This voice exploded in Feng Chen's mind, causing Feng Chen's body to tremble. Then he was overjoyed. The divine order rune contains the obsession left behind by the original owner. He has acknowledged me. Feng Chun was overjoyed and immediately began to absorb the divine order rune. Whoosh, whoosh. After being acknowledged, the speed at which he absorbed the divine order rune was much faster. Moreover, without any rejection, he absorbed it into his body almost immediately. Dong! After the divine order rune entered his body, it quickly fused with his strength. Buzz! When a strange sound rang out, Feng Chen knew that the fused divine order rune had become his. What a strange feeling. Absorbing the divine order rune in the void realm was a very impressive thing. Under normal circumstances, only a peerless genius could barely absorb the divine order rune in the void realm and lay down a good foundation. Then, he would find the right opportunity to step into the rune realm. After absorbing the divine order rune, Feng Chun was in a great mood. Whoosh! With a thought, the divine order rune was released instantly. Let's test my strength. Soon, Feng Chun called Mocha over. I want to test my strength. You come and attack me, Feng Chun said. Then, he released the divine order rune. Suddenly, the terrifying divine order rune emitted a violent pressure, directly imprisoning Mocha's body. Dong! The divine order rune sent Mocha flying with just a light attack. Mocha widened his eyes and looked at Feng Chun. Too monstrous. You're really strong. Feng Chun grinned. Mocha got up from the ground and quickly walked to Feng Chen's side, giving him a thumbs up. Leader is indeed a monstrous genius. You can absorb the divine order rune in the void realm. If you step into the rune realm, how impressive would that be? For error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use the synchronized bookshelf for members. Chapter 2069. Genius 1, second, remember love, go/little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The symbol of stepping into the divine pattern realm from the void realm was to have the ability to condense the divine pattern of order. However, there was no lack of monstrous geniuses in the chaos void. Although they couldn't condense the divine pattern of order in the void realm, they could absorb it. One had to know that absorbing and condensing were two completely different things. Those who could absorb the divine pattern of order in the void realm were monstrous geniuses. Once they stepped into the divine pattern realm, condensing the divine pattern of order would be as easy as pie for them. Of course, there was a limit to the strength of a void realm expert's body. They couldn't absorb too many divine patterns of order. Otherwise, once they absorbed too much, they would swell and end up crushed. 9 was the extreme number. In a vast chaos void, it had undergone countless changes over the years. In history, a void realm expert could only absorb 9 divine patterns of order. This was already the limit. Some monstrous geniuses were too conceited and thought they could surpass their predecessors. They forcefully absorbed the 10th divine pattern of order, but in the end, their bodies would explode and they would die. As time passed, no one dared to challenge the 10th divine pattern of order. Of course, most void realm experts couldn't absorb the divine pattern of order. Normally, absorbing 3 or 4 divine patterns of order was already very heaven-defying. In fact, a void realm expert like Feng Chun who could absorb 1 divine pattern of order was very rare in the myriad demon islands. However, it was very common in the void star heaven. Leader, with your current strength, it's more than enough to deal with the protectors, Mocha said excitedly. He looked at Feng Chun with burning eyes. If the latter could become a protector, the sister tribe would benefit. To be honest, I don't care much about the protector position. Feng Chun said, I want to enter the core of the myriad demon islands and get some useful information. I see. Mocha thought for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, I have an idea, but I can't guarantee it will succeed. What idea? Feng Chun asked. He still couldn't figure out the relationship between the myriad demon islands and the void star heaven and how far the two were apart. Mocha and the others had never left the myriad demon islands and didn't know. Only by entering the core of the myriad devil islands, the myriad devil hall, would one have a chance to come into contact with these secrets. The 10,000 Devil Hall often organizes competitions between Void Realm experts in the 4 districts to motivate us and make us work harder in our cultivation. At the same time, there's an even more important goal, which is to select some monstrous geniuses and bring them to the Myriad Demon Hall for grooming, said Mocha. You mean you want me to participate in the Myriad Void Realm competition? Feng Chun asked. That's right. With your strength, as long as you participate in the competition, you will definitely be noticed by the upper echelons of the 10,000 Demons Hall. You might even be taken in as a disciple. Mocha said, as for the Void Realm competition, the protectors of each region have the right to apply. It had only been 1,000 years since the last Void Realm competition. Logically speaking, it was not yet the stipulated time. However, if you can persuade the Guardian to apply for it, it may be possible to advance it. Feng Chen's eyes lit up. He had absorbed a fused divine rune of order, and his strength had skyrocketed. He already had the absolute strength to defeat the Guardians. Even if he faced other divine rune realm experts, he could at least protect himself. There was no point in staying in these weak tribes in the Eastern District. He should think of a way to enter the Myriad Devil Hall and obtain some secrets. All right, I'll go find a Guardian now. Eastern District, Guardian Palace. The moment the Guardian thought of Feng Chun, he was a little worried. This damn guy, where did he come from? The Guardian muttered to himself. The Void Realm expert hasn't absorbed the Divine Rune of Order, and he can take my attack head-on? If he absorbs the Divine Rune of Order, won't I lose without a fight? Guardian. All of a sudden, a hearty voice was heard. Hearing this, the Guardian's expression changed slightly, and he immediately leaped out of the Guardian Palace. What are you doing here? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Seeing Feng Chen's arrival, the Guardian's expression darkened as he said coldly, if he didn't do anything after being bullied to the door, how could he be a Guardian? Guardian, Don't misunderstand. I'm here today to discuss some important matters. Fong Chan waved his hand to stop the Guardian from attacking and quickly said, Something? You're not here to snatch my position as a Guardian? The Guardian looked at Fong Chan in confusion. Whoosh! Fong Chen's body landed in front of the Guardian, and he said with a smile, Guardian, you can rest assured. I don't care much about the position of a Guardian, so I won't attack you. So what if you attack me? You speak as if you could defeat me. The Guardian sneered. The Guardian's attitude made Fong Chun very unhappy, but he couldn't fly into a rage. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and a fiery red divine rune of order appeared above Fong Chen's head. After this divine rune of order appeared, the entire Guardian Palace became extremely hot. Seeing this, the Guardian's pupils shrank, and he cried out involuntarily. You absorbed and fused the divine rune of order? At this moment, the Guardian was completely stunned. A Void Realm expert who absorbed and fused the divine rune of order was definitely a monstrous genius. After a long time, the Guardian smiled bitterly and calmed down the shock in his heart. He felt very helpless. Now, he didn't even have the courage to attack. What a monstrous genius! The Guardian couldn't help but sigh. Then, he looked up at Fong Chun and asked, Tell me, why are you looking for me? Seeing that the Guardian had calmed down, Fong Chun chuckled and said, I would like to request the Guardian to apply to the Pandemonium for a Void Realm competition in the 4 districts. You want to join the Pandemonium? The Guardian asked. Fong Chun nodded and didn't hide anything from the Guardian. The Guardian pondered for a moment and said, I do have the authority to try and apply for it for you. However, I can't guarantee whether it will succeed. Thank you, Guardian. Fong Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. Then, he bade farewell to the Guardian and returned to the Stet tribe. Looking at Fong Chun's back, the Guardian could only smile bitterly. He was telling the truth and didn't care about the Guardian's position. With his strength, defeating the Guardian would be a matter of minutes. He could have taken the Guardian's position and applied for it himself. However, he didn't do that. This made the Guardian feel a little better. The Guardian personally went to the Pandemonium and explained the application to the upper echelons. Soon, the upper echelons of the Pandemonium announced that the Guardian's application had been approved. Then, they released the news and informed the other 3 districts. At the same time, they decided that the competition would be held 1 month later. In the Stet tribe, Fong Chan was very excited when he heard the news. Haha, I'm also very excited. In the previous Void Realm competitions, our Eastern District has always been at the bottom and has been suppressed by the other 3 districts. This time, we can finally hold our heads up high, the Guardian said excitedly. He was very confident in Fong Chun. Not to mention the 4 districts. Even in the entire Demon's Island, there wasn't a single Void Realm expert who could match up to Fong Chun. Kid, this time, you must suppress the Void Realm experts of the other 3 districts. The Guardian patted Fong Chen's shoulder and said. In response, Fong Chen only chuckled. According to the previous rules, each district can only have 10 people to participate in the competition. Moreover, these 10 people must be the tribe leader. Although you are in charge of 31 tribes, you're not the true leader of the tribes. After the Guardian finished laughing, he muttered to himself, Leader, if you don't mind, I'll let you manage the Stet tribe. How about that? Mocha said hurriedly. Fong Chun shook his head. Your strength is not bad. Participating in the Void Realm competition will allow you to train yourself. This is an opportunity for you. You can't miss it. As for me, you don't have to worry. I'll contact the Black Earth tribe and ask the Thunder Beast to give up his position as the leader temporarily. After I participate in the competition, I'll return it to him. Hearing that, Mocha didn't say anything else. He would listen to the leader's arrangements. All right, since you've already thought of a plan, I won't disturb you. 1 month later, come directly to the Guardian Temple. Since I'm the one who applied this time, the location of the competition will be at the Eastern District Guardian Temple. Error-free novel reading. Please bookmark this website to read the latest novel. Author notice, please use the novel app to read. It's free without ads. The web version will affect the reading experience. Install the novel app. Chapter 2070. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by, go divided by little. Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. A month's time passed as scheduled. Love, go little, say, go to the joint screening of Mocha and Ho-Hu. The other 7 contestants were finally selected, including the 2 of them and the main character of this Void Realm competition, Fong Chun. There were exactly 10 people. The East, West, South, and North districts only had 10 places each. It concerned the honor of each district and the future of the Void Realm. Therefore, they could not be careless. The Void Realm contestants chosen were all the best in the East District. Ho-Hu, the leader of the Divine Monkey Tribe, was rather dissatisfied with joining Fong Chun in the beginning. Because of the situation, he had no choice but to be humble. However, as time passed, he learned more about Fong Chun. Ho-Hu began to admire Fong Chun from the bottom of his heart. He was even a little fearful. Now, he was focused on leading the Divine Monkey Tribe to assist Fong Chun. He was not disloyal. On this day, everyone gathered at the Stet Tribe. Is everyone here? Fong Chun glanced around and asked. Leader, including you, there's a total of 10 people. Since everyone is here, we should set off soon, right? Mocha asked with a smile. Fong Chun nodded. With a command, everyone left the Stet Tribe and headed to the Guardian Temple. During this process, Mocha introduced some detailed information about the previous Void Realm competitions to Fong Chun. Leader, if you want to attract the attention of the Pandemonium, you must expose your heaven-defying potential in the Void Realm competition. Only then can you be selected, Mocha said. Mocha said, every Void Realm competition, the 4 great guardians will invite the upper echelons of the 10,000 Devil Hall to watch. If they find some good seedlings midway, they will bring them to the Pandemonium. Everyone who participates in the Void Realm competition has the goal of entering the Pandemonium, Ho-Hu said solemnly. It's said that only by joining the Pandemonium can you go to the more vast starry sky. Hearing this, Fong Chun's heart moved slightly, but he did not say anything. With your strength, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for you to take first place in the competition. However, from what I know, there are a few Void Realm cultivators with incredible potential among the contestants from the other 3 zones. Leader, you should be careful. Don't fail miserably, Mocha warned. Oh, tell me about it, Fong Chun said. He would never underestimate his opponents. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. If he could absorb and fuse with the divine runes of order, perhaps the other party could do the same as well. Until the very last moment, one would never know how many secrets were hidden in others. There are 2 people worth paying attention to in the Western District. They're the Flying Dragon and the Devil Snake. The 2 of them haven't been in the Void Realm for long, but they've already become leaders of their tribes. According to what I know, they're very likely to become the next leaders of their tribes. Mocha muttered, there are many tribes in the Western District. To be able to stand out among them is enough to prove their potential. Of course, the most important point is that no one has ever seen them use their full strength. Against cultivators of the same level, they've always defeated them easily, Mocha added. That's right. I've also noticed them before. If I'm not wrong, it won't be long before they reach the Divine Pattern Realm, Ho-Hu said. Also, I suspect that they've absorbed and fused with the Divine Runes of Order. Oh, Fong Chun grinned. The competition between Void Realm cultivators was getting more and more interesting. It seemed that not only did he have incredible potential, but the natives of the myriad demon islands also had monstrous geniuses. How I wish I could spar with these geniuses, Fong Chun muttered under his breath. Other than these 2 in the Western District, the other Void Realm cultivators are nothing to be afraid of, Mocha said. In the Southern District, you need to pay attention to Huang Xian from the Flying Divine Phoenix tribe. She has the Flying Divine Phoenix's ancestral bloodline, and her strength is incredible. Long ago, she was able to use her powerful ancestral bloodline to fight against ordinary Divine Pattern Realm cultivators. Flying Divine Phoenix's ancestral bloodline? This caught Fong Chun's attention. In his impression, the Flying Divine Phoenix should be similar to the Phoenix clan. Being able to have the ancestral bloodline was already considered very powerful. Although Huang Xian hasn't absorbed and fused with the divine runes of order, even the flying dragon and the snake demon wouldn't dare to underestimate her. She's also the only female contestant in the 4 districts, Mocha added. As for the Northern District, there aren't any monstrous geniuses. Their strength is about the same as Brother Ho Hu and me, so we don't need to pay too much attention to them, Mocha said. Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded lightly. He secretly remembered the 3 monstrous geniuses that Mocha mentioned: the flying dragon and the snake demon from the Western District, and Huang Xian from the flying divine phoenix tribe with the ancestral bloodline in the Southern District. Unknowingly, the group of 10 arrived at the Guardian Hall. We're here. As soon as Mocha finished speaking, they saw the magnificent Guardian Hall in front of them. Fang Chun. The Guardian personally came to welcome Fang Chun, which made Mocha and Ho Hu smile excitedly. They benefited from following Fang Chun. Normally, the Guardian wouldn't bother with them, but now he took the initiative to welcome Fang Chun. The people from the other 3 districts haven't arrived yet, but they should be here soon, the Guardian said with a smile. Fang Chun nodded lightly and followed the Guardian to the square. Rumble. There was a deafening sound, and soon, 3 groups of people arrived together. Ha! Old Hu, I didn't expect you to have the guts to apply for the Void Realm competition. You're really bold. The person who spoke was burly and had a black mole on his forehead. He had a powerful aura and was mocking the Eastern Guardian as soon as he arrived. Humph. The Eastern Guardian snorted and didn't say anything. This burly man is the Guardian of the Western District. The slightly enchanting black-clothed man behind him is Fei Jiao. The cold and ferocious one beside him is the demonic snake. Mocha introduced to Fang Chun in a low voice. Fang Chun's gaze fell on the flying dragon and the demonic snake. The 2 of them seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at them, but they only glanced at Fang Chun before turning away with disdain on their faces. After the Western Guardian arrived, the Southern Guardian also arrived. When Fang Chun saw the flying divine phoenix with the atavistic bloodline, Huang Xian, he was stunned. What a beautiful lady. The aura on her body seems to be natural. Fang Chun sighed to himself. There was a moment when he was in a trance, as if he had fallen into an illusion. Fortunately, his resistance to illusions was very strong, so he wasn't affected at all. The flying divine phoenix's atavistic bloodline is really powerful. An ordinary Void Realm expert wouldn't be able to resist her aura, Fang Chun muttered softly. The aura that Huang Xian exuded naturally contained an extremely strong hallucinogenic aura. When Fang Chun was observing Huang Xian also noticed him. An interesting person. Huang Xian's red lips parted slightly as she said. In general, the people from the Northern Guardian District were more low-key. The 10 contestants restrained their auras and stood calmly in the square without saying a word. Fang Chun's gaze swept across the 10 contestants from a Northern Guardian District. He didn't find anything unusual and was about to look away. However, at that moment, his primordial spirit jumped slightly. Fang Chun was surprised, and his gaze fell on the 10 contestants from the Northern Guardian District again. Finally, his gaze locked onto a figure in a gray robe who looked like an ordinary person. What a strange feeling. If he hadn't looked carefully, he wouldn't have noticed that this person was strange. There seems to be a complicated array on his body that completely conceals his ferocious aura. Fang Chun was even more curious about the man in the gray robe. To be able to engrave an array on one's body was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. What exactly is he hiding? Fang Chun was very curious. He recalled what Mocha had said previously. The Void Realm experts in the Northern Guardian District were very average in strength, and there weren't any exceptional prodigies. However, now he shook his head. Not to mention the others, just the man in the gray robe alone was worthy of his attention. Moreover, he vaguely felt that the man in the gray robe's strength didn't seem to be inferior to Fei Jiao and the other 2. It seems that there are quite a few exceptional prodigies on the Demon's Island. Fang Chun exclaimed and then retracted his gaze. At that moment, the 4 guardians had finished their discussion. Old Hu, since you're the one who applied for the Void Realm competition, you'll be fully responsible for the process, the West Guardian said. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use members synchronize their bookshelves. Xuanhuan 11 install a mobile phone reader. Chapter 2071. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. There were a total of 40 contestants from the 4 regions. Each group consisted of 4 people, so there were 10 groups in total. These 10 groups of names were randomly selected by the 4 guardians, so there was no hidden agenda. Soon, the 4 guardians finished drawing lots, and the names of the 10 groups were announced. Fang Shun was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other 4 contestants in his group were all from the other 3 districts. None of them were from the East District. Now that the grouping is complete, we'll start with the group battles. The 4 contestants in each group took turns to fight each other. The winner gets 1 point, the loser gets 0 points. The group stage will be a round-robin tournament. Everyone will have to fight 6 matches. The top 2 with the highest points will advance directly to the finals. The East Guardian announced the competition rules. In fact, the rules were the same as the previous ones. However, every time the Void Realm competition was held, the rules would be briefly explained. The 40 contestants below weren't too surprised. They were all quietly waiting for the competition to start. During the competition, stop when appropriate. You are not allowed to deliberately kill others. Otherwise, you will be punished by the combined efforts of us 4 guardians, the East Guardian said solemnly. No matter what, they were all from a myriad devil islands. Killing each other wouldn't increase the overall strength of the myriad devil islands. On the contrary, it would greatly weaken them. Therefore, intentional murder was something that could never happen. Of course, in the past competitions, there were also some experts who took advantage of loopholes. You don't want me to kill anyone, but I can seriously injure them. In the eyes of the strong, there was not much difference between severely injuring and killing. Of course, there were even more powerhouses who chose to defeat their opponents with lightning-fast methods. They simply couldn't be bothered to kill their opponents. Fang Chen's group was the first group. Next, the Void Realm competition will officially begin. First, let's invite the 4 contestants from the first group to stand on the martial arts stage, said the East Protector. Immediately, Fang Chen's group of 4 walked to the martial arts stage in the middle of the square. Number 1 against number 2, number 3 against number 4. The match officially begins, the East Guardian announced loudly. Fang Chen was number 1, and his opponent was an ordinary Void Realm martial artist from the Northern District. My apologies. Because he had never heard of Fang Chen before, the Void Realm cultivator from the Northern District thought he would definitely win this match. He cupped his fists and said to Fang Chen. Immediately, a wild battle fluctuation emerged from his body. His figure flashed and rushed directly towards Fang Chen. At the same time, the battle between number 3 and number 4 began. Perhaps the upper echelons of the 10,000 Demons Hall are watching in the dark. I can't hold back and try to defeat the other party in one move. Fang Chen thought to himself when he saw number 2 coming at him aggressively. In the blink of an eye, number 2's attack had already approached Fang Chen's body. At this moment, Fang Chen's body swayed slightly. Soon after, he clenched his fist tightly and threw out a punch in a smooth and fluid manner. Dong! It was a simple punch without any fancy movements. It looked like a very ordinary fist technique, but it made everyone completely shocked. Boom! The punch landed heavily on number 2's body. Number 2 did not have any strength to resist and was instantly sent flying. His body flew out like a kite and landed heavily on the square. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was extremely pale. He stood up with difficulty, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. Finally, he cupped his fist towards Fang Chen and said, "I lost." At this moment, the winner of the battle between number 3 and number 4 had yet to be decided. Is this person a new Void Realm cultivator from the Eastern District? His physical strength is extremely strong. Ordinary Void Realm cultivators can't resist his attack at all. Yes, he sent a Void Realm cultivator flying with one punch. Even some experts of the older generation who have been famous for a long time might not be able to do it. There was an uproar in the square. Many Void Realm cultivators who came to watch the battle were discussing Feng Chun. They were also shocked by Feng Chen's swift and decisive methods. Of course, most of the people who were shocked were the weaker cultivators. The true prodigies did not care about Feng Chen's physical strength at all. For example, Fei Jiao and Snake Demon did not even bother to watch Feng Chen's battle. Although his physical strength is strong, it's nothing to be afraid of. This was the evaluation of Feng Chen by top prodigies like Fei Jiao and Snake Demon. Even the three guardians on the rostrum nodded their heads lightly. They were only slightly satisfied with Feng Chen's performance. It was not to the extent of being shocked. Only the guardian of the Eastern District glanced at the guardians of the other three districts from the corner of his eye. After seeing their expressions, he sneered in his heart. Wait and see. What will shock you is yet to come. A moment later, the winner of the second battle was also decided. Number 3 was slightly stronger than number 4. After a series of fierce battles, number 3 finally defeated number 4. As a result, after the first round of the competition, the rankings of the first group also changed. First place was Feng Chun with 1 point. Second place was number 3, Yin Shun, with 1 point. Number 4 was third, and number 2 was fourth. The rules of the round-robin competition were that the second round of the competition could only begin after the first round of each group had ended. Therefore, after Feng Chun defeated his opponent, he could temporarily rest. In the second group, there was Mocha and Ho Hu from the Eastern District. The strength of these two people completely outclassed their opponents, and the winner was quickly decided. Unsurprisingly, Mocha and Ho Hu occupied the first and second places. The third group, the fourth group, the fifth group, and the sixth group. In the blink of an eye, it was the seventh group. Feng Chun, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. This was because there was an extremely strong void realm in this group. It was Fei Jiao, the prodigy of the Western District. I wonder how strong Fei Jiao is. Feng Chun thought to himself. On the martial arts arena, Fei Jiao's opponent was a void realm from the Eastern District. However, no one believed that he could withstand Fei Jiao's attack. Admit defeat yourself, Fei Jiao said very domineeringly. Even if I know that I will lose, I still want to experience your skills, the person said coldly. You won't have that chance. As soon as Fei Jiao finished speaking, his body turned into a flood dragon and suddenly stirred up wind and rain. Carrying a trembling aura, he whistled over. Some weaker martial artists only saw a light in front of their eyes. Immediately, the void realm from the Eastern District was blasted out of the martial arts arena. Fei Jiao stood in the same place, motionless, as if the battle had never happened. Seeing this scene, Feng Chen's eyes lit up, and he looked at Fei Jiao with interest. This person's use of space has also reached the pinnacle. Feng Chen muttered to himself. If he cultivates the space-time cultivation system, I'm afraid his achievements won't be weaker than mine. Soon, the seventh group's battle also ended. In the eighth group, there was a snake demon from the Western District like Fei Jiao. A bloodthirsty and ferocious look flashed in the depths of the latter's eyes. Although it was hidden very well, it was still caught by Feng Chun. Facts proved that the snake demon was really ferocious. As soon as he came up, he turned into a python without saying anything. He opened his bloody mouth and bit off one of his opponent's arms. After the battle, blood splattered all over the martial arts arena. Regarding this, the Western District Guardian's face was full of smiles. However, the Northern District Guardian's face was gloomy because the person who had broken an arm was from the Northern District. He's not as threatening as Fei Jiao, Feng Chen commented. Next, the 9th and 10th groups finished one after another. The most eye-catching one was Huang Xian from the 9th group. She made her opponent admit defeat almost without drawing blood. All of this originated from the natural hallucinogenic aura on her body. The 10th group's performance was mediocre to everyone. However, Feng Chun attached great importance to them because this group had the mysterious gray-robed man from the Northern District. However, the gray-robed man did not display any shocking methods and won very calmly. The disparity in strength in the first round was too great. Therefore, the battle process was very short. It was completely over in just 2 hours. There are a total of 6 rounds of battles in this group stage. After each round, there will be a day of rest, the Eastern District Guardian announced. Immediately, the people from the 3 districts were arranged to rest in their respective courtyards. The protector of the Eastern District called Fang Chen away. "How is it? Fei Jiao, Snake Demon, and Huang Xian. You've seen the battle between the 3 of them. Are you confident in facing them?" The Guardian asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Although they are also very extraordinary, the first place will definitely be mine." For error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. This site's best novel reader is on the shelves. No ads, no errors, and members share the bookshelf. A must for bookworms. Follow public WeChat Seisheng Xiaoshu download this site's reader. Chapter 2072. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little. I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the next few days, they rested while competing. Love, go, little, say W. Chew in the blink of an eye. The first 5 rounds of the competition were completely over. At this time, the list of the finalists had basically been determined. As for the last round of the competition, it would definitely not be too intense. Because the weak had no hope of advancing, they naturally would not risk their lives. The strong had already advanced in advance and would not risk their lives. In this way, the last round of the competition was almost unwatchable. In more than 10 days, the 6 rounds of the group competition were all over. On the rostrum, the Eastern Guardian stood up. With a smile on his face, he looked at the 40 contestants and said, "Today, the 6 rounds of the group competition are over. The top 2 of each group will advance to the finals. Now, I will announce the list of the finalists." Soon, the Eastern Guardian finished announcing the names of the finalists. There was no objection at the scene. The next competition was the highlight, and it was also the most important and the most intense competition. The first round of the finals was an elimination round. The 20 contestants would draw lots to choose their opponents. If they lost, they would be eliminated. If they won, they would advance to the next round until the first place was determined. After drawing lots, Fang Chen felt a little stunned. During the group competition, he was number 1 in the first group. Now, he was still number 1 in the elimination round. Could it be that he was destined to be number 1? Thinking of this, Fang Chen smiled faintly. Number 1 and number 20 will fight. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen's opponent was Lu Tian from the Western Division. He and Fei Jiao were from the same tribe and had a very good relationship. "Kid, you're not my opponent. Admit defeat." Lu Tian was full of confidence, and there was an aura of disdain on his body. In the square, everyone was also discussing that Fang Chen was not Lu Tian's opponent. In the clouds of the void, a few old men in black robes looked down. "Who do you think will win the first round of the elimination round?" The purple-haired old man asked. "I have high hopes for Fang Chen. His physical strength is extremely strong. Although his opponent, Lu Tian, has strong offensive techniques, his defense is weak. If Fang Chen can suppress Lu Tian with lightning speed, then winning the competition is almost certain. Yeah, I'm also optimistic about Fang Chen." The elders of the myriad Devil Islands all thought highly of Fang Chen. The result of the battle was just as they had expected. Fang Chen was the final victor. On the martial arts stage, Lu Tian was very arrogant. He was using his aura to oppress Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen gently shook his head. What was the use of such a small trick? Lu Tian seemed to have noticed Fang Chen's dissatisfaction and was a little angry. He shouted in a low voice, "Boy, since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, Lu Tian's body flashed and turned into a flood dragon, rushing toward Fang Chen. It's far from comparable to the flying flood dragon. Fang Chen punched out without any warning, smashing heavily on the head of Lu Tian. Immediately, the flood dragon in the sky let out a miserable cry. His head exploded and a mist of blood spurted out. Lu Tian. Below, The flying flood dragon stood up and shouted, "Dong!" The flood dragon, with his head smashed heavily on the ground and turned back into his human form. His head was badly mutilated, and only his bones were left. Seeing this, the Western Region Protector jumped and came to the side of Lu Tian. He injected his own god's order imprint into Lu Tian's body to help him recover. At the Cosmos God Realm, unless the primordial spirit was completely destroyed, even if the fleshy body was destroyed, it could still be reconstructed. Soon, Lu Tian's injuries were under control. However, Fong Qin's vicious methods aroused the dissatisfaction of the flying flood dragon. You know that your opponent is weak, yet you are still so ruthless. Is it fun? The flying flood dragon stared at Fong Qin across the martial arts stage and asked coldly. Fong Qin shrugged as if he didn't care. Did I break the rules? Faced with Fong Qin's question, the flying flood dragon was speechless for a moment. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You better not let me meet you. Otherwise, I'll pay you back double for what you did to Lu Tian. Fong Qin shook his head and walked down the martial arts stage. Beside the flying flood dragon, the snake devil with a sinister smile licked his dry lips. You have character. I like it. The first round of the elimination round continued. Some battles were one-sided, and some were very intense. However, the few popular candidates before the competition defeated their opponents with thunderous methods. In the end, of the 10 contestants who advanced to the second round, 3 were from the Eastern region. They were Fong Qin, Hohu, and Mocha. This was the best result in the history of the Eastern region. The Eastern Region Protector on the rostrum was flushed with excitement. I say, Old Hu, it's just the top 10. Why are you so excited? Maybe the 3 from the Eastern region will be eliminated in this round. The Western Region Protector teased. The later it is, the more intense the battles will be. We can no longer rely on techniques to win. We can only fight head-on. The Southern Region Protector nodded slightly. At night, a majestic wind blew. Fong Qin sat cross-legged in the courtyard, feeling the aura brought by the night. He closed his eyes slightly. Among the 9, I can almost eliminate the flying flood dragon and the snake devil. Only Huang Xian and the gray-robed man are a little difficult for me to deal with, Fong Qin said to himself. Thinking back to the battle between Huang Xian and the gray-robed man, Fong Qin felt a little incredulous. Fong Qin was not afraid of Huang Xian's hallucinatory aura. However, the more he observed, the more he realized that this woman was not simple. Her atavistic bloodline was even more shocking. She was a strong opponent. As for the gray-robed man from the northern region, Fong Qin felt even more. It was very likely that he was the one fighting for first place this time. What exactly is he hiding? The gray-robed man engraved the array in his body and restrained his aura. If he did not release it, even a divine inscription realm expert might not be able to detect it. This was what puzzled Fong Qin, the divine rune of order. After thinking for a moment, Fong Qin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He began to comprehend the divine rune of order. However, at this moment, crisp footsteps sounded. It's so late. Young Master Fong, aren't you resting? He did not need to turn around and know who had come. It was Huang Xian from the Flying Divine Phoenix tribe in the southern region. May I know why Miss Huang Xian has come to visit so late at night? Fong Qin stopped comprehending and asked. Huang Xian had a faint smile on her fair face. There were 2 cute little dimples near the corners of her mouth. She was wearing a fiery red dress. She gave off a very imposing and awe-inspiring feeling. She and the Star and Moon were 2 completely different women. However, they were vaguely similar. It was probably because the 2 of them were related to the Phoenix clan. I've been observing young Master Fong's battle for the past few days. I found that young Master Fong has been hiding his strength. I would like to know where young Master Fong is from. Huang Xian asked. Why do you ask? Fong Qin asked. Huang Xian walked lightly to Fong Qin's side and sat on the stone bench. She smiled and said, Young Master Fong came to participate in the Void Realm competition as the Eastern District. As everyone knows, almost none of the major tribes in the Eastern District are proficient in spatial techniques. However, I've observed that young Master Fong's control of space has surpassed Fei Jiao's. I'm very surprised. Secondly, I've never heard of a person like young Master Fong. Moreover, from young Master Fong's battles, you should be a sword cultivator. There has never been a native sword cultivator on the Myriad Demon Island. Hearing Huang Xian's words, Fong Chun was a little surprised. In the past few battles, he had used his physical strength to defeat his opponents. Huang Xian could actually discover that his control of space had reached a very high level. Moreover, she discovered that he was a sword cultivator. Was it a coincidence, or was it true? Fong Chun had never observed Huang Xian at such a close distance before. He stared at her intently. Young Master Fong, it's impolite to stare at a girl like this. Huang Xian coughed lightly and reminded him. Fong Chun felt that he had lost his composure. He reined his thoughts and said, I wonder how Miss Huang Xian could tell. So, young Master Fong admits it? Huang Xian blinked her eyes and smiled. Fong Chun smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Actually, I'm not a native of the Myriad Demon Island. Huang Xian said. What? Fong Chun was a little surprised. Tens of thousands of years ago, my parents brought me through the primal chaos void. They wanted to go to the illusory star sky. However, they encountered a great danger midway. My parents were seriously injured and disappeared. As for me, I fell in the southern district of the Myriad Demon Island. For error-free novels to read, please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. This website's divine tool for reading novels is on shelves. No ads, no errors, and members share the bookshelf. A must for bookworms. Follow public WeChat session Xiaoshu download this website's reader. Chapter 2073. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Huang Xian's words caused Fong Chen's heart to churn. Loved, go little, say, W. Chu she actually knew about the illusory star sky. Did this mean that she knew how to leave the Myriad Devil Islands? However, Fong Chen didn't show it because he wasn't sure if she was telling the truth or not. Maybe she was testing him? Fong Chen looked at Huang Xian indifferently. The latter pursed her lips and smiled. She continued, for the past 10,000 years, I have been looking for the whereabouts of my parents. Because of my bloodline, I can feel that my parents aren't dead and are still alive. Therefore, I have tried everything to leave the Myriad Devil Islands. Oh, why are you still here? Fong Chen asked. Hearing this, Huang Xian shook her head lightly with a helpless look on her face. The Myriad Devil Islands is the territory of the Myriad Devil Island Lord. All the tribes here have the utmost faith in the Myriad Devil Island Lord. Huang Xian continued. Although I really want to leave, I'm too weak. However, it's not like I haven't gained anything over the years. Huang Xian's beautiful eyes stared at Fong Chun. I've said so much. You still don't believe me? How long are you going to hide your identity? Huang Xian asked with a smile. Fong Chun chuckled awkwardly. That's right. I am indeed an outsider. However, my purpose is the same as yours. I also want to go to the illusory star sky. Fong Chun confessed. Then how did you come to the Myriad Devil Islands? Huang Xian asked. I took the teleportation array in my hometown. Midway, something happened, and I fell into the Myriad Devil Islands. I was the one who asked the protector of the Eastern District to apply for the Void Realm competition. I want to join the Myriad Devil Palace and see if I can find a way to leave. Fong Chun said. Huang Xian nodded. Actually, if we want to leave the Myriad Devil Islands, the biggest obstacle is the Myriad Devil Palace. The Myriad Devil Island Lord. Huang Xian shook her head. Then, she looked up and said, Have you ever thought about whether the Myriad Devil Island Lord really exists? What do you mean? I've asked many tribes in the Southern District. Ever since they were born, they have never seen the Myriad Devil Island Lord. Even the older generations in the tribe has never seen him. Huang Xian spoke. I strongly suspect that the Myriad Devil Island Sovereign is no longer in the Myriad Devil Islands. In other words, there is no Myriad Devil Island Sovereign at all. This, Fong Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. If Xian's words was true, wouldn't Xian's words? Xian, star, sky, star. This place is isolated from the world and is very far away from the void star heaven. Furthermore, The cultivation resources here are scarce. If the myriad Devil Island Master truly exists, why would Unity Realm Expert be willing to stay here? Huang Xian softly said, Of course, if my guess is right, the myriad Devil Island Lord might not exist, or he might have left the myriad Devil Island long ago. Given our strength, if we work together, even the deity inscription's realm experts in the myriad Devil Palace won't be able to stop us. Huang Xian blinked her eyes. By then, we can leave the myriad Devil Island. However, this is only my guess. After we join the myriad Devil Palace, I'll tell you some of the secrets that I've investigated in the past 10,000 years. Huang Xian smiled faintly. Fang Chen nodded. Huang Xian stood up. She looked at the sky and saw that it was completely dark. Young Master Fang, I'll be leaving first. I hope that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. Huang Xian said. Why do you trust me so much? Fang Chen stared at Huang Xian and asked. Huang Xian turned back and smiled. Because I can sense a familiar aura from you. It seems to be very similar to the aura of my flying deity phoenix race. After saying that, Huang Xian disappeared into the darkness. For the entire night, Fang Chen was thinking about Huang Xian's words. Did the Lord of Myriad Devil Island really not exist? However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out. After the break, the second round of the elimination round began. The first round was between Fei Jiao and Mocha. There was a huge disparity in their strength, and almost everyone supported Fei Jiao. Before Mocha went up to the martial arts arena, Fang Chen whispered a few words in his ear. Mocha nodded and went up to the martial arts arena. Mocha? Fei Jiao was very disdainful of Mocha. He vaguely remembered that his good brother, Lu Tian, had been severely injured by Fang Chen. The anger in his heart was huge, and he wanted to vent it all on Mocha. However, out of everyone's expectations, Mocha admitted defeat before the round started. I admit defeat, Mocha said loudly. Fei Jiao was stunned when he heard that. His face turned ferocious as he stared at Fang Chen, who was below the martial arts arena. It was obvious that this was Fang Chen's idea. Losing without a fight. Is this the so-called elite of the Eastern District? How embarrassing. Fei Jiao was furious and mocked. Mocha didn't care about it at all, and neither did Fang Chen. No one paid attention to Fei Jiao. The latter flung his sleeves and walked down from the martial arts arena. Soon, the second round of the competition began. The gray-robed man from the Northern District versus Ho Hu from the Eastern District. Kill! With a roar, Ho Hu's claws contained terrifying power. His figure flashed and attacked in an instant. However, the gray-robed man was very calm from the beginning to the end. When he saw Ho Hu attacking, he waved his hand gently, and a barrier appeared in front of him, blocking Ho Hu. Dong! Ho Hu's claws grabbed the void, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. However, he couldn't break through the void barrier. This move made everyone exclaim. As expected, in the square, Fang Chen nodded. He guessed correctly. The gray-robed man's attainments in the array, Dao, had reached an extremely high level. Moreover, he seemed to be deliberately using the array, Dao, to hide something. Unfortunately, Ho Hu's strength wasn't enough for the gray-robed man to go all out. After a few rounds of fierce battle, Ho Hu was defeated. In the clouds and the void, the expressions of the pandemonium's higher-ups changed. This gray-robed man is not bad. You're not allowed to fight with me. An old man surrounded by the aura of array, Dao, said with a chuckle. Old Jung, what's the hurry? This is only the second round of the elimination round. Let's wait a little longer, another person said. I'll say this first. You guys are not allowed to fight with me. In the square below, everyone was unaware that someone was secretly spying on them. The third round of the competition was Huang Xian against a void realm from the Northern District. She still didn't use her full strength and only used an illusion to disintegrate her opponent's attack. Everyone exclaimed. How strong was Huang Xian's illusion? The fourth round was Snake Demon's match. He was still bloodthirsty. When his opponent saw Snake Demon, he was so scared that he turned pale and admitted defeat. Finally, it was Fang Chen's turn. His opponent was still a void realm from the Western District. What a coincidence! Fang Chen said with a smile. Kid, your miracle ends here. The Void Realm displayed his magnificent movement technique as soon as he came up. After images appeared on the martial arts stage, making everyone unable to tell where his real body was. You want to use this method to avoid my attack. It was obvious that the Western District's people must have seen that his physical strength was too strong. Therefore, they didn't give him any chance to attack. However, did they think that they could eliminate him just like that? Child's play. Facing the attack of the Western District's Void Realm martial artist, Fong Chun sneered and stood quietly with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Fong Chun was extremely arrogant. It was as if he didn't care about his opponent at all. He didn't even attack. What an arrogant guy. Fei Jiao's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he said coldly. At the same time, the Void Realm martial artist who had turned into countless afterimages said angrily, "You're courting death." Then, he exploded with his most powerful strength and slammed into Fong Chen's body. Dong! A terrifying energy wave reverberated from Fong Chen's body and drowned the Void Realm martial artist. Crack! Under the powerful reverberation, the Western District's Void Realm martial artist fainted. The entire square was dead silent. Everyone stared at Fong Chen with their eyes wide open. Their hearts were in turmoil. This battle was too shocking, winning the cheers of everyone. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. /+ come quickly download the mobile app. Chapter 2074. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Damn it. Fei Jiao clenched his fists tightly. Snake Demon, who was at the side, also looked at Fong Chun, who was standing on a martial arts platform, with a playful expression. Interesting. I was worried that you wouldn't make it to the 3rd round. Seems like I worried too much. But I have to congratulate you. You're finally qualified to be my food. Snake Demon didn't hide his murderous intent. He licked his dry lips and said eerily. The 2nd round of the elimination round was over. Some were happy, while others were sad. Of course, there were also new forces, such as the man in the gray robe and Fong Chun from the East District. Fei Jiao, Snake Demon, and Huang Xian were the other 3 who made it to the final 5. They were all popular candidates before the competition. Their strength was obvious to all. They were very strong. However, no one had expected Fong Chun and the man in the gray robe to make it to the final 5. The East District and the North District are amazing. Many people were discussing. The East District and the North District used to be at the bottom. The 1st and 2nd places were occupied by the West District and the South District. Now that someone had finally made it to the top 5, it was a historic performance. In the clouds, a few elders finally couldn't hold back and showed themselves. Rumble. A terrifying aura swept across the land. The higher-ups of the pandemonium had arrived. Greetings, elders. The 4 guardians hurriedly stood up and greeted them. The elders nodded in satisfaction and said, "The Void Realm competition this time is a surprise to us. No matter what the results are, the 5 of you can join the pandemonium. Kid, are you interested in becoming my disciple?" Elder One, he asked the man in the gray robe with a smile. "Greetings, master." The man in the gray robe immediately knelt on the ground. Seeing this, Elder One, he laughed loudly. Good. My name is Wan He. From now on, you're my inner disciple. After this battle, follow me back to the pandemonium to cultivate. Try to reach the Rune Realm as soon as possible. Everyone was envious. Elder One, he had a high status in the pandemonium. No one had expected him to come and take in a disciple. Congratulations. Wan He, to think that you would accept a disciple. Ha! Wan He, this fellow, is always afraid that we will snatch away his beloved disciple. A few elders joked, but Elder One, he didn't get angry. He was very optimistic about his disciple. He walked up to the gray-robed man and patted him on the shoulder. Fight well in the next round and try to get a good ranking. Don't worry, master. I'll definitely work hard, the gray-robed man said. After Elder One, he accepted a disciple. Fei Jiao and Snake Demon were also very excited, waiting for the other elders to accept a disciple. However, what they received was only disappointment. The few elders did not mention anything about taking a disciples. Don't be disheartened. We won't easily accept disciples until the last moment. Do your best in the upcoming battles, the purple-haired elders said with a smile. Then, the elders were invited to the rostrum and sat down. Of the remaining 5, according to the rules, the one with the most outstanding performance would be ranked first. Among the 5 of them, Snake Demon was ranked first, Huang Xian was ranked second, the Gray Robe Man was ranked third, Fei Jiao was ranked fourth, and Fang Chun was ranked 5th. All 5 of you have names. Next is the challenge. Everyone can challenge each other, and the one being challenged can't refuse. Otherwise, it will be considered a defeat. If you defeat your opponent, you'll get their name until no one dares to challenge you. The Eastern Guardian explained the rules simply. In fact, there were no rules in the challenge. Only one person can challenge each time. After the challenge ends, the others can challenge. Okay, the challenge officially begins. As soon as the Eastern Guardian finished speaking, the Gray-Robed Man directly challenged Snake Demon. Snake Demon was ranked first, and if he succeeded, he would be the new first. Do you want to be my food? Snake Demon was unhappy that he wasn't accepted as a disciple by the elders. Since the Gray-Robed Man took the initiative to challenge him, he naturally wouldn't hold back. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The Gray-Robed Man sneered. You're courting death. Snake Demon turned into a python and floated in the air. He opened his mouth and bit at the Gray-Robed Man. Too weak. To everyone's surprise, the Gray-Robed Man jumped on his Snake Demon's body and grabbed the snake's head with both hands. Break! With a crisp sound, the Gray-Robed Man broke the python's head. Crack! He exerted force, and the python's head turned into a bloody mist. A miserable cry came from the python's body. Snake Demon turned into a human, and only his primordial spirit was left. His head was crushed. I'm going to kill you. Snake Demon was in a state of madness. Come back. The Western Guardian was enlightened. He roared and woke Snake Demon up. Then, he took him away from the martial arts arena. Snake Demon recuperates. Everyone else, continue. The Eastern Guardian said. The Gray-Robed Man defeated Snake Demon with a strong move and stood in the first place. Snake Demon was defeated and naturally became the third. I want to challenge Huang Xian. Fei Jiao wanted to challenge the Gray-Robed Man, but when he saw Snake Demon's fate, his body trembled. He didn't think that he was much stronger than Snake Demon. Fei Jiao is no match for Huang Xian, Fang Chun said to himself. The battle between the two was very intense. Huang Xian's illusion was too strong, but Fei Jiao's space manipulation was not to be underestimated. The two fought fiercely for an hour. In the end, Huang Xian defeated Fei Jiao with a slight advantage and continued to stand in the second place. Huang Xian smiled at the Gray-Robed Man and said, I'm no match for you. After saying that, Huang Xian walked back to her seat. I want revenge. After a while, Snake Demon's injuries were under control. The flesh on his head regrew. He jumped onto the martial arts arena and stood in the third place angrily. Among the 5, only Fang Chun hadn't made a move. Because his ranking was low, no one took the initiative to challenge him. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chun. Will he challenge the other 4? Many people were guessing. Suddenly, Fang Chun took a step forward and slowly walked toward Fei Jiao, who was ranked 4th. Fei Jiao looked at Fang Chun with a gloomy face. Boy, if you have the guts, challenge me. Otherwise, get lost. Whoosh! The hidden star sword appeared in Fang Chun's hand, and he slashed out without saying a word. The ancient soul-refining art of destruction was disguised by Fang Chun, and no one could recognize it. Pucci! The ferocious Fei Jiao watched as he was sent flying by Fang Chun's sword. He didn't have any strength to fight back. Dong! When Fei Jiao's body fell on the square, everyone finally reacted. He's too strong. This was the first reaction of many people. How strong did he need to be to send Fei Jiao flying with a sword? Only now did everyone know that Fang Chun had been concealing his strength all along. It was probably for the final battle, right? On the rostrum, several elders' eyes lit up as they stared at Fang Chun. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chun walked in front of Snake Demon. Just like how he dealt with Fei Jiao, he used a sword. A simple slash sent the devil snake's body flying. Crash! The square was once again in an uproar. At this moment, Fang Chen walked in front of Huang Xian. He didn't attack, but had a smile on his face. "I admit defeat," Huang Xian said. Fang Chen nodded gently and walked in front of the gray-robed man. Oh my God, is he crazy? Is he going to challenge all four of them before he gives up? He defeated one person with a sword strike. That's crazy. Is he a Void Realm warrior? Why do I feel an oppressive aura of the divine inscription realm? Can he defeat the gray-robed man? For a moment, the square was abuzz with discussion. The guardians of the four districts on the rostrum didn't expect Fang Chen to challenge them in such a way. He's a lucky guy, the guardian of the Western District said disdainfully. This person's attainments in Sword Dao are really powerful. Looking at his attack, he should still be holding back, the guardian of the Southern District said. The Eastern District has an incredible genius, the guardian of the Northern District said with a smile. He was also looking forward to the fierce battle between Fang Chen and the gray-robed man. The few elders were also extremely shocked. "Ha! Wan He, you won't fight with us now, right?" The elders who didn't accept any disciples laughed and joked. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use the member Syncing Bookshelf. Install a mobile phone reader on Xuanhuan 11. Chapter 2075. Genius 1, second, remember love, divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The battle between Fang Chen and the gray-robed man was the center of attention. Love go little say, at this point in time, Fang Chen's absolute strength had already been exposed. He defeated the two prides of the Western District and the Snake Demon and Fei Jiao in 2 moves, leaving the latter without any resistance. Even the super-strong Huang Xian admitted defeat directly. Fang Chen walked step by step from the 5th position to the gray-robed man. If someone had said before that Fang Chen could win first place in the competition, the people from the other 3 districts would not have believed it. They would have thought that this person must be crazy. But now, the situation had changed. Fang Chen's strength was not weaker than the gray-robed man's. Even the elders on the rostrum were at a loss. They didn't know whether the two of them were stronger or not. The gray-robed man looked at Fang Chen in front of him and smiled gently. He immediately said, "Your strength is very domineering, beyond my expectations. If I'm not wrong, you should have held back your strength." The gray-robed man's words caused some shock again. He was so strong, but he still held back. If he attacked with all his strength, how strong would he be? "Aren't you the same?" Fang Chen said calmly. Among the few people, only the gray-robed man gave him a sense of danger. He had been guessing what the gray-robed man was hiding. The gray-robed man spread his hands and took a few steps back. A wild aura emerged from his body. "I'm very happy to be able to fight with you." From a certain point of view, the gray-robed man thought that he was the same as Fang Chen. As for Fei Jiao and the Snake Demon, he did not care about them at all. Only a battle with an expert could stimulate his fighting spirit. "Let's fight." Fang Chen's robe fluttered in the absence of wind. He clenched his fist, making a cracking sound. All the terrifying power gathered on his right fist. Go little say, following the gray-robed man's roar. 2 vast fist radiances appeared in the sky in an instant. With a shocking aura, they fiercely collided. Dong! The sound of tremors was endless. At the epicenter of the earthquake, space collapsed. A terrifying black hole vortex appeared, and a vast aura swept across the entire land. Both of them took a few steps back. The collision just now was just a test. The real battle was still to come. "Such probing attacks are useless," Fang Chen said. The gray-robed man nodded. "So, I will do my best. I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as he said that, the gray-robed man waved his hand, and a huge array formation appeared on the platform, completely enveloping Fang Chen's body. Transcending heaven formation? Seeing this, everyone in the square exclaimed. They didn't expect the gray-robed man to be a heavenly master array master. This formation is very powerful. Fang Chen is in trouble. Many people who did not know the situation discussed secretly. Inside the array, Fang Chun carefully felt the pressure brought about by the aura of the array, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Your array attainments are beyond my expectations, but a mere heavenly master array can't stop me. Competing with Fang Chun in the Tao of array formations, wasn't that a joke? Soon, Fang Chun used his absolute talent in array formation to counter everyone's doubts. Crash! Fang Chun gently tapped a few times with his palm. Immediately, the spirit formation that surrounded him broke apart by itself, shattering into pieces. Crack! Cracks appeared on the array formation on the platform. Seeing this, the gray-robed man waved his hand, trying to repair the broken array formation. However, it was too late. At this time, Fang Chun had already destroyed the core of the array formation. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The huge array formation was shattered. Fang Chun's figure stood quietly on the platform. When the flying dust was blown away by the wind, everyone stared at Fang Chun in shock. Amazing! Many people couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. On the platform, I didn't expect you to be a heavenly master array master. It seems that I've embarrassed myself. The gray-robed man laughed at himself. Your attainments in array formation aren't weak, but unfortunately, you met me, Fang Chun said calmly. The gray-robed man nodded. He had underestimated this battle. He thought that he could use array formations to end the battle, but now it seemed that he had thought too much. Since array formations couldn't end the battle, then he would use strength to do it. Crash! The gray-robed man clenched his fist, and a long sword suddenly appeared in the void. Seeing this, Fang Chun was a little surprised. You're also a swordsman? For so many years, no one in the same realm could force me to take out my weapon. You're the first, the gray-robed man said eerily. Then, he let out a low shout and held the sword hilt with both hands. The next moment, he suddenly waved his arm. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of vibrations was heard. In the sky, unimaginable sword light whizzed out. When the sword light gathered together, the sky changed color. Everyone in the square felt a great pressure. Immemorial soul refining art. Fang Chun still chose to use the destruction sword move of the immemorial soul refining art. The gray-robed man's sword Tao cultivation was very strong and overbearing. To deal with this kind of swordsman, one could only use an even more overbearing move to break it. After the destruction sword move was disguised, it turned into a bloody sword light that tore through the sky and fiercely slashed at the countless sword lights in the sky. Kacha! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The bloody sword light hit the gray-robed man's sword light with an unstoppable force. At the same time, the hidden star sword released the sword domain. Hong Long Long. Before absorbing and fusing with the God's Order rune, Fang Chun's attack was already comparable to that of a guardian. After absorbing the God's Order rune, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Even a cosmos god who had condensed 1,000 ordinary God's Order runes might not be his opponent. The sword domain of the hidden star sword, together with the immemorial soul refining art, formed Fang Chun's strongest attack. Above the sky, the sword light shone, intimidating everyone. The dazzling sword radiance shocked the crowd. They did not know who had the upper hand. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten the outcome and only cared about admiring this shocking battle. Kacha! As Fang Chun's figure flashed, penetrating through the void and drilling into the countless sword lights, the gray-robed man's sword Tao attack finally began to weaken. CSISI. In the blink of an eye, the gray-robed man's sword Tao aura had fallen to the weakest. At this moment, Fang Chun followed up with another attack, directly suppressing the gray-robed man. Damn! As a swordsman, the gray-robed man's heart was too shocked. No one knew better than him how powerful Fang Chun's sword Tao attack was. That kind of suppression came from the primordial spirit level. The suppression of the sword Tao was too terrifying. Puchi, the gray-robed man, who was suppressed by Fang Chun, turned his hand and forced Fang Chun back. His own body retreated rapidly. When he stabilized his body, a trace of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. You are the most outstanding swordsman I have ever seen, the gray-robed man said in a deep voice. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in his hand, his aura fluctuating, ready to attack at any time. Oh, so you admit defeat? Fang Chun asked. The gray-robed man shook his head and said, being able to suppress my sword Dao shows that your attainments in sword Dao are at least a level higher than mine. I admit that I am inferior to you in this aspect, but I will not admit defeat easily. While speaking, the gray-robed man removed the formation that enveloped his body. Suddenly, there was a violent storm, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled in the sky. The gray-robed man's body emitted a dazzling blue light. This terrifying blue light gave people a very gloomy feeling. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth changed colors. Fang Chun had been guessing what the gray-robed man was hiding. Now he finally saw that there was a palm-sized blue gem on his stomach. The shocking blue light that caused heaven and earth to change colors came from this sapphire. Boom! On the rostrum, several elders, including the four guardians, all stood up. Their faces were extremely solemn as they stared at the sapphire on the gray-robed man's stomach. A sacred gem? The purple-haired elder murmured. It really is a sacred gem. The gray-robed man's master, Elder One, he exclaimed excitedly. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chun stared at the sapphire with a burning gaze, his heart tumbling. But soon, he tried hard to calm his heart. It's actually a divine runic gem. No wonder they had to use a magic array to conceal it. Fang Chun sighed. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use, members synchronize their bookshelves. Chapter 2076. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Divine Pattern Gem was a type of divine order pattern that was forcefully engraved into the gem. This divine order pattern was the most ordinary divine order pattern and could not be compared to the divine order pattern. This was because some people's bodies were too weak and could not withstand the power of the divine order pattern. Moreover, they urgently wanted to increase their strength, so they naturally chose to take a shortcut and use the Divine Pattern Gem to increase their strength. In fact, the Divine Pattern Gem was a very common treasure in the Chaos Void. As long as one paid the price, they could obtain it. Of course, even so, it was difficult for Void Realm cultivators to obtain it. Many experts would create large amounts of Divine Pattern Gems and sell them in order to make money. However, Divine Pattern Gems were still very rare on the Demon's Island. This was also why everyone was shocked when they saw the Divine Pattern Gem. Because the Divine Pattern Gem was engraved with ordinary divine order patterns, it was much easier for Void Realm cultivators to absorb it. It was almost effortless to absorb it into one's body. Looking at the gray-robed man who was surrounded by blue light, Fang Chun had already regained his composure and curled his lips. Divine Pattern Gem? The unsolved mystery had finally been solved. He had engraved the array on his body to hide the existence of the Divine Pattern Gem. Now that he had been forced into a corner, he finally exposed the Divine Pattern Gem at all costs. Ever since I absorbed the Divine Pattern Gem, you're the first Void Realm cultivator to make me use it. The gray-robed man's body flickered with blue light as the divine order pattern appeared. He had a disdainful smile on his face. On the platform, everyone shook their heads after regaining their composure. The appearance of the Divine Pattern Gem had changed the outcome of this battle. Of course, some people in the square did not think so. For example, Mocha knew that Fang Chun had absorbed the divine order pattern and was many times stronger than the gray-robed man. Now, what are you going to use to fight me? The gray-robed man's aura shook the sky as he looked down at Fang Chun and asked coldly. With the divine order pattern, his strength had skyrocketed, and he was a completely different person from before. Fang Chun was extremely calm, without the slightest hint of fear. He lifted his head and stared at the gray-robed man as he pointed at the divine inscription gemstone in his stomach. Is this your trump card? It's enough to destroy you, the gray-robed man said confidently. Fang Chun shook his head and said, Actually, there's no need for this battle to continue. The reason why I fought with you so fiercely was out of curiosity. I wanted to see what you were trying to hide by engraving the formation on your body. At this point, Fang Chun pursed his lips and said, "I'm a little disappointed. I didn't expect that it was only to hide the runic gem." Shameless boasting. Seeing this, the gray-robed man sneered. He thought that Fang Chun was just putting on an act. He didn't believe that his opponent could withstand the power of the runic gemstone. For Void Realm experts, Shun glyph gems are the lowest level items. What's the point of using it to scare me? If you really have the ability, why don't you let me see you absorb and fuse with the divine runes of order? Fang Chun said, "You're courting death." The gray-robed man was completely enraged by Fang Chun's words. He prepared to activate the runic gemstone and attack Fang Chun. However, at this moment, Fang Chun's words stopped his attack. "You're not the only one who has a divine rune of order. I have one too," Fang Chun said with a grin. "Moreover, my divine rune of order should be stronger than yours." T. The gray-robed man was just about to curse when he saw a fiery red, divine rune of order appear above Fang Chun's head. The terrifying power completely suppressed his divine rune gem. "Love, go little say, W. Chew, that's a fused divine rune of order?" The gray-robed man's expression changed as he cried out involuntarily. For a moment, he couldn't accept the fact that the divine rune gem was his trump card. When he revealed it to the world, he wanted to defeat Fang Chun as the victor. However, now, seeing the fused divine rune of order above Fang Chun's head, he actually felt a trace of fear. How is this possible? How do you have a fused divine rune of order? The gray-robed man roared crazily. On the rostrum, several elders widened their eyes in shock. After a long while, they finally recovered from the shock. "Amazing. I didn't expect such a monster to appear in the East District. Haha, this kid must be brought to the Pandemonium to be trained." The expressions of the guardians of the 4 districts kept changing. At this point, there was no need to continue fighting. The guardians of the other 3 districts looked at the guardian of the East District with some displeasure. They didn't expect that the East District would really take first place. In the square, those prodigies who had fought with Fang Chun before were even more shocked. He has been holding back all this time? Especially Fei Jiao and Snake Demon. Their hearts trembled. Just a moment ago, they were still feeling ashamed and angry about being defeated by Fang Chun with a single strike. Now, the anger in their hearts was gone. What a joke. He was not on the same level as them at all. He had already given them a lot of face by defeating them with a single strike and not killing them. Huang Xian of the South District also looked at Fang Chun in a daze. She had guessed that Fang Chun should be very strong, but she didn't expect him to have a fused divine rune of order. "It seems that our plan should be realized soon." Huang Xian was quite excited. On the martial arts arena, the gray-robed man retracted the aura in the divine rune gem, and the array enveloped it again. The sky was clear again, and the blue light disappeared. He walked down the martial arts arena dejectedly. Without speaking to anyone, he left the Guardian Hall. Seeing this, Fang Chun also put away the fused divine rune of order. The Guardian of the East District stood up and announced excitedly, "In this Void Realm competition, Fang Chun of the East District Black Earth Tribe has taken first place." The entire East District camp cheered. Mocha and the others were also very excited. "Fang Chun, the East District is not suitable for you. Come with us to the Pandemonium. You can get the best cultivation resources there," the purple-haired elder said. "Yes, with your strength. If you cultivate in the Pandemonium, it won't be long before you step into the Divine Rune Realm. In the future, you might even reach the Unity Realm. How about it? Have you thought about it?" After seeing the fused divine rune of order, the elders gave up on the idea of taking him in as a disciple. They were not qualified to take such a monstrous genius as a disciple. The only thing they could do was to bring him back to the Pandemonium. Fang Chun muttered, "I can go with you to the Pandemonium to cultivate, but I have a condition." Envious voices came from the square. Only such a prodigy dared to raise conditions with the elders of the Pandemonium. "Say it. As long as we can do it, we will definitely satisfy you," the purple-haired elder said. "I hope the elders can bring Huang Xian to the Pandemonium to cultivate." Fang Chun pointed below at the devastatingly beautiful Huang Xian. Hearing this, the elders burst into laughter. Huang Xian's strength is obvious to all. She is a promising talent. Even if you don't say it, we will bring her back to the pandemonium, the purple-haired elder said. Since the competition is over, let's go back to the pandemonium and collect a reward. Elders, I still have some matters to settle in the Eastern District. After I settle them, I will report to the pandemonium. How about it? Fang Chen asked. The elders discussed with each other and nodded in agreement. All right, then we will leave. This is the token. When you reach the pandemonium, just take it out. The purple-haired elder threw the token to Fang Chen. Huang Xian walked past Fang Chen and said with a smile, I will wait for you at the pandemonium. The elders of the pandemonium brought the chosen prodigies out of the Guardian Palace. The other 3 districts also left. Suddenly, the entire Guardian Palace was filled with deafening cheers. Fang Chen, you have kept me in the dark for so long. The Guardian walked to Fang Chen and smiled helplessly. Back then, he had wanted to suppress this kid. Now that he thought about it, that idea was really stupid. In response, Fang Chen could only chuckle. He left the Guardian Palace and returned to the Stet tribe. He gathered the leaders of the 31 tribes and settled the matter. After he left, he appointed Mocha as the highest leader, with Ho Hu as his assistant. After this unprecedented battle, the 31 leaders were obedient to Fang Chen and had no other thoughts. Leader, don't worry. I, Mocha, will lead the Eastern District to glory again. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. /+ come quickly download the mobile app for Geolishi. Chapter 2077. Genius 1 Second Remember Love. Go/little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Myriad Devil Palace was the core of the Myriad Devil Islands. All the elites of the Myriad Devil Islands were gathered here. Almost all the divine inscriptions realm experts on the island were gathered here. Other than the 4 chosen to be the guardians of the 4 districts, the rest of the divine inscriptions realm experts belonged to the Myriad Devil Palace. It was no exaggeration to say that the Myriad Devil Islands was the absolute territory of the Myriad Devil Palace. All the cultivators on the Myriad Devil Islands believed in the Myriad Devil Island Lord. In a certain mansion in the Myriad Devil Palace. Fang Chen, from today onwards, you will be cultivating in the Myriad Devil Palace. If you need anything, just let me know, the purple-haired elder said earnestly. In his opinion, Fang Chen's potential had already surpassed most of the divine inscriptions realm experts in the Myriad Devil Palace. If he was nurtured properly, his cultivation would definitely grow rapidly. Thank you for your concern, elder. Fang Chen clasped his fists and thanked him. All right, since you came from the Eastern District, you shouldn't have any powerful cultivation techniques, right? All the cultivation techniques of the Myriad Devil Palace are in the Precious Treasure Pavilion. I have already informed the elder guarding the Precious Treasure Pavilion. He will naturally let you in when you arrive, the purple-haired elder said. After that, the purple-haired elder told Fang Chen some details about the Myriad Devil Palace before leaving. Just as the purple-haired elder left, Huang Xian arrived. Fang Chen, Huang Xian called out softly. Huang Xian called out softly as she quickly walked towards Fang Chen. How is it? Fang Chen asked. Huang Xian's eyes flickered as she looked around to ensure that no one was eavesdropping. She then took a deep breath and said, The Precious Treasure Pavilion seems to have ancient records about the history of the Myriad Devil Islands. However, it is said that it is extremely difficult to enter the second level. Oh, let's see if we can enter the second level first. If this method doesn't work, we will use the second method, Huang Xian said. Let's go to the Precious Treasure Pavilion now. Fang Chen nodded and followed Huang Xian to the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Love go little say chu go in. The guardian elder of the Precious Treasure Pavilion had already received the news, so when he saw Fang Chen and Huang Xian, he immediately let them pass. You can only read the books on the first floor. Do not go to the second floor. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. The guardian elder said. Creak. Fang Chen and Huang Xian took a step forward and entered the treasure pavilion. Since we're already here, let's find a divine spell that suits us first, Fang Chen said calmly. All right, The two of them split up. Facing the dazzling collection of treasures in the treasure pavilion, Fang Chen's gaze landed on the bookshelves. On each row of bookshelves, there were some hints. There were many kinds of divine techniques here. Some were used to cultivate movement techniques, some were used to cultivate the physical body, and some were used to cultivate the primordial spirit. Fang Chen majored in swordsmanship. His gaze fell on a bookshelf in the west. The books on this bookshelf were all about Sword Dao divine arts. Saint-level divine arts are useless to me. Fang Chen thought to himself. With his current strength, only universe-level divine arts were useful. What entered his eyes were all universe-level divine arts, but they were of the lowest level. Universe-level divine arts were divided into low-level, intermediate level, advanced level, and top level. Low-level, universe-level divine arts accounted for more than half of the books. There were about a dozen intermediate-level, universe-level divine arts. As for advanced-level, universe-level divine arts, there were only two. Advanced level. Fang Chen's heart was burning as he came before the two advanced universe-level divine arts. Heavenly Vault Swordsmanship. When cultivated to the extreme, one can use the Vault of Heaven as a sword to suppress the enemy and kill without leaving a trace. Fang Chen whispered softly. The shocking scene flashed across his mind, causing his blood to boil. However, he suppressed his excitement and turned to look at the other advanced universe-level divine art. This divine art was called the sword-drawing technique. Sword-drawing technique? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. According to the literal meaning, how could the sword-drawing technique be an advanced universe-level divine art? He thought that he had seen wrongly. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the yellowed book again. He did not see wrongly. It was indeed the sword-drawing technique. Interesting. Fang Chen was instantly interested in this divine art. He gently picked up the divine art and flipped it open to read carefully. In an instant, he was shocked by the contents of the book. This is too profound. Just by reading the first page, Fang Chen felt that it was extremely profound. It was as if a new door had opened in his mind. It was very shocking. After cultivating the sword-drawing technique to the extreme, even a Unity Realm expert would not be able to see the trajectory of the sword. There would be no warning before killing. Fang Chen opened his mouth wide and said in shock. Soon, Fang Chen made his decision. I choose him. He kept the book in his body and met up with Huang Xian. The latter had also found a divine art suitable for her. When she saw Fang Chen walking over, she smiled. How is it? Are you ready? I have found a divine art suitable for me. Now, we can study how to enter the second level. Fang Chen said. The two came to the entrance of the second level and found that there was a very strong seal here. Even with Fang Chen's attainments in the array Dao, he felt that it was a little terrifying. The entrance is sealed by the seal. We can't force our way in. Fang Chen pursed his lips and said. Huang Xian pondered and said, Can we use some movement techniques that are similar to the void to enter? Fang Chen shook his head and said, This is very difficult. First, we have to find someone with a heaven-defying movement technique. Second, we have to find someone with a strong attainment in the array Dao to interfere with the array. Only then can we enter the second level without anyone knowing. Moreover, even if we can do both, we can't guarantee that there won't be a guardian in the second level. Fang Chen said. He felt that it was too risky. If they were discovered, the consequences would be unbearable. However, Huang Xian's beautiful eyes flickered. She seemed to have other ideas. The Flying Divine Phoenix clan has a special, gifted superpower. We can completely change our aura into the same aura as the air. Simply put, we can merge ourselves with the air and become a part of the air. However, if no one interferes with the seal, I can't enter. Huang Xian's words were a little disappointed. Fang Chen had mentioned two conditions. She had met the first condition, but she couldn't meet the second one. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He looked at Huang Xian in surprise. You are indeed a flying divine phoenix with the atavistic bloodline. You are really powerful. Fang Chen couldn't help but admire Huang Xian's gifted superpower. However, you don't have to be depressed. As long as you can do what you said, just leave the matter of interfering with the restrictions to me, Fang Chen said with a chuckle. You? Can you do it? "This is not child's play," Huang Xian said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded and motioned for Huang Xian not to worry. "I am a great heaven array master. I dare not say that I can break the seal, but I can interfere with it." "Great heaven array master," Huang Xian said in surprise. However, the surprise on her face soon turned into excitement. "Okay, I believe you." Huang Xian took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Fang Chen didn't waste any more time. Array Dao aura surrounded him, and his hands formed different seals to interfere with the seal. It was difficult to do it without the upper echelons of the myriad demons hall noticing. Fang Chen chose a conservative method. Although it took a little longer, it was very stable. After a while, the seal shook and Fang Chen said, "You can go in now. Hurry up. I can only maintain it for 15 minutes. "Okay." Huang Xian's delicate body turned into nothingness in front of Fang Chen's eyes. In an instant, Fang Chen's consciousness couldn't sense Huang Xian's aura. This shocked him. The Flying Divine Phoenix's gifted superpower was too domineering. There was a slight ripple in the seal, but it soon calmed down. Fang Chen knew that Huang Xian had successfully entered the second level. He prayed in his heart that there wouldn't be any problems. He just needed to hold on for 15 minutes. In fact, the upper echelons of the Myriad Demons Hall wouldn't pay attention to the precious treasure pavilion all the time. After all, this was the core of the Myriad Demons Island. Who would dare to cause trouble here? A quarter of an hour passed very quickly, and Huang Xian quickly walked out of the room. Swoosh! Fang Chen shook his wrist, and the seal calmed down. "Let's go." Fang Chen and Huang Xian quickly left the precious treasure pavilion. The guardian elder told the two of them that they had to return the original copy of the divine skill within a month. Otherwise, they would be punished according to the sect's rules. After leaving the precious treasure pavilion, Fang Chen brought Huang Xian back to his courtyard. He waved his hands, and a great heaven array enveloped them. For the perfect novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Author's notice: please use the novel app to read. It's free without ads. The web version will affect the reading experience. Install the novel app. Chapter 2078. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We will provide you with fascinating novels to read. How is it? Did you discover anything? Fang Chen asked anxiously. Huang Xian replied, "In the second level, I saw a portrait of the Myriad Devil Island Lord. However, the portrait was too blurry and I couldn't see his face clearly." "MHM? Then how are you so sure that he is the Myriad Devil Island Lord?" Fang Chen asked in puzzlement. Huang Xian's expression was a little blank before it turned resolute. She shook her head lightly. "My intuition tells me that he is the Myriad Devil Island Lord. I can sense a terrifying aura from the portrait. According to what you said, the Myriad Devil Island Lord should really exist," Fang Chen said. Huang Xian nodded. After that, she continued, "I saw the annals of the Myriad Devil Island in the second level. Billions of years ago, countless experts left the Myriad Devil Island and never returned." Fang Chen's heart stirred as he felt somewhat agitated. However, a few 100 million years ago, a calamity occurred on the Myriad Devil Island. From then on, the Myriad Devil Island was sealed and no experts left. It was also at that time that the Myriad Devil Island Lord suddenly became the ruler of the Myriad Devil Island. In the years after that, the radiance of the Myriad Devil Island Lord illuminated the entire Myriad Devil Island. The aboriginals of the Myriad Devil Island purely believe in the Myriad Devil Island Lord. They're extremely terrifying, Huang Xian explained. In that case, the annals of the annals didn't mention how to leave? Fang Chen asked. Huang Xian shook her head. Although they didn't mention it, I discovered a very important point. Some of the supreme experts of the Myriad Devil Island would all go to a certain place before they left the Myriad Devil Island. I think that the answer to the riddle should be there. Where's that place? The training ground, Huang Xian replied. The training ground is an independent space opened up by the Myriad Devil Island. Every divine inscriptionist or cultivator with the combat prowess of a divine inscriptionist can apply to enter the training ground. However, The training ground is extremely dangerous and the environment is extremely cruel. In that case, as long as we enter the training ground, we will be able to find a way to leave. Fang Chen asked. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Huang Xian replied. My strength hasn't reached the level of divine inscriptions yet. After I return, I will go into seclusion to cultivate. Then I'll go scout the way first, Fang Chen said. Huang Xian and Fang Chen discussed for a long time and finally came up with a detailed plan. His plan to leave the myriad Devil Islands seemed to be progressing step by step. Half a month after arriving at the Pandemonium, Fang Chen had already mastered the basics of the sword drawing technique. It had to be said that advanced cosmic-level divine arts were really too powerful not to be outdone by the immemorial soul-refining art. Furthermore, Fang Chen guessed that if he could master all 36 levels of the sword-drawing technique, his strength would definitely soar. Half a month to reach the first level. His speed is too slow. Fang Chen shook his head and said helplessly. However, if the upper echelons of the 10,000 Devil Palace were to hear of this, they would definitely vomit blood from anger. The sword-drawing technique was publicly recognized as the most difficult universe-level divine technique to cultivate in the Pandemonium. Others would need hundreds or thousands of years to cultivate it. UF Asterisk King reached the first level in half a month, and you're saying that your speed is too slow? Are you trying to let others live? I seem to have reached a bottleneck. Fang Chen said to himself. With his current strength, he could go to the training field to check out what was going on. Soon, Fang Chen found the purple-haired elder and told him about his intention to go to the training field. You want to go to the training field? The purple-haired elder asked. Fang Chen nodded. I feel that my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Only on the verge of a life and death battle can I have a breakthrough. The purple-haired elder pondered for a moment and then said, The training field is very dangerous. The slightest carelessness will kill you. Are you sure you want to go? I'm sure. All right. I will submit your application. I think we will get a reply soon. The purple-haired elder sat on the stone bench and sent a voice transmission to the elder in charge of the complex training field. Soon, there was a reply. There is news that you can enter the training field, the purple-haired elder said. The purple-haired elder said, However, before we enter the training grounds, let me tell you about the situation there. There were many criminals locked up in the training field. These criminals were natives who once lived in the myriad Devil Islands or cultivators who intruded into the myriad Devil Islands and committed crimes. Over the years, there were too many criminals locked up in the training field. For the sake of survival, these criminals could only kill other criminals and even the natives of the myriad Devil Islands who entered the training field. Over time, the weak criminals were all killed, and the remaining ones were the elites of the elites. Even though the strongest criminals in the training field were only at the Divine Inscriptions realm, they were still able to survive in such a harsh environment. Furthermore, they were able to condense Divine Inscriptions continuously. Some of them had already reached the limit of the Divine Inscriptions realm and were comparable to Unity realm experts. If not for the powerful restrictions on the training field, they would have escaped long ago. This made the training field seem like an Azura hell. It was incomparably bloody. The criminals especially hated the natives of the myriad Devil Islands. They would never show mercy to them. After listening to these introductions, Fang Chen's heart stirred slightly. Fang Chen, your potential is obvious to all. I hope you can maintain a calm mind and not be rash. The purple-haired elder reminded. Many thanks for elder's concern. Fang Chen clasped his fists. The training field was an independent space opened up by the myriad Devil Islands. It was located on a mountain peak near the myriad Devil Palace. Throughout the year, this place was heavily guarded. Fang Chen took out the token given to him by the purple-haired elder and successfully entered the training field. Voila! There was a flash of white light, and Fang Chen immediately felt a berserk pressure fill his surroundings. What a bloody aura! Fang Chen raised his head and discovered that the entire world was covered in blood. Blood and slaughter were the hallmarks of this place. This is the training field? No wonder the purple-haired elder reminded him to be careful. The environment here was really harsh. The origin source energy was extremely scarce, and everywhere was filled with the aura of blood and slaughter. If one stayed in such an environment for a long time, one with a weak mind would very likely fall into madness and go berserk. Only now did Fang Chun understand how powerful those criminals who could survive the slaughter were. Kiki, native? While Fang Chun was immersed in his thoughts, a crimson figure suddenly appeared. He licked his dry lips and stared at Fang Chun with a burning gaze, like a hunter who had discovered his prey. Die! The criminal's palm suddenly pushed out. Immediately, the scarlet aura in the world gathered crazily in his palm, forming a terrifying, murderous handprint. So strong, Fang Chun couldn't help but release his fused divine runes of order, barely resisting the corrosion of the murderous aura. Divine runes of order? Seeing this, the criminal's face revealed a sinister and terrifying smile. His body released tens of thousands of divine runes of order, directly suppressing Fang Chen's divine runes of order. Oh no! Fang Chen knew this was bad. He hurriedly circulated his space-time cultivation aura and disappeared into the void. You're courting death. Seeing Fang Chen escape, the criminal roared and attacked crazily. However, Fang Chen continuously shuttled and dodged the criminal's attacks. Then, he suddenly performed the sword-drawing technique. Swoosh! An unimaginable sword light pierced towards the criminal. Crack! The criminal's palm grabbed the sword light and directly crushed it. However, this also gave Fang Chun some time to escape. After the criminal removed the obstacle, Fang Chun was long gone. Damn it! The criminal roared angrily at the sky. Criminals like them loved to hunt down natives of the myriad demon islands. It wasn't easy to meet one, but he actually escaped. Lucky guy, I'll definitely find you. Whoosh, the high-intensity shuttling through the void lasted for a full hour. After confirming that no one was chasing after him, Fang Chun stopped running. He stood on the ground, panting, and his heart was filled with a sense of danger. Fang Chun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and muttered to himself. If he can survive in such an environment, his strength cannot be underestimated. The criminal just now had tens of thousands of divine runes of order. Fang Chun was no match for him at all. Fortunately, Fang Chun was a space-time cultivator and had first-rate escape methods. Otherwise, he might really be killed by the criminal. It's too dangerous. I have to be careful, Fang Chun said to himself. At this time, he remembered the purple-haired elder's advice. Error-free novel reading. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use the member synchronization bookshelf. Chapter 2079. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the training ground, the smell of blood filled the air. The origin energy in the air was extremely scarce, and it was impossible to sustain the cultivation of those criminals. Therefore, they had no choice but to kill the native cultivators of the Myriad Demon Island and seize their cultivation resources. After all, one day was one day. Who knew? They might be able to break through to the Unity realm or even a higher realm. Only then would they have hope of leaving. Never underestimate a pack of hungry wolves, and never overestimate the strength of a genius. As soon as he entered the training ground, the powerful criminals gave Fang Chun a lesson, clearing his mind instantly. Hiding behind a remote hill, Fang Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, rapidly recovering his strength. The long period of escape had almost exhausted all the energy in his body. I was lucky enough to escape this time, but what about the next time? Fang Chun asked himself. He couldn't go on like this forever, and luck wouldn't always be with him. What should he do? He could only increase his strength. After carefully analyzing his current situation, there were only 2 ways to increase his strength. The first was to comprehend the sword-drawing technique, and the second was to absorb and fuse the divine runes of order. If he could absorb 9 fused divine runes of order, his strength would be above average even in the divine rune realm. And now, he had only absorbed 1 fused divine rune of order. He would be considered a monstrous genius in the outside world. In this dog-eat-dog training ground, he was nothing. I definitely won't be able to comprehend the sword-drawing technique in a short period of time. Fong Chen muttered. Moreover, the purpose of his trip was only to find out the truth of the training ground. He didn't really want to stay here for a long period of time. Soon, he made a decision. He would see if he could find one or two fellow disciples from the Myriad Demon Palace to ask about the situation of the training ground, and then quickly leave. I hope my luck is good and I don't meet any criminals. Fong Chen curled his lips and said in a low voice. Then, he used the power of space-time cultivation and shuttled through the void, constantly searching. In the wasteland behind a certain mountain, a divine rune realm martial artist from the Myriad Demon Palace was fighting fiercely with a criminal who was covered in a bloody aura. Delicious prey, the criminal said greedily as he fought madly. His attacks were very powerful. Above his head, there were 3,000 divine runes of order. The aura emanating from them made people shrink back. On the other hand, his opponent was a divine inscription realm martial artist from the Myriad Devil Hall. He only had 2,000 divine inscriptions of order and was clearly not a match for the criminal. After a fierce battle, the 10,000 Demons Hall's people were forced to retreat, and it seemed like they were about to be killed by the criminal. At this moment, a beam of sword light appeared out of nowhere and pierced into the criminal's chest at lightning speed. A miserable shriek rang out from the prisoner's mouth. He threw his head back and let out a long howl. His body trembled as a bright red aura surged out from within him. You are courting death. The criminal's blood-red eyes stared intently at a corner of the void as he roared furiously. Rumble. The criminal launched an attack on Fong Chen, who did not hesitate to use the immemorial soul-refining technique and the sword-drawing technique. He even released the fused divine runes of order. In an instant, Fong Chen and the criminal fought fiercely. Love go little say, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you making a move? Fong Chen shouted. At this moment, the 10,000 Demons Hall's people finally reacted and hurriedly joined forces with Fong Chen to encircle and suppress the criminal. When the two of them joined forces, their attack power was obviously increased. The criminal's attack was directly dispersed by the two of them. Kill. In a few breaths' time, the situation of the battle changed. Fong Chen and the 10,000 Demons Hall's people joined forces and suppressed the criminal. The latter's face was ferocious, as if he knew that he was no match for them and wanted to escape. However, the two of them did not give him the chance. They used their strongest attacks and killed the criminal in one fell swoop. Whoosh! The 10,000 Demons Hall's people stood on the ground, panting heavily. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Brother, thank you for your help. Fong Chen waved his hand and said, We are all fellow disciples of the 10,000 Demons Hall. There's no need to be so polite. Hearing this, the 10,000 Demons Hall's people nodded. If I didn't meet you this time, I'm afraid I would have died here. These criminals are too ferocious. It's impossible to fight against them at the same cultivation level. Why did you enter the trial ground alone? Fong Chen asked. The person sat on the ground and quickly recovered his strength. The five of us entered the trial grounds together. However, because we discovered a certain ruin, we were chased by the criminals. After a bitter battle, I was the only one who managed to escape. The other four all died. At this point, the person's face was somewhat gloomy. Fong Chen shook his head. This was the cruelty of the trial grounds. The trial grounds are very cruel in the first place. As long as there's life, there's hope. The fact that you're still alive means that there's still hope to avenge your four brothers. If even you fall, then there's really no other way. Fong Chen consoled. The person's complexion gradually improved. He raised his head and stared at Fong Chen with his deep eyes. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, Don't you want to know what ruin we discovered? Fong Chen spread his hands and said, You risked your lives to discover the ruin. If you want to talk about it, you'll naturally talk about it. If you don't want to talk about it, so what if I ask? Hearing this, the person nodded in satisfaction. You're very unique. I can tell you the location of the ruin. However, don't go before you have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, you'll lose your life. The person said solemnly, The entire trial grounds are very large. The criminal's lair is in the center of the trial grounds. The ruin we discovered is near the criminal's lair. Actually, Fang Chen wasn't very interested in the ruin. Moreover, so what if he was interested? If he wasn't strong enough, he could only listen. There was no way he could search for the treasure. By the way, tell me about the situation in the training grounds, Fang Chen said with a smile. For example, is there any special place in the trial grounds? Or is there a very famous place? Faced with Fang Chen's question, the person fell into deep thought. After a moment, he suddenly thought of something. Now that you mention it, I really do think of a place. The person said, in the southeastern region of the trial grounds, there's a floating heavenly palace. It's said that the heavenly palace hides the secret of the trial grounds. However, up until now, no one has entered the heavenly palace. Even divine inscriptions realm experts would be repelled the moment they approached the heavenly palace. At best, they would be heavily injured. At worst, they would die. Floating heavenly palace? Fang Chen's heart stirred. Could it be that the secret of the myriad devil islands was hidden here? What's the origin of this floating heavenly palace? Fang Chen continued asking. I heard it from my uncle. His master is a divine inscriptions realm expert from the older generation of the myriad devil palaces. He knows a lot. It's said that a long, long time ago, the myriad devil islands had yet to be unified. It's said that an earth-shattering battle erupted in the floating heavenly palace. Countless experts of the myriad devil islands entered the floating heavenly palace one after another. As he said this, he paused for a moment before continuing. That battle was too shocking. The floating heavenly palace almost collapsed. In the end, the myriad devil islands obtained victory. However, those experts who entered the floating heavenly palace all vanished mysteriously. Vanished? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt even more agitated in his heart. He was already certain that the floating heavenly palace was the path to leave the myriad devil islands. The surroundings of the floating heavenly palace are filled with an extremely violent energy. It's too savage. Many experts of the myriad devil islands joined forces to create a trial grounds, enveloping the floating heavenly palace within. As time passed, no one dared to enter the floating heavenly palace anymore. That person continued. During these years, there would occasionally be criminals who entered the floating heavenly palace. However, almost all of them died. Very few criminals were able to survive. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He had already achieved his goal. All the secrets should be hidden within the floating heavenly palace. I'll wait until I'm stronger before I go and explore the floating heavenly palace. Fang Chen silently mused. After chatting with this person for a long time, Fang Chen understood the situation of the trial grounds like the back of his hand. After the two of them discussed, they decided to leave the trial grounds. This place was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness would lead to death. Voila! After leaving the trial grounds, Fang Chen immediately sent a voice transmission to Huang Xian. However, the latter was in seclusion and was unable to receive his message. Fang Chen's lips twitched as he returned to his courtyard. If you want to read a novel without mistakes, please bookmark this website to read the latest novel. Please use it. Members can synchronize their bookshelves. Chapter 2080. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little. I will provide you with exciting novels to read. As time passed, Fang Chen gained a better understanding of the Myriad Devil Hall. Up until now, the person with the strongest authority in the Myriad Devil Hall was the Vice Island Master, who was also the second strongest person in the Myriad Devil Island, Wan Jianxing. All along, he had been representing the will of the Myriad Devil Island Master to maintain the order of the Myriad Devil Island. Wherever Wan Jiansheng went, everyone kowtowed with the etiquette of the Island Master. Other than Wan Jiansheng, the other divine inscriptions realm warriors varied in strength. The weak ones were weaker than Fang Chen, but there were many strong ones. In short, the operation of the entire Myriad Devil Hall was very simple, and that was to nurture wave after wave of potential newbies. What are they planning? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask himself. As he said, after coming to the Myriad Devil Hall, the cultivation resources had increased by a lot. With these cultivation resources, he used half a year to cultivate the sword drawing technique to the 12th level. This speed was already very fast, breaking the cultivation record of the Myriad Devil Hall. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of Wang Jiansheng. The latter personally summoned Fang Chun. After praising his potential and talent, he told him to work hard in his cultivation. He wanted to reach the Divine Inscriptions realm as soon as possible and then break through to the Unity realm. Vice Island Master. Fang Chun looked at the masked man on the bronze throne and cupped his fists. "What's the matter?" Vice Island Master Wang Jianxing asked. "I heard that there are fused divine inscriptions of order in the Myriad Devil Hall. I want to know what kind of price I have to pay to obtain it." Fang Chun asked. "Oh, you want to fuse divine inscriptions of order?" Wang Jianxing knew that Fang Chun had already absorbed a fused divine inscriptions of order, but he didn't expect him to have such an idea. Fang Chun nodded. Wang Jiansheng said, "Exchange it with a sufficient price, such as a huge amount of origin stones. Or, if he had made a great contribution to the Myriad Demon's Palace, that would be fine too." Love Go Little say, Fang Chun didn't have either of these. However, there's a shortcut for you. Cultivate the sword drawing technique to perfection, and I can personally bestow you a fused divine inscriptions of order, Wang Jiansheng said with a smile. What? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Would he be able to fuse the divine patterns of order if he cultivated the sword drawing technique to perfection? Absorbing one divine order rune was already very powerful. What would happen if he absorbed another one? Many thanks for the information, Vice Island Master. After hurriedly bidding farewell to the Deputy Island Master, Fang Chen quickly returned to his residence and began to focus on comprehending the sword drawing technique. Time never stopped, always moving forward, never knowing fatigue. One day, Huang Xian came out of seclusion. She had gained a lot this time. He had even broken through to the divine inscription realm in one go. Huang Xian's expression was grave as she hurried to find Fang Chun. Seeing that he was in seclusion, Huang Xian gritted her teeth and released the divine runes of order to wake him up. What happened? There was a hint of displeasure between Fang Chen's brows. Ever since he had consulted the Vice Island Master, he had returned and immersed himself in cultivation. In nearly a year, he had already cultivated the sword-drawing technique to the 29th level. As long as he worked hard, he might be able to reach perfection. However, at the most critical moment of his comprehension, he was disturbed by Huang Xian. "Fang Chun, I have something important to tell you," Huang Xian said with an ugly expression. Whoosh! Fang Chun set up a heaven-piercing array to prevent others from eavesdropping. Love Go Little say W Chu. After doing all this, he pointed to the stone stool and said, "Sit down and talk." Huang Xian sat on the stone stool and took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes stared at Fang Chun. Her first sentence caused the latter's heart to churn. "I obtained the inheritance of the Lord of Myriad Demon Island." What? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at Huang Xian in disbelief. "Is this true?" Fang Chen repeated. Huang Xian nodded seriously and said, "The situation of the Myriad Demon Island is far more complicated than we imagined. The Lord of Myriad Demon Island has never left. He has always been on the Myriad Demon Island." Then how did you obtain his inheritance? This was what Fang Chun was most curious about. "You should know about my innate ability, right?" Huang Xian said. Fang Chun quickly nodded. Huang Xian continued. "Actually, not long after I went into seclusion, my cultivation reached a bottleneck. At that time, I wanted to come out of seclusion directly. However, after thinking about it, I thought of an idea. I wanted to use my innate ability to fuse with the air and explore the Myriad Demon Hall." Fang Chun listened attentively. Wasn't Huang Xian a little too daring? "I used my innate ability and successfully hid from the many divine inscriptions realm experts of the Myriad Demon Hall. I stepped into the highest palace of the Myriad Demon Hall," Huang Xian said. "Is it the Saint Devil Hall that represents the will of the Lord of Myriad Demon Island?" Fang Chun asked anxiously. Huang Xian nodded. "The Myriad Sword Sect has always announced to the public that the Lord of Myriad Demon Island is cultivating in the Saint Devil Hall. This will cannot be defied. Over time, the Saint Devil Hall represented the highest authority of the myriad demon island. Usually, there were no guardians because no one dared to barge into the Saint Devil Hall. This also made it convenient for me, allowing me to sneak in successfully. Fong Chen's heart pounded. He could faintly feel that the following matters would be even more ridiculous and shocking. When I entered the Saint Devil Hall, I discovered that the Lord of Myriad Demon Island had never left. It's just that what? Fong Chen asked. The Lord of Myriad Demon Island has been suppressed. Huang Xian said mysteriously. What? Fong Chen cried out involuntarily. For a moment, he couldn't accept this fact. The Lord of Myriad Demon Island was the strongest expert of the Myriad Demon Island. He was also the only Unity Realm expert. How could he be suppressed in the Saint Devil Hall? Who was it that had such great capabilities to suppress the Lord of Myriad Demon Island? Even though the Lord of Myriad Demon Island has been suppressed, his consciousness still exists. After discovering me, he immediately imparted his lifetime inheritance to me. Furthermore, he even told me about how he was suppressed. Huang Xian said, the Lord of Myriad Demon Island knew that his life was over. He would never be able to return to the peak. He only asked me to help him take revenge. Who suppressed the Lord of Myriad Demon Island? This was what Fong Chen was most concerned about. Vice Island Lord, Wan Jiansheng. Huang Xian's words shocked Fong Chen once again. However, before Fong Chen could ask, Huang Xian continued. Even though Wan Jiansheng is a divine inscription realm expert, his true combat power is not much different from the Lord of Myriad Demon Island. The divine inscriptions that he absorbed were fused with the divine inscriptions of order. His offensive power is extremely strong. Initially, the Lord of Myriad Demon Island trusted Wan Jiansheng. However, he was ambitious and wanted to take over the Myriad Demon Island. He ambushed the Lord of Myriad Demon Island and suppressed him in the Saint Devil Hall. He announced to the public that the Lord of Myriad Demon Island was in seclusion. He said that he was transmitting the will of the Lord of Myriad Demon Island. However, he was the one controlling everything. Huang Xian said. Fong Chen tried his best to shake his head as he recalled the scene of him meeting Wan Jiansheng. Wang, as though she was afraid that Fong Chen wouldn't believe her, Huang Xian willed it, and a lump of black aura appeared in her palm. Seeing this, Fong Chen's face turned solemn. The black aura in Huang Xian's palm was very similar to the aura in the Saint Devil Hall. This was enough to prove that what Huang Xian said was true. The Lord of Myriad Demon Island also told me the way to leave the Myriad Demon Island. What way? The floating palace in the training ground is the teleportation array that leads to the Void Star Sky. Huang Xian said. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Fong Chen gradually calmed down. He looked at Huang Xian and said, Aren't you afraid that I will tell Wan Jiansheng about this? Huang Xian laughed. You won't. I believe in my own judgment. Hearing this, Fong Chen spread his hands and smiled. With my current strength, I can't fight against Wan Jiansheng, let alone save the Lord of Myriad Demon Island. I can only bear with it or leave the Myriad Demon Island to the Void Star Sky to look for my parents. When I am strong enough to destroy Wan Jiansheng, I will return. Huang Xian spoke her thoughts. Fong Chen nodded lightly. But the floating palace is very dangerous. How do we enter? The Lord of Myriad Demon Island told me that if I want to enter the floating palace, I have to absorb at least 3 divine runes of order. 3? Hearing this, Fong Chen's eyes flickered. He had fused one now. If he added the one that Wan Jiansheng promised him, he would only have 2. Where was he going to find a 3rd one? I brought out a divine rune of order from the Saint Devil Hall. This was given to me by the Lord of Myriad Demon Island. You have already absorbed one, so I'll give you this one too. As long as there is one more, we won't be far from success, Huang Xian said. Seeing the divine rune of order in Huang Xian's hand, Fong Chen was extremely excited. Just nice. Fong Chen said, Previously, Wan Jiansheng summoned me and promised that if I could cultivate the sword-drawing technique to perfection, he would give me a divine rune of order. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use it. Members can synchronize their bookshelves. Chapter 2081. Geniuses remember love in 1 second. We provide you with exciting novels to read. What? Wang Jianxing summoned you? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Huang Xian's expression changed rapidly. She was very worried. You must be careful of Wang Jianxing. Do you know what the Myriad Demons Hall has been doing all these years to nurture geniuses? Fang Chen seemed to have guessed something. Wang Jianxing cultivates demonic attacks and needs to absorb the power of geniuses. Anyone with good potential that he sees, he will let them cultivate the sword-drawing technique. When they reach perfection, he will devour their power, Huang Xian said anxiously. Fang Chen's face was gloomy as he pondered. However, there is no other way, Fang Chen said. Let's try it first. When I get the divine rune of order, I will absorb it immediately. However, we will quickly head to the training ground. By the time Wang Jiansheng realizes it, we will have already entered the floating palace. You must be careful. Huang Xian gradually calmed down. It was indeed as Fang Chen said. What else could they do? You should be careful. Don't let Wang Jiansheng find out that you sneaked into the sacred devil hall. Otherwise, your life will be in danger, Fang Chen reminded. Huang Xian handed the divine rune of order she had obtained to Fang Chen and said, "Don't worry. I will be in seclusion during this period to avoid meeting Wang Jiansheng. As for you, if anything happens, inform me immediately." After a long time, Fang Chen completely digested the secret that Huang Xian had told him. He didn't expect Wang Jiansheng to be such a sinister person. He definitely couldn't fall into his hands. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. The only way now was to leave the Myriad Demons Island. The Myriad Demons Island was Wang Jiansheng's territory. His words were very authoritative. To outsiders, he represented the will of the Myriad Demons Island Lord. An order from him was enough to make him a sinner of the Myriad Demons Island. He couldn't take the risk. He had to be careful. After trying his best to calm down, Fang Chen continued to comprehend the sword-drawing technique. The sword-drawing technique had a total of 36 levels. After more than a year, he had cultivated it to the 29th level. His understanding of the sword-drawing technique had become more thorough. In addition, Fang Chen was a genius swordsman with incredible potential. It would be much easier to cultivate. Unknowingly, the level of the sword-drawing technique was increasing. During this period of time, Wang Jiansheng did not disturb Fang Chen. Instead, he continuously sent cultivation resources to Fang Chen's residence for him to use. Inside the majestic palace, has Elder Wan's disciple cultivated the sword-drawing technique? Wang Jiansheng, who was sitting on a bronze throne, asked in a low voice. Vice Island Master, Elder Wan's disciple just came out of seclusion a few days ago. His cultivation seems to be about to break through to the divine pattern realm. Originally, he wasn't willing to cultivate the sword-drawing technique, but under my persuasion, he still chose it, the black-clothed elder said with a smile. Yes, pay more attention to him. Let him comprehend the sword-drawing technique as soon as possible and strive to reach perfection as soon as possible. Wang Jianxing nodded in satisfaction. All right, have any geniuses been unearthed recently? The black-clothed elder shook his head and said, "It's too difficult to nurture a genius from the tribes of the 4 districts. Since the last Void Realm competition, no geniuses have appeared for the time being." "Yes, you did well," Wang Jianxing said. After the black-clothed elder left the majestic palace, Wang Jianxing revealed a sinister smile. "After devouring the power of 7 geniuses, I will be able to cultivate the peerless swordsmanship. At that time, that old fart, the Myriad Demon Island Master, will be completely killed by me. The Myriad Demon Island will enter a new era," Wang Jianxing said sinisterly. After another half a year, Fang Chen's comprehension of the sword-drawing technique became deeper and deeper. He cultivated the sword-drawing technique to the 35th level in one go. Originally, he had the opportunity to cultivate to the 36th level, but some mistakes occurred midway. Crack! Almost no sword shadow could be seen. The sword light had already bombarded the ground, and a deep pit appeared. Sword-drawing technique. Fang Chun softly chanted the incantation of the sword-drawing technique. The 36th level of the sword-drawing technique required extremely high talent in the sword Dao. Fortunately, it was Fang Chun. If it was someone else, it would be impossible to cultivate to such a level in such a short time. Fang Chun. At that moment, a furious roar was suddenly heard in the courtyard. Fang Chun's cultivation was interrupted. He stood up and coincidentally saw a divine inscription realm warrior appear. "You are Fang Chun." This person came aggressively and exuded a wild aura. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" Fang Chun asked with a frown. "I heard that you have great potential. In the Void Realm competition, you smashed the head of the snake demon? You are quite capable, aren't you?" This person said coldly, his eyes filled with battle intent. Fang Chun let out a hollow laugh after hearing this. "You're also from the Western District? The Snake Demon's clansman? Brat, you have to pay the price for smashing the head of the Snake Demon." With that, this person attacked like lightning. Thousands of divine inscriptions of order appeared above his head. A wild attack whistled through the air. Get lost. When the 35th level of the sword-drawing technique was executed, the latter had no chance to dodge and was directly pierced by the illusory sword light. Crash! Blood splattered across the sky as his body fell heavily to the ground. This person's eyes were filled with horror. Get lost, Fang Chun said in a low voice. This was the pandemonium, and he did not want to kill anyone. In the blink of an eye, this person disappeared from Fang Chun's courtyard. Continue cultivating. To Fang Chun, a divine inscription realm warrior who had condensed thousands of divine inscriptions of order, was not worth mentioning at all. He was already strong enough to cultivate the 35th level of the sword-drawing technique. While Fang Chun continued to comprehend the sword-drawing technique, Wan Jianxing narrowed his eyes in the clouds above the majestic palace with a smile on his face. Not bad. You've already comprehended the 35th level in such a short time. I reckon that you'll be able to comprehend the 36th level in about half a year, right? Wan Jianxing said with a smile. Then, with a wave of his finger, a sword-shaped rune swooped down and entered Fang Chun's body. Then, Wan Jianxing disappeared. Dong! Fang Chun felt his body tremble, and then a large number of insights about the sword-drawing technique emerged in his mind. Fang Chun's heart trembled. How could so many insights about the sword-drawing technique suddenly appear? Could it be? A bold guess appeared in Fang Chun's mind. He had just felt his body tremble slightly, as if something had entered his body. Then, a large number of insights about the sword-drawing technique appeared. This meant that someone was secretly helping him. Who was this person? The answer was obvious. Wan Jianxing. Thinking of this, Fang Chun immediately understood. The divine pattern realm warrior from the Western District had probably been instructed by Wan Jianxing to check his cultivation level of the sword-drawing technique, right? It seems that Wan Jianxing is also very anxious. Fang Chun muttered to himself, but this is good too. With your insights, I should be able to save a lot of time. After saying that, Fang Chun immersed himself in comprehending the sword-drawing technique. A month later, the parts that were originally obscure, profound, and incomprehensible became clear in an instant. Fang Chun slowly sorted out all his insights about the sword-drawing technique and finally merged them together. Dong! His mind trembled as all his insights were integrated. At this moment, Fang Chun felt unprecedentedly carefree. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the 36th level of the sword-drawing technique. Ha ha ha! It's all thanks to Wan Jianxing's secret help. Fang Chun was very excited. After all, the sword-drawing technique's attack power was very strong. If he fully executed the 36th level, its attack power would not be weaker than the primordial soul-refining art. Swish! With a thought, Fang Chun executed the 36th level of the sword-drawing technique. Even he couldn't capture the trajectory of the hidden star sword. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and this was the result of him not using any power. Impressive. As a void realm warrior, his essence soul had reached the peak of the 4th elemental realm. His divine consciousness could capture any movement in the surrounding space. However, he couldn't capture the trajectory of the hidden star sword. From this point, it could be seen how powerful the sword drawing technique was. At that moment, Fang Chun recalled a classic line in a martial arts action movie on Earth. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed is invincible. I've already mastered the sword drawing technique. Go to the training ground and wait for me. Fang Chun sent a message to Huang Xian. For a novel to read, please bookmark this website to read the latest novel. /plus. Come quickly Jialishi download the mobile app. Chapter 2082. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Then, Fang Chun took out the divine order rune that he had obtained from Huang Xian and prepared to absorb it. The speed of absorbing the divine order rune was very fast. During this period of time, Fang Chun's focus had been on the sword drawing technique and had temporarily put the divine order rune aside. Now, he could finally absorb it. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fang Chun took out the divine order rune and began to absorb it. Because of his previous experience, he was more familiar with the process this time and quickly got on the right track. 15 minutes later, the second divine order rune had been completely absorbed by Fang Chun. Whoosh! With a thought, Fang Chun put away the 2 fused divine runes. A strange smile appeared on his face as he left the courtyard and headed for the majestic hall. The bronze throne. You've mastered the sword drawing technique? Wang Jiansheng was very excited to see Fang Chun, but he didn't say anything to avoid alerting him. It's all thanks to the cultivation resources of the Myriad Demon's Palace that I was able to master the sword drawing technique in such a short time. Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. Wang Jiansheng nodded and said, "Let me see." Swoosh! Fang Chun's sword was extremely fast, and there was almost no trajectory in the entire hall. The hidden star sword circled around a majestic hall, leaving a mark on the pillar, and finally returned to his hand. It took less than a breath's time. Seeing this, Wang Jiansheng's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "The Myriad Demon's Palace is really lucky to have a young talent like you. Vice Island Master, you flatter me." Fang Chun looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped. Seeing this, Wang Jiansheng waved his hand, and the temperature in the majestic hall dropped rapidly. A blue ice dragon floated in midair and roared at the sky. The dragon's roar was deafening. "I'll give you this divine order rune. I hope you can continue to work hard in cultivation and serve the Myriad Demons Island," Wang Jiansheng said. Fang Chun quickly put away the fused divine pattern of order, his face brimming with an excited smile. "Many thanks for Vice Island Master's praise. This little one will definitely serve you faithfully in the future." Vice Island Master, this brat couldn't wait to absorb and fuse with the divine runes of order, so he left first. "Once I've finished absorbing, I'll report back to you tomorrow." Wang Jiansheng rolled his eyes when he heard that. In the end, he nodded and agreed. Only geniuses who had absorbed and fused divine runes of order would have enough power for it to devour. Mastering the sword drawing technique was only the most basic requirement. On this basis, the stronger one was the better. Since Fang Chun said so, Wang Jiansheng naturally agreed. After waiting for so long, one more day wouldn't make a difference. "All right, hurry up and go absorb it. Come find me here tomorrow," Wang Jiansheng said. Fang Chun quickly exited the majestic hall and returned to his residence. In order not to attract Wang Jiansheng's attention, Fang Chun pretended to be cultivating the entire day. At the same time, he was also secretly absorbing the third fusion divine pattern. It wasn't until late at night that Fang Chun finally stopped cultivating. With 3 divine runes of order in his body, he had already decided to take action. Whoosh! Using the power of space-time cultivation, his body merged with space-time. He quietly left the courtyard and headed to the trial field. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun left the pandemonium and arrived at the trial field. Wang Jiansheng's divine consciousness couldn't cover the entire pandemonium all the time. He could only check occasionally. At night, he kept feeling uneasy. He didn't know what was going on. He jumped out of bed. He decided to devour Fang Chun's power tonight to prevent any undue delay. Then, he spread out his divine consciousness to search for Fang Chun. This spread made him extremely furious. The direction of the trial field, Wang Jianqing's face was extremely gloomy. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Fang Chun, asking him to return to the pandemonium quickly. When Fang Chun heard Wang Jianqing's voice, his speed suddenly increased, and he rushed into the trial field. "You're courting death." Wang Jianqing was furious. A terrifying aura descended on the mountain outside the trial field. Then, he entered the trial field as well. In the trial field, let's go. As soon as Fang Chun entered, he saw Huang Xian waiting anxiously. Fang Chun was a space-time cultivation warrior, while Huang Xian was a flying deity phoenix. Her talent was heaven-defying. The two of them disappeared into the Scarlet World. Rumble. Not long after, Wang Jianqing arrived. He spread out his divine consciousness, trying to find Fang Chun. However, because the bloody aura here was too strong, it blocked his divine consciousness. "You can't escape." Wang Jianqing was furious. His body turned into an afterimage, and he disappeared. Whoosh! Fang Chun and Huang Xian encountered many criminals along the way. However, they braced themselves and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, the sky was already bright. After a night of sprinting, Fang Chun and Huang Xian were close to the center of the trial field. At this moment, Wang Jianqing caught up. The aura on his body was too strong. It triggered the fury of the criminal lair. "Damned myriad demon island. Are you trying to kill us all? Brothers, let's work together and kill this demon. He's the one who ordered us to be banished to this godforsaken place." After many criminals discovered Wang Jianqing, they gave up on chasing after Fang Chun and Huang Xian. Instantly, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They increased their speed and headed towards the floating palace. Wang Jianqing is trapped by the criminal lair. "This is a chance," Huang Xian said hurriedly. "We're almost there." Fang Chun raised his head and saw the floating palace not far away. As long as they entered the floating palace, they would be halfway to success. At this moment, in the criminal lair, Wang Jianqing exploded with the strength of a top divine inscription realm expert. With a slap, several criminals exploded and died. Die! Wang Jianqing's attack was too strong. The criminals couldn't get close to him. However, his ambition wasn't here. He didn't want to continue fighting. Not good. When Wang Jianqing saw that Fang Chun and Huang Xian were about to step into the floating palace, he was furious. He spread out his hands, and dense divine inscriptions of order appeared above his head. Then, a terrifying aura shocked everyone in the criminal lair. Swoosh! Wang Jianqing's body flashed, leaving behind an afterimage as he attacked the floating palace. "Fang Chun, you're courting death." Seeing that Fang Chun was about to enter the floating palace, Wang Jianqing reached out his hand and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the void around the floating palace collapsed, marking Fang Chun and Huang Xian's path. Not good. Seeing this, Huang Xian rushed into the collapsed void. She paid the price of her injuries to open a bloody path. Swoosh! Fang Chun carried Huang Xian, who was covered in blood, and rushed into the floating palace before Wang Jianqing arrived. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. An extremely oppressive aura spread throughout the training ground. It didn't matter if it was a criminal or a divine inscription realm expert. They were all intimidated by Wang Jianqing's furious aura. In front of the floating palace, Wang Jianqing floated in midair, not daring to get close. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly inside, his expression ferocious. The cooked duck had actually flown away. Unforgivable! Wang Jianqing roared, but he didn't dare to enter the floating palace. It seemed that there was something inside that he was afraid of. "I hope the two of you die in the floating palace. Otherwise, once you come out, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Wang Jianqing clenched his fists, causing the surrounding void to collapse. He was too angry. He had paid the price of fusing with a divine inscription of order, but this was the result. What puzzled him even more was, how did Fang Chun know of his intentions? Why did he take such a huge risk to escape? Impossible. They can't know about the Lord of Myriad Demon Island. Huang Jiansheng shook his head. The Saint Devil Hall was the sacred ground of the myriad demon island and also the center of the highest authority. No one could enter there. Huang Jiansheng didn't believe that Fang Qin knew about the Saint Devil Hall. Kill that devil. At this moment, many of the criminals reacted. Their shouts shook the heavens as they rushed to the floating palace and surrounded Huang Jiansheng. Courting death. Fang Qin had escaped, and Huang Jiansheng had suffered a great loss. He was already furious, but these damned bastards still dared to come? In the following time, Huang Jiansheng vented all his anger on these criminals. Killing intent filled the air, blood flowed like a river, and miserable screams could be heard. Countless people from the myriad demon palace who were training in the training ground trembled. They had never seen the Vice Island Lord so angry. His strength was too strong, and they could feel the trembling from the depths of their primordial spirits. Buzz! Just as Huang Jiansheng was about to start his massacre, the floating palace that had remained unchanged since ancient times suddenly trembled slightly. Soon after, it returned to its calm state. Error-free novel reading. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Members synchronize their bookshelves. Chapter 2083. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small. Shoa.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The primal chaos void was incomparably vast. It was hard for any warrior to travel across the entire primal chaos void. Everyone's understanding of the primal chaos void was entirely based on what was recorded in history books. Generations after generations of powerhouses continued to expand their territory and explore the unknown world. Over time, the primal chaos void gradually appeared in front of everyone. The primal chaos void was divided into 33 heavens. Every single heaven was incomparably vast. Cosmos gods could not leave it even if they spent their entire lives. The Void Star Heaven was one of the 33 heavens. There were hundreds of millions of miniature universes here. Every single moment, there would be warriors arriving at the Void Star Heaven from the various miniature universes. But the majority of them would meet with misfortune midway. Only a small minority could arrive safely. The Void Star Heaven was so vast that even existences beyond the Cosmos God realm could not explore its entire appearance. If the miniature universe was compared to an egg, then the Void Star Heaven was the entire universe. And that legendary primal chaos void was the Milky Way galaxy. The 33 heavens occupied an extremely important position in the primal chaos void. Void Star Heaven border town, Zaikai Town. This town was located at the boundary of the Void Star Heaven. Hence, it was not under any jurisdiction. Many fugitive criminals would come here. Voila! A white light flashed within the teleportation array. Two figures walked out from within. When he saw people coming and going on the streets, Fang Qin's expression gradually calmed down. And by his side, Huang Xian's beautiful face was filled with white frost. She had suffered a huge shock. Fang Qin did not wish to recall what happened in the floating palace. It was too fresh in his mind. If not for his good luck, he might have died there. Huang Xian, we have arrived at the Void Star Heaven. Fang Qin lightly shook Huang Xian's shoulders and said softly. At this moment, the wooden Huang Xian gradually calmed down. The white frost on her beautiful face gradually disappeared. Her small hands were tightly holding onto Fang Qin's arm. Don't be afraid. We're safe now. Fang Qin softly consoled her. The two of them left the teleportation array. A long time later, Huang Xian finally calmed down. Taking a deep breath, Huang Xian's eyes were filled with tears. She looked extremely pitiful. It's all right now. Fang Qin nodded. Many thanks, Huang Xian said in a low voice. In the floating palace, Fang Qin had the opportunity to leave by himself. However, in order to save her, he had decided to turn back, causing the two of them to fall into danger. Huang Xian would remember this kindness in her heart. According to my guess, this should be the Void Star Heaven. We're new here and don't know anything. Understand the situation first, then make other plans, Fang Qin said. Huang Xian nodded. At this moment, a noblewoman was cultivating in a large sect in a certain region of illusory star heaven. Suddenly, her heart trembled, and she abruptly opened her eyes. I can sense Xian Er's aura. The noblewoman's eyes were filled with tears. She carefully sensed again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she immediately informed her husband. Biarwala. After a while, a man in canvas clothes appeared. Chinger, what's wrong? Our daughter. I can sense her aura, the noblewoman said excitedly. What? The man in canvas clothes was a little startled, but he was immediately overjoyed. The divine soaring phoenix clan had the ability to communicate telepathically. As long as they were within a certain range, no matter how far away they were, they could sense each other's presence. Before this, the noblewoman had been sensing, but she couldn't sense any trace of Huang Xian's aura. Now, her heart was trembling. All this indicated that her daughter had appeared in illusory star heaven. Let's go find our daughter, the man in canvas clothes hurriedly said as he helped the noblewoman up. On the streets of Zakai town, Fang Chun and Huang Xian were walking. Suddenly, the latter's delicate body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Fang Chun asked worriedly. Huang Xian was a little puzzled at first, but then an excited smile appeared on her face. My parents are on their way. They sensed that I appeared in illusory star heaven. Huang Xian smiled brightly. My mother just sent me a telepathic message. She told me to wait for her here. They will come to pick me up soon. Fang Chun and Huang Xian found an inn and waited for Huang Xian's parents to arrive. I'm so happy. I thought my parents had already passed away. Huang Xian was very excited. Happiness came too suddenly. Congratulations, Fang Chun said. Half an hour later, Huang Xian's parents found the two of them. Father, mother. Huang Xian stood up and rushed in her parents' arms. For 10,000 years, she had been thinking about avenging her parents. She didn't expect to see them again. Xianer, it's really you. That's great. Huang Xian's parents were also very excited. They had lost their daughter, and now they had found her again. The family of three vented their emotions that had been suppressed for 10,000 years. After a long time, their emotions gradually calmed down. At this time, Huang Xian remembered that Fang Chun was still sitting at the side. She stuck her tongue out at him and then introduced, Father, Mother, this is Fang Chun. He's my partner. Oh, partner? The rich madam looked at Fang Chun meaningfully. Junior Fang Chun greets Uncle and Auntie. The two of you, please take a seat. Fang Chun stood up and clasped his fists towards the two of them. He could feel that the aura of the two of them were very strong. At the very least, it was much stronger than Wan Jianxing's aura. According to his guess, the two of them were at least Unity Realm experts. After sitting down, Huang Xian's mother started asking about Huang Xian's situation over the years. Huang Xian told her mother everything that happened after she fell into the myriad Devil Islands. The latter looked at Fang Chun with astonishment. She then said, This little brother, many thanks for your help. It's nothing much. We're just helping each other. Fang Chun waved his hand. Huang Xian's father had been observing Fang Chun. He could faintly feel that Fang Chun was extraordinary. Little brother, let's drink. Huang Xian's father chuckled. He drank a few cups of wine with Fang Chun as a form of gratitude towards the latter for saving his daughter. After a moment, the family of three stood up. Xian, come back with us. The rich madam rubbed Huang Xian's head and said softly, Little brother, you are new here and do not have anyone to rely on. Do you want to follow us to the Divine Phoenix sect? Even though you cannot become an official disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect, you can at least stay in the Divine Phoenix sect. Huang Xian's father said. Fang Chun shook his head and rejected his good intentions. Uncle, this junior still has some matters to attend to. I will not be going. Fang Chun said. Hearing this, Huang Xian's parents looked at each other. They were slightly astonished. If it was any other ordinary person, they would definitely not hesitate to hug their thighs. Yet this brat rejected them. Playing hard to get? As Unity Realm experts, they naturally would not care about the thoughts of these minor characters. Soon, the family of three left. After leaving the inn, Huang Xian's face was filled with displeasure. She was dissatisfied with her parents' actions and protested. Why did you do that? Huang Xian asked. Xian, the world of cultivation is incomparably cruel. No matter who you befriend, you have to be careful. We did not do anything just now. We were just probing, Huang Xian's father said. Xian, during these 10,000 years when you were not around, your father and I felt very guilty. We do not want you to suffer any losses. Hence, we have to investigate everyone you befriend. I hope you do not blame us. The rich madam said sincerely. Humph. Huang Xian snorted and lowered her head. It seems that this brat should have come from the miniature universe. When I mentioned the Divine Phoenix sect, his expression did not change. He should not have heard of it. Huang Xian's father said. Forget it. Anyway, we have already invited him. He rejected us. At this moment, in the inn, Fang Chan was looking at the map of Void Star Sky that he had obtained from ancestor Sheng He. After coming to Void Star Sky, the map in his mind became clearer. Void Star Sky is really big. Fang Chan could not help but sigh. He saw the Divine Phoenix sect on the map. He also saw the border town that he was in. Of course, there was definitely no sign of Zai Kai Town on the map. He had only guessed it based on the terrain. Chapter 2084. Genius 1, second, remember, love, divided by little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. According to the map, Void Star Sky was divided into 4 sections, namely East Xian Sky, West Xian Sky, South Xian Sky, and North Xian Sky. Fang Chan was now in East Xian Sky territory. Although it was only a small region of Void Star Heaven, the size of the area was shocking. The Limitless Sword sect and Divine Phoenix sect were not too far apart, but it was quite far from Zakai Town. After looking at the map, Fang Chan was speechless. Although there is a teleportation array in Zakai Town that can teleport me directly to the foot of the Limitless Sword sect, I need a large amount of Origin Stones. However, I need a large number of Origin Stones. Where am I going to find Origin Stones? Fang Chan felt somewhat helpless. The Origin Source Stone was a stone formed by the origin source power of the experts in the Primal Chaos Void. At the same time, it was also a hard currency in the Chaos Void. It could be used to buy and sell things, and it could also be used to cultivate. Because the power of Origin Stones had been condensed and compressed by the experts, its purity was very high. Under normal circumstances, some large sect would use Origin Stones to nurture young geniuses. As for those ordinary rogue cultivators, they definitely did not have the ability to use Origin Stones. They could only rely on their own efforts to absorb the chaotic power of origin between heaven and earth. Now, the big problem in front of Fang Chan was the Origin Stones. He had a lot of currency circulating in the galaxy universe, such as God's spiritual stones, God's spiritual crystals, and even God's spiritual crystal souls, but they were useless. These things could be circulated in the miniature universe, but they were only trash in Void Star Sky. No one would pick them up even if they were thrown on the ground. If he wanted to use his speed to fly to the Limitless Sword sect, it would take at least a few decades. Moreover, he might encounter some danger during this period. In short, very few people would do this. Teleporting to the foot of the Limitless Sword sect requires 100 Origin Stones. He did not have any on him, so there was only one solution, and that was to earn them. Love, go little, say W. Chu Fang Chan sorted out his thoughts and began a plan. Let's see if Zakai Town has any good places to earn Origin Stones, Fang Chan said to himself. In the sky above Zakai Town, there was a hazy mist. An old man in a luxurious robe stood in the clouds, looking down. His sharp gaze pierced through the layers of barriers and landed on Fang Chan. It's been a long time since someone came out, right? The man in luxurious robes muttered to himself. He could clearly see through Fang Chan's thoughts. Although you came from the Milky Way universe that I created, I will not provide you with any help. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself on the path of cultivation. After the man finished speaking, his figure disappeared. If Fang Chan knew that he had been discovered by the Galaxy Patriarch as soon as he had arrived in the Void Star Sky, he would definitely be shocked. As the saying goes, the master may lead the disciple home, but the cultivation depends on the individual. The Celestial River Great Ancestor had created the Celestial River Cosmos to provide help for the cultivation of many of his clansmen. He could be considered a teacher who guided them on the path of cultivation. However, the celestial river great ancestor would not interfere with everything in the Milky Way universe. When he sensed Feng Chen's appearance, he just came to take a look. As for how far Feng Chen could grow in the future, he still had to rely on himself. Zakai Town was very big, but so far, there was no place for Feng Chen to stay. I still don't believe that I can be trapped in Zakai Town until I die, Feng Chen muttered as he walked on the street. As he walked, he suddenly heard a noise in front of him. Feng Chen looked up and saw a dark mass. He didn't know what they were looking at. Love, go little say, W. Chu driven by curiosity, he quickly walked to the crowd. After squeezing in with great difficulty, he suddenly found a notice posted on the wall. Everyone was looking at it. It's just a notice. What's the fuss about? Feng Chen muttered. Although his business was small, some people around him heard it. They angrily scolded Feng Chen. Boy, don't mess around if you don't know anything. This is a notice from the Ling Mansion. What do you know? That's right. You look so weak. You must be a greenhorn. You don't know anything. How dare you laugh at a notice from the Ling Mansion? Are you tired of living? For a moment, Feng Chen was cursed by the crowd. He was speechless. Wasn't it just a notice to recruit servants? Was there a need to be so fanatical? Moreover, he didn't know what the Ling Mansion was. After squeezing out of the crowd, Feng Chen curled his lips and shook his head helplessly. He then prepared to leave. At this moment, a thin-faced man walked to Feng Chen with a smile and whispered, Boy, you have character. I like it. Feng Chen hurriedly pulled away. He didn't like men. You dare to ignore a notice from the Ling Mansion. You can be considered a man of character, the thin-faced man continued. Is the Ling Mansion very strong? Is there a need for such a notice to recruit servants? Feng Chen curled his lips. The thin-faced man's expression changed. He pulled Feng Chen to the side and whispered, Lower your voice. If others hear you, you're dead. Seeing the thin-faced man being so cautious, Feng Chen was even more curious. What was the Ling Mansion's background? Let me tell you this. There are 3 major powers in Zakai Town. They are the Li family, the Mo family, and the Ling family. However, the other 2 combined are not as strong as the Ling family. The thin-faced man whispered, The Ling family is the absolute overlord of Zakai Town. Even Void Realm cultivators don't have the qualifications to be their guards. The minimum requirement to recruit servants is the Divine Pattern Realm. Of course, there's another reason why so many people want to join the Ling Mansion. It's because of the Ling Mansion's daughter, Ling Shuang. The thin-faced man chuckled. The Ling Mansion's daughter is devastatingly beautiful. Many cultivators are willing to be her servants just to get close to her and take a look at her. There is a saying in Zakai Town, raise your cultivation and join the Ling family. Marry someone like Ling Shuang. The meaning of this saying was obvious. If you wanted to raise your cultivation and obtain large amounts of resources, you had to join the Ling family. As long as you could join the Ling family, it meant that you could enjoy an endless supply of cultivation resources. And if you wanted to marry someone, you naturally had to target someone like the Ling family's daughter, who was both virtuous and intelligent. Based on what you said, the Ling Mansion is very rich? Feng Chen asked. Isn't that obvious? Who in Zakai Town dares to be richer than the Ling Mansion? The thin-faced man said. Hearing this, Feng Chen's eyes lit up. He needed to earn origin stones. Wasn't this a good opportunity? Then if I join the Ling Mansion, can I get origin stones? Feng Chen continued asking. What's the big deal about origin stones? If you perform well in the Ling Mansion, you might even be granted a surname and become a member of the Ling family forever. The thin-faced man happily introduced to Feng Chen. However, Feng Chen did not listen to the rest of his words. He only paid attention to the words origin stones. To earn origin stones, Feng Chen screamed in his heart. The thin-faced man's saliva flew everywhere. After he finished speaking, he realized that Feng Chen had disappeared. He then turned around and saw Feng Chen squeezing into the crowd, reading the notice seriously. Didn't you say that you didn't care about the notice posted by the Ling family? The thin-faced man said helplessly. After a while, Fang Chun walked out of the crowd with a smile. He already knew the process and would go to sign up in a while. I'm going to be a servant of the Ling Mansion, Fang Chun said. The thin-faced man laughed and rubbed his fingers together. Brother, this is all thanks to me. If I didn't introduce the Ling Mansion to you, would you have changed your mind? I see that you have good looks and will definitely be able to join the Ling Mansion. You will definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Seeing the thin-faced man's expression, Fang Chun was stunned for a moment before he understood. No wonder he was so enthusiastic about explaining the Ling Mansion. He wanted to earn money for his hard work. I'm poor now. Wait until I join the Ling Mansion. Fang Chun turned around and left. Brother, in the center of Zaikai Town, the Ling Mansion occupied a large area. The mansion was very domineering and gave people a kind of intimidating aura. Very quickly, Fang Chun found the Ling Mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, there was a place to sign up. I'm here to sign up, Fang Chun said. Name, cultivation. The person from the Ling Mansion said lazily. Fang Chun, Void Realm. Fang Chun said, dealing with ordinary divine inscriptions realm is not a big problem. He was afraid that the other party would reject his registration, so he added on purpose. At the same time, he released a divine inscription of order. The person from the Ling Mansion looked up at Fang Chun and said, come to the mansion tomorrow afternoon to take the test. If you pass, you can become a servant of the Ling family. Thank you.